place. There's also new features with AI, saving you time by summarizing articles or talking with ChatGPT on the sidebar. If you want the best web browser out there, download Opera GX using my dedicated tracking link. Just click the link in the description or pinned comment. Thanks again to Opera GX for sponsoring this video.
Yes, good night everybody. Be well, be safe.
There are two main concepts to understand in NES Tetris: the scoring and the level system.
Thank you,
We'll
thank
start
you,
with
thank
the
you so much for
scoring.
all the views.
Like
You guys
with
are all
most
awesome.
versions of the
Be
game,
safe.
you accumulate
Alright,
points in
I
NES
appreciate all the
Tetris by
support.
clearing lines.
All of it, every single
You
thing.
get a different
Alright,
amount of points
we're gonna go
depending
give
on
the
how
bro
many you clear
Magnar
at
for raid,
once. But by
and you guys
far
can get
the
some
most
channel
valuable
points for
score is
raiding,
getting
okay?
a Tetris.
Go give him a follow.
The only way to score
He
one of
plays a lot of
these is by
survival
using
games.
the long piece
He
vertically
also
to
plays a
clear
lot of
4
2D
lines.
games,
So
3D
ideally,
games, all that
players
stuff,
try to
right?
score as many
top-down
Tetrises
type
as
games,
possible
like
by leaving a
retro-looking
column open on
games.
the right side to
Alright.
drop a long bar
Again,
when it
the
comes.
sleep stream will continue.
Then
The sleep stream will continue over at kick.com/MrCrazyDrivers and Gamer Resting Area YouTube channel. Alright. Good night, you guys. We're gonna go out for a raid.
there's the level system. The higher the level, the more points you get per line cleared. So ideally, you want to start on the highest level possible, which is level 19. However, on level 18, blocks descend a row every 3 frames, while starting on level 19,
Alright, good night everybody. Good night, good
they
night, good
descend
night.
a row every
Take care,
2
be awesome.
frames, which is
Thank you
significantly
for watching today.
harder. So, top players would generally start on level 18, where they could play for a while at a more reasonable speed at barely any score cost. After 130 lines cleared at level 18, the game transitions to level 19, and then moves up a level for every additional 10 lines. Luckily, levels 19 through 28 all have the same descent speed, although you keep earning more points as the level increases. This is an extremely brutal speed to play on, but if you manage to make it all the way through level 28, then you reach level 29, also known as Tetris's kill screen. A kill screen is a level deep into a game that's usually impossible to beat because of a glitch. Pac-Man has the most famous one. The game's 256th board has a glitched right side and doesn't spawn all the dots needed to beat it. Donkey Kong has another example, where you run out of time just seconds into the game's 117th screen. Tetris's kill screen, on the other hand, has nothing to do with a glitch. It's the intended end to the game, because starting on level 29, pieces begin to fall so fast that it becomes unplayable. This is Tetris's kill screen. Even if you begin holding a direction before the piece spawns, it's physically impossible to move the piece to the side in time. Pieces descend a row every single frame, twice the speed of level 28. Now, it's actually possible to process what's happening at this speed, and know where you want the pieces to go. But the fact is, you just can't get them there. It's a game hardware limitation rather than a human hardware limitation. If you're very lucky, you might not need to move your pieces far and you can clear a line or two. But just like Pac-Man or Donkey Kong, your game is bound to end within seconds after reaching Tetris's kill screen. So the game is definitely over at level 29. Before that point, you have 230 lines to work with and try to score as many points as possible. It just so happens that the point display in the upper right corner only has 6 digits, meaning the highest score it can display is 999,999 points. So naturally, the question arose, was it possible to max out the score before the kill screen kicked in? Well, in order to get a max out, you have to make the most of the 230 lines. That means getting as many Tetrises as possible, while avoiding other clears that eat into your 230 lines, otherwise known as a burn. It's extremely risky to play this way. You might need to build your stack up very high while waiting for a long bar. There's not a moment of rest. You can't break your focus for even a second. But as brutal as the difficulty is, it's technically just possible to max out the score before the kill screen kicks in. There are actually reports of people doing it all the way back in the 90s. It's difficult to determine how to treat these claims. Standards were different back then, and none of these claims have a full video to go along with them. However, some have more proof than others. Thor Ackerlund, winner of the 1990 Nintendo World Championships, is reported to have maxed out the game in the early 90s. He didn't record his game, but being the literal winner of the Nintendo World Championships, he was one of the best Tetris players in the world at the time. Judging by his skills and the testimony of people who watched him play, it's very likely his claim was legitimate. Another max out claim appeared in a 1992 edition of Nintendo Power magazine from a player named Scott Anderson. Very little is known about Anderson today, but in order to get your score in Nintendo Power, you did need to have photo proof, so there's a decent chance his score was legit too. And another player, JW Tetris, claimed a max out back in 1996 that seemed to have no proof, but 25 years later, he managed to uncover a VHS tape of the end screen that, sure enough, showed all nines. While it still lacks concrete video proof, this is probably the claim with the most evidence, and is very likely legit. Then, by the 2000s, all sorts of max-out claims appeared on internet forums. None of them had video proof, and honestly, they're really hard to judge. Some seem more suspicious than others, but just like with the claims from the 90s, it's really impossible to say which of these internet claims are legit. Some provided their names, while others used pseudonyms or usernames. In 2001, a max-out claim popped up on PlutoBScene.com from someone named Jonas. Just like all the other claims, Jonas didn't have any proof to back up his score, so his claim was lumped in with all the rest. However, in 2005, a man named Trey Harrison was trying to accumulate videos of Tetris performances to put up on his website, TetrisMaster.com. He was looking for a recorded max out. Sure enough, in the replies, up pops Jonas again, saying he'd just recorded one on tape. Jonas dropped the video off at Trey's house. Trey uploaded it onto his website. It was then that the world was first able to see on video a max out score of NES Tetris. A score showing all nines by future Tetris legend, Jonas Neubauer. What you're watching is a massive piece of gaming history. These scores have been rumored for over a decade, but finally one was captured on video. And the footage is very impressive. Jonas started on level 18, and to make the level transition, he first had to clear 130 lines. He ended up getting 92 of those lines via Tetrises for maximum points, while just 38 were from burns. From there, Jonas was playing at the brutal speed of level 19, and he still had to keep landing Tetrises. His score was inching up as the levels climbed higher. He needed the max out before hitting level 29. On level 28, he was still 60,000 points away, with only 10 lines to work with. But he managed to get one Tetris, and then with just a single line to go before the transition, he got one final Tetris. The kill screen kicked in, and the score ran all nines. Over the course of 8.5 minutes, Jonas had hit a max out on NES Tetris. Finally, it was documented for anyone to see. The feedback online was all positive. Everyone was thrilled to be able to watch an official Tetris max out. However, this video did have one problem. There was no game audio. That meant Jonas couldn't submit it as a world record anywhere. But that didn't take away from the legitimacy of the performance. Jonas Neubauer had established a name for himself as a Tetris master. The only question was, now that someone had maxed out the game, what was there left to do? Over the following few years, while competitive retro gaming was still in its infancy, more people gravitated toward playing NES Tetris. Even though Jonas had maxed out the score, it remained a popular game, and others tried to replicate his achievement. Between 2008 and 2014, more than a dozen other people were able to achieve max out in NES Tetris. And even though their scores were officially tied, there were still ways to compare max outs to each other. Ultimately, two different methods of competing became popular. Method number 1, going for the earliest possible max out. In Jonas's game from 2005, he hit the max out right as the level transitioned to 29. In other words, at the last possible moment. But the more Tetrises you hit, the earlier you can max out, and the more impressive the achievement. In April 2009, Harry Hong reached the first recorded max out with game audio, and he was able to get the max out slightly earlier than Jonas, late in level 28 rather than on the transition into level 29. Harry was one of several people who claimed to max out on internet forums years prior, but now he had recorded proof too. In early 2012, a player named Matt Bucco recorded a game where he maxed out in mid-level 26, much quicker than previous max outs. He landed Tetris after Tetris starting in level 19, which is where he pulled away from previous players. Then, there were a couple claiming the early max outs. Harry Hong claimed an early level 26 max out on tape, but he didn't upload the score, only claiming it on a Tetris forum. In August 2014, a player named Terry Purcell reportedly maxed out in late level 25. This score used to have video, but it's since been deleted from YouTube. Most of these players' only goal was to get an early max out. As soon as that happened, they stopped playing and let the game end, even if it was several levels before the kill screen. However, not everyone did this. That's why there was a second method of competing. Playing the game all the way to the kill screen, and then manually calculating the score later. In other words, trying for the highest score possible. Even though the score doesn't display higher than all levels, you can still add up all the points achieved after this to determine your true score. For instance, in Jonas's first ever max out, he got a Tetris while his score read this. That meant he added 36,000 points, and his score actually finished at 1,018,160 points. And so, this became another method of determining whose max out was best. In 2008, Jonas achieved another kill screen that finished slightly higher than his 2005 max out, 1,023,860 points. However, since he used a camera from the 1800s, this was never verified as an official world record. In 2011, while recording himself for a documentary, Thor Ackerland achieved a score of 1,043,000 points. And a couple years later, a player named Ben Mullen took the score even higher, 1,071,000 points, before the kill screen took over to end his game. However, if the player is going for the earliest max out and finish out their games, it's possible they would have achieved higher scores than these. Terry Purcell's level 25 max out is reported to have finished all the way at 1.195 million, but without video proof, this can't be verified. And although Matt Bucco's score of level 26 cuts off right here, he claims to have kept playing this game all the way to the kill screen. And in the comments, he says he'd upload the rest when he got home. Well, it's 12 years later, and apparently Matt still hasn't returned. So, the community was split between these two methods. Some wanted to go for the earliest max out, while others wanted to go for the highest score. The big problem was the score display. Since it only had 6 digits, it wasn't intuitive to keep playing after it maxed out. It led to two different sides of competitive play. And these sides wouldn't converge until one key event in 2015. This is a gamekeeping code discovered by max-out player Josh Holmes. It changes the leading digit of the score into hexadecimal, meaning that after 9, the score keeps counting up. A represents 1 million, B represents 1.1 million, and so on. This meant that the max out no longer applied, and the score was no longer capped at 1,000,000. So, it ultimately garnered the nickname the Uncapped Code. Josh posted his code on the Tetris forums, and it was treated as a fun novelty, but some saw potential for more with it. And in April 2015, Harry Hong began attempts to set a new high score with the Uncapped Code. On April 23rd, he played a game that maxed out in level 28, then took it to the kill screen and finished with 1,101,000 points. This was the first verifiable game to score over 1.1 million, and a few days later, he got one even better, a max out in level 26 that ultimately finished at 1,150,000 points. But after these records from Harry, the competition for the high score record died down. Harry Hong was one of few players who both cared about the high score record and was potentially good enough to improve it. So when he stopped trying for it, there was no competition to take it from him. Instead, in 2016, he came up with a goal of achieving as many max outs as he could in a year, rather than improving the uncapped record. 268 max outs later, the high score remained at 1.15 million. But in 2017, Harry came up with a new goal for his stream. He was going to go back to playing with the uncapped code and try for a 1.2 million point game. This would surpass the highest claims from over the years and be an undisputed world record. Harry played for weeks, building up his skills but falling short of the 1.2. He'd need an early max out, in level 25 or better, and then still need to land several more Tetrises before the kill screen. A score like this demanded near perfection. But after months of attempts, on April 14th, 2017, Harry got a good score going. Max out in mid-level 25, Harry was on pace for it. From this point, he needed at least 5 Tetrises before hitting the kill screen on level 29. Harry got his Tetrises, but was still a few points short. With his stack building high, he desperately used a long bar to get a triple, but this activated the kill screen. He still needed 3,000 points. Harry had to find a way to clear 2 more lines while playing at kill screen speed.
Yes! Yes!
History was made. The congratulations poured in as Harry had taken Tetris to new heights. After all the max outs that came before him, from the internet claims to the ones with concrete proof, this one was the best of all. Except, it's never quite that easy with NES Tetris. There are reports that, around the time of Harry's 1.2, a player named Bo Steele achieved a 1.2 million game of his own. Nobody remembers what his exact score was, or what the level of proof was, but Bo is a verified max-out player, so his score claim isn't unreasonable. Still, Harry Hong gets the most credit for being the first to achieve 1.2 million. He was one of the best players in the world, one of the few who was capable of a score this high. However, as good as Harry was, there was still another player who had potential to go even higher. See, every year since 2010, the biggest Tetris tournament was the Classic Tetris World Championship, where the best NES Tetris players in the world competed. Of the 7 annual tournaments by this point, 1 had been won by Harry Hong. As for the rest, all 6 were won by the same player, Jonas.
And your winner of the 2016 Classic Tetris World Championship, 6-time world champion, Jonas Neubauer!
In the 12 years since his first recorded max out, Jonas had turned into a monster. Every year, he went head-to-head against Tetris' best players. Time and time again, Jonas proved better than the rest. His stacking was brilliant. He was able to get out of trouble when others couldn't. Jonas Neubauer was simply considered the best NES Tetris player on Earth. Yet, through all this, he'd never really cared about the score world record. He was more focused on tournaments. In 2017, he started streaming on Twitch. And on July 24th, he booted up a casual game of Tetris. That was 17 straight Tetrises to open the game. Unbelievable. He slowed down a bit after that, but still managed to max out in mid-level 26. Then, he landed 6 more Tetrises before the kill screen. Jonas' score read all 9 since he wasn't using the uncapped code, but in reality, his score was 1,211,000 points. On a random game where he didn't even bother to use the uncapped code, Jonas had just set a new world record. After this, Jonas went back to focusing on tournaments, not caring to improve the high score record anymore. And while other players continued to put up new scores, some of which were over 1 million, very few were able to approach a score of 1.2 million. This type of game was reserved for only the best of the best Tetris players, and even they couldn't consistently put up scores like this. It took a lot of luck to get long bars moving. So, Jonas instead prepared for the 2017 Classic Tetris World Championship. And that November, he officially made it 7 World Championship victories.
There it is! Jonas is your champion! 2017 champion!
There was nobody else on his level. And in June 2018, a year after his 1.21 million game, Jonas set out to improve the score world record, trying to take it to a level where nobody else could even touch it. This time, Jonas wasn't messing around. He was using the uncapped code. He could know right away what his score was. On June 13th, he got a really good game going, a max out in level 25. After landing 5 more Tetrises, his score was just short of 1.2 million, with only 4 lines until the kill screen. Jonas built a center well, waiting for the long bar that would push him over the top. And he got it. Let's go! New world record, 1.23 million. But Jonas wasn't satisfied yet. A week later, he managed another level 25 max out. He then got 6 more Tetrises, pushing his score past 1.2 million. 1 more Tetris, he'd have another record. But then, his stack started building high. Jonas wasn't getting a long bar. He was quickly running out of room. Yet, he didn't panic. Finally, long bar came. Oh, no. Get out of my face. A 15,000 point improvement to the world record. This was the state of NES Tetris in mid-2018. There were many good players, some of whom could score over 1 million points. But when all else was held equal, Jonas usually came out on top. He always won the world championship. He had the score record, and it was intimidating to compete against him. It seemed like, as long as he wanted to hold the high score world record, he'd be able to do so. That is, unless Corion had something to say about it. In 2016, a player named Corion posted a video of his first NES Tetris max out. By this point, several players had achieved max out, so the achievement alone wasn't too notable. However, when he posted a video with a hand cam, Corion was shown to be doing something very different. He was mashing the D-pad to move the pieces laterally, rather than simply holding it down. In Tetris, there's a concept known as the delayed auto shift, or DAS. When you hold down the D-pad in NES Tetris, your piece will auto shift to the side every 6 frames, or 10 times per second. This is quite fast, and leaves you with enough time to navigate even on the breakneck speed of level 19. However, Corion is from Japan, and NES Tetris was never actually released in Japan. So, his background was from playing various other versions of Tetris, including the Game Boy edition. In Game Boy Tetris, when you hold down the D-pad, the piece hesitates momentarily and then moves roughly 7 times per second. This process is too slow with playing at higher levels, so Game Boy Tetris players have to repeatedly repress the D-pad to move their pieces quickly enough. And since Corian was used to playing this and various arcade games, it was only natural to match the D-pad in NES Tetris as well. But this actually gave Corian an advantage. He was able to accurately mash faster than Das normally moved the pieces. He could move blocks just a little bit quicker than normal. And it meant that once he reached the kill screen on level 29, he actually stood a chance to clear a few lines. He couldn't play for long, but it wasn't necessarily an instant game over. In June 2017, he managed to clear 10 lines on level 29 and reach level 30. Only a couple other players had ever done that before, and not surprisingly, they had to use a form of hyper-tapping to pull it off. Ultimately though, this just let Corian get a few more points before topping out. If he wanted to beat the score world record, he needed to focus on getting more Tetrises before the kill screen. He spent months improving his skills. By August 2017, he became the 3rd player to pass 1.2 million. But as Jonas kept improving the record, Corian found himself falling behind. By June 2018, the score to beat was 1.245 million. But Corian didn't want to give up. Even though he was a bit behind Jonas, potential with hyper-tapping was just too strong. That summer, Corian began a push for the world record. And on June 24th, he had a strong game going. Landing Tetris after Tetris, Corian's score climbed past 600,000. Then, the game transitioned to level 19. This is where hyper-tapping would really come into play. Right away, he managed to get a long bar over in a spot that would have been risky with Das. He kept on going, precisely navigating pieces while frantically mashing on the D-pad. He ended up maxing out the score during level 25, just about tied with Jonas' world record. The Tetrises continued, and eventually, Corian found himself at 1.22 million, with only one line until the kill screen. He just needed one more Tetris. Corian was praying that it would come in time.
One. Freeze! Freeze, come on! Yes! Woo! Yes! 1.21. Woo!
This was the first ever game past 1.25 million. And finally, 7-time world champion Jonas had been dethroned. This game helped prove the use of hyper-tapping. While Corian wasn't guaranteed to have topped out with Das, there were definitely situations where hyper-tapping helped. Problem is, Corian was one of few players who could reliably hyper-tap. You not only had to mash quickly, but also do it in a controlled manner to always move your piece the exact right amount. Corian focused on other categories for the next few months, but in early 2019, he came back, looking to take the record closer to 1.3 million. And on March 5th, he'd get a good chance. His start was very smooth, and the only sketchy moment came at 800,000, when he misdropped and then narrowly brought a long bar over to the right in time. That's where hyper-tapping can help you. He ended up maxing out the score in late level 25. With 30 lines until the kill screen, Corian had just enough room to get 8 more Tetrises and finish off one more improvement to the world record.
Yes! Yes, I updated my world record! Yes!
This was a really great game, yet still remained 27,000 points short of 1.3 million. That score still seemed like a pipe dream. The only way to do it would be to get an earlier max out, and then match Corian's 8 Tetrises afterwards. And with Corian being one of the few hyper-tappers with the skill to do that, 1.3 million was just a bit out of reach. A A few months after Corion's 1.27 game, one of the strangest events in Tetris history took place. One day in June 2019, a man named Tyler Peach popped up in the Discord server. Tyler said he was from Germany, and that back in the mid-90s, he scored 1.33 million in a game of NES Tetris. This was a bold claim. For one thing, it was 60,000 points ahead of the current highest known score. And for another, the uncapped code didn't exist in the 90s. So how did he know what his exact score was? Tyler tried to convince people he was legit, but he came across as some random dude just making outrageous claims. So, to show his skills, Tyler said he would attempt to qualify for the July monthly tournament. Then, Tyler proceeded to post the highest qualifying score ever for a tournament. Only a handful of players had ever achieved the 1.2, and Tyler just did it on command to show his skills. He immediately began doing live streaming attempts to break the score world record, and just days later, he achieved the score 1.298 million, smashing the world record by 25,000 points. He maxed out in level 24, one level sooner than Corion did, and proceeded to match his 8 Tetrises afterwards. And while Tyler didn't use a webcam, it seemed that he too was hyper-tapping. He was able to get his pieces to fly across the board. Who on earth was this guy? Were his scores faked somehow? Nobody knew for sure, and the top players had a variety of opinions. There was nothing in Tyler's gameplay that screamed it was fake. The circumstances were just so weird. A legend from the 90s, who nobody had heard of before, coming back and crushing the competition. The story sounded too insane to be real. Well, months down the road, the truth came out. Tyler's scores were 100% legitimate, but he wasn't a real person. Tyler was actually the alt account of one of the best Tetris players in the world. He was the teenage prodigy, Joseph Saley. Joseph came onto the Tetris scene in 2017 and spent hours watching the game's 2 best players, Jonas and Corion. He learned a lot from them, and Joseph's skills rapidly improved. By March 2018, he achieved his first max out. By September, his score was up to 1.15 million. In less than a year, he had become a world-class player. However, there were still a handful of players who had a better score than he. A few months later came the 2018 Classic Tetris World Championship. Joseph entered the tournament and played beautifully, defeating opponent after opponent and making it all the way to the finals. What a surprise! The other finalist, Jonas Neubauer, the 7-time world champion. Jonas was heavily favored to defeat Joseph and take home his 8th title. Shocking twist, Joseph swept Jonas 3-0. Joseph Saley was now a world champion. But despite that, he didn't have the score world record. That still belonged to Corion. So, in early 2019, he made an effort to take it, first passing 1.2 million, then 1.25 million, but he still remained a bit short of the record, and that's where he decided to have some fun. Joseph started streaming attempts to an alt account, and built up the Tyler Peach persona. And even though he didn't do many attempts there, one of them ended up breaking the world record. So, he decided to roll with it, before eventually revealing that he was behind it all. So now, Joseph had them both, the championship title and the score record. But even beyond that, Joseph had one specific skill that no other Tetris player had. He could actually play on the kill screen. Joseph was a hyper-tapper, and a very good one at that. He moved pieces quicker than anyone else. The kill screen kicks in on level 29, and in September 2018, Joseph became the first person to make it to level 31 on video. A month later, He became the first to make it to level 32. It was amazing. Kill screens are not meant to be playable, but Joseph was doing it. He couldn't go for long, but he was legitimately clearing lines and even full levels. He was even outsmarting the developers. Upon reaching level 30, the game's level counter appears bugged. Tetris's programmers did not expect anyone to make it here. Joseph was doing what was thought to be impossible. But as impressive as this was, it wasn't enough to get the score record. Joseph would still have to maximize his Tetrises earlier to really rack up the score. And not only that, but he wasn't the only one gunning for the world record. Harry Hong and Corion, two previous record holders in the category, were interested in trying as well. And so, it became a three-way race between Harry, Corion, and Joseph for the first 1.3 million score in NES Tetris. Harry was the first to strike. In August 2019, he got a new high score of 1.275 million. This was short of the 1.298 world record, but those who thought Tyler P was cheating considered this score the official world record. Still, it didn't reach 1.3 million. Harry would have needed one more Tetris before the kill screen to push him over the top. Instead, maybe Corion can get the 1.3. He was the more recent record holder, and his personal best remained at 1.273 million. Perhaps his hyper-tapping skills would be enough to get him there. In November, Corion had a great game going. He got a max out at level 25, then landed 7 Tetrises, pushing his score past 1.2 million. After getting another Tetris, Corion was in position to crush his PB, and maybe get 1.3 million if he could just get one final Tetris. Corion got a massive long bar route, and couldn't get the last Tetris he needed. But of the three players, the one with the best chance at 1.3 million was Joseph. He'd already gotten 1.298 million on the Tyler account. He only needed a tiny improvement to get him there. Well, that December, Joseph found himself in nearly the exact same position as Corion. A max out in level 25, and needing one more Tetris for 1.3 million. This could be it. But the long bar had to come in time.
Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, Jesus Christ, dude!
Joseph already had 1.3 million, but then he landed a Tetris on the kill screen. This move was only possible with good hyper-tapping, not DAS. This gave him another 36,000 points, and pushed him past 1.35 million. It was the first time anyone had ever gotten substantial points on the kill screen in a record, and it raised all sorts of questions. Was this move realistic to replicate? How many kill screen points could you get? And since he was past 1.35 million, could Joseph get the score record to 1.4 million? This score would have nearly sounded impossible just weeks earlier, but now there was a blueprint. We'd already seen Joseph get 1.3 million points going into the kill screen. If he could land a few Tetrises and get 100,000 points on the kill screen, that would be enough for 1.4 million. Joseph was the only player who could realistically do this, and a few months later when the pandemic hit, he decided to fully commit and make a push for the 1.4. This was going to be an intense grind. Joseph had to maximize points everywhere, both before and during the kill screen. For one thing, he decided to start on level 19 rather than 18. That meant the pieces fell faster, but it also allowed him to rack up more points, potentially 30 to 40,000 more than starting on level 18. And Joseph needed every point he could get. He couldn't afford to burn lines. He had to nearly exclusively go for Tetrises to maximize points. Yet, as tough as all this was, It was actually the easy part of the grind. The hard part was then scoring 100,000 more points on the kill screen. Joseph could score 1.3 million by level 29, but getting the last 100,000 at this speed was brutal. As fast of a hyper tapper as he was, the kill screen was still the kill screen. You're not intended to play at this level. And Joseph had run after run die after making it this far. Clearly, 1.4 million would require the stars to align. Well, that June, Joseph would get a chance. He got a max out in level 25 and arrived at the kill screen just shy of 1.3 million points. He'd been here before. Now, he had to make it to 1.4. Oops.
Hey, this world record though. Nice.
A new record, but Joseph seemed to barely care. It was still 25,000 short of 1.4 million. This game really illustrates the dilemma when playing on the kill screen. Do you try and keep your stack low to survive as long as possible? Or try to rack up points quickly by going for Tetrises? Eventually, Joseph found a solution. Why not just get to the kill screen with a crazy score so you don't need that many points?
Dude. You got it, you got it. No. It's not good. Oh my god! World record though! Dude!
This pace was insane. Even scoring just one Tetris on the kill screen would have been enough for 1.4. But Joseph couldn't survive long enough to get a Tetris. He topped out just 10,000 points short. Still though, clearly he was closing in on 1.4 million. It seemed like it could be just days away. Well, on June 14th, 2020, Joseph started a game on level 18 rather than 19, and set a score of 1.384 million. This was the highest ever score from a level 18 start, a notable achievement. So, Joseph stopped recording on OBS and uploaded the video to YouTube. But then, he forgot to hit record again, and continued playing for the record. Joseph was oblivious to the fact that his gameplay wasn't being saved. And hours later, he allegedly achieved a score of 1.439 million. Obviously, this game can't be beat today. He was streaming it to a Discord call though, and one of his friends was recording the audio of said call, where you can hear people freaking out at what Joseph was doing.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 1.4! Oh!
But there's no video to go along with this. According to testimony from those who watched it live, this was a crazy game in the kill screen. It allowed him to blow past the 1.4 million barrier, and only a select few were able to see it. And even though there's no recording, Joseph knew what he had done, and had accomplished his goal. To this day, he's still never gotten a 1.4 on video. The following few months in 2020 were a strange time in Tetris history. Everyone knew the record was 1.4 million, but it technically wasn't official. It would still be a big deal the first time someone achieved 1.4 on video. That July, a player named Scotto Bozo tried using RNG manipulation to crush the world record. He was able to use a task to predict which pieces would come and plan ahead accordingly. However, his score of 1.5 million was quickly deemed to be a different category. So, the focus was back on trying to break 1.4, and while there were many new players getting into the game, one stood above the rest. His name was Dog Playing Tetris. In June 2020, he became the second person ever to achieve a score of 1.3 million. He was trying to get 1.4 million alongside Joseph, and while Joseph stopped playing after his unrecorded 1.4, Dog continued trying. He was perceived as the most likely person to pull it off. Dog was a hyper-tapper like Joseph, so he had the ability to play for a while on the kill screen. And by that fall, his score was up past 1.35 million. He was closing in, and his next PB could be the one. In October, he managed to get a max out early in level 24. This was definitely on pace for 1.4 million. But the Tetrises kept coming, and by the time he hit the kill screen, his score was already at 1.367 million. He only needed 33,000 points on the kill screen. Dog playing Tetris had to hold it together. He missed it by 14,000. This was still a new high score, but not enough to break 1.4. Even months later, the world had yet to see a score over 1.4 million on video. The combination of getting to level 29 on a good pace, and then getting enough points on the kill screen was just too much to ask. It almost mirrored the max out flames from decades prior. Even though a 1.4 million score had very likely happened, there was still no video of one for the world to see. It remained a nearly impossible score that existed only as a legend. Now, you might think this is all a build-up to someone finally breaking through, but that's not what happened. No, something much bigger was brewing in the background. While much of the community was focused on trying for 1.4 million, little did any of them know that Tetris was about to go through a revolution. Everything was about to change. For years, there had been two ways to play NES Tetris: gas and hyper-tapping. Gas was certainly easier, but hyper-tapping had higher potential. That's how players were able to get points on the kill screen. Well, by 2020, the game's demographic at the top level had shifted younger, and virtually all of these new top players were hyper-tappers. In fact, during that year's Classic Tetris World Championship, all of the players in the top 8 were hyper-tappers. It had taken over at the top level. But as dominant as his technique was, it was quite difficult. Not many people could match that pass while still retaining good control. It limited the number of record contenders, and those who could hyper-tap sometimes developed arm and hand issues. Hyper-tapping was powerful, but it was still far from an ideal technique. So in 2020, the game's new generation began looking for alternative techniques to match the D-pad. The leading theory was to try using multiple fingers instead of just one. Gaming legend Flyheck had a method for using 8 fingers on an arcade button, letting it mash up to 30 times per second. He also had a modified method for the smaller buttons of an NES controller. However, Tetris players had to mash the D-pad, and they struggled to adapt either of these methods. The D-pad seemed to simply be too small to use multiple fingers on. They needed a bigger button. That's where a player named Cheese found something brilliant. He watched Flyheck's videos and a mashing video from Silverbox, then combined them into his own technique. If the NES D-pad was too small of a button, why not use the entire back of the controller as a button? By resting a finger on the D-pad, you can roll your fingers along the back to push the controller into it repeatedly. This allows you to rapidly press the D-pad up to 4 times, or 5 times with the thumb at the end. That's just enough to move any piece to the far left or right. You can reach speeds upwards of 20 presses per second, twice as fast as hyper-tapping. It's also much easier on the hand and arm, and allowed for much more precision. As soon as Cheese found this technique, he knew it had the chance to break NES Tetris. He had just discovered Tetris' third place title, Roll. While rolling clearly had the most potential of all three techniques, it was also quite tricky to learn. Even though Cheese had discovered rolling, he struggled to use it for the first few months. He still had a head start over other players. Eventually, he started to get good. By early 2021, he was using it whenever he reached the kill screen. And it quickly became clear that he was able to do things that nobody else could. Cheese wasn't just playing on the kill screen, he was thriving. The best hyper tappers could last a few levels on the kill screen, but with rolling, Cheese found himself making it all the way to level 40. And remember, the kill screen kicks in way back at level 29. Simply put, the kill screen had lost its meaning. It no longer marked the automatic end of your game, at least if you were able to roll like Cheese could. By mid-2021, Cheese had the potential to take the score record. Thanks to rolling, his strategy was much different than those who came before him. His emphasis was less on maximizing points before the kill screen, but rather going as deep as possible on the kill screen while landing Tetrises. This meant he wouldn't need such a crazy score going into level 29. If he could then last long enough on the kill screen, he could beat the score record anyway. That June, Cheese played games to qualify for the July monthly tournament. On June 30th, he got a game that reached 1 million points by level 26. This was roughly 200k behind the world record, but Cheese knew he could make up those points on the kill screen. He reached level 29 and immediately missed your opportunities. This could be a death sentence for a hyper tapper, but for a roller, it was an easy recovery. From there, the gameplay just got complete. $1.461 million. Cheese had just smashed the world record. He had just cleared 80 lines on the kill screen and got 5 Tetrises in the process. These were worth about 40,000 points each, and were only realistic with rolling. For any top player who was still hyper-tapping, this game eliminated all doubt. Rolling was the future of NES Tetris. So, throughout 2021, the game's best players all improved that rolling. Previously, 1.4 million was about the limit for the score record. Now, there was no telling how high it could go. Cheese had made it to level 37, but if someone could last even longer on the kill screen, or get more points before the kill screen, then they could beat the world record. The big question was, who would be the next person to do it? Well, Dog Playing Tetris was the winner of the most recent World Championships, while players Pixelandy and Huffaluffagus came in second and third place. Meanwhile, Cheese was still an active player, and he was the best at rolling. All 4 of these players were top contenders, and they each had a good chance at raising the score record. However, in a surprise to most of the community, a player named Hydrant Dude moved into second place right behind Cheese. Hydrant Dude was more known for his contributions other than his gameplay. He'd made numerous ROM hacks of Tetris, and later published videos explaining the game's code and inner workings. Beyond that, he was also a good player, but not usually considered one of the absolute best in the world. But that changed when he posted a score of 1.445 million, because Hydrant Dude had developed one particularly important skill. He was really good at rolling. That meant he could last a long time on the kill screen. Now just 16,000 points behind the record, Hydrant Dude pushed on. And in September, he had a game that entered the kill screen at just over 1.1 million points. This pace was nothing too special, and he'd need more than 300,000 more points to break the record. But Hydrant Dude decided to take a different approach. Instead of going for Tetrises, he was going to try to last as long as possible. He would have to survive for probably 15 or so levels if he wanted to accumulate 300,000 points. But like I said, Hydrant Dude was really good at rolling.
1918. Is that world record? Did I actually just...
2 years ago, Hydra Dude believed 1.4 million would never happen. Now, he had just broken the world record with 1.464 million points, and he had survived all the way to level 44. At this point, it was seeming increasingly likely that 1.5 million was on the horizon. Although Hydra Dude had survived so long on the kill screen, his pace entering it wasn't anything special. If he could score a few more points beforehand, 1.5 million could be a reality. Well, Hydra Dude kept playing, and just a few days later, he got the pace he was looking for, 1.35 million entering the kill screen. This was nearly a $250,000 ahead of the world record. After landing 3 Tetrises on the kill screen and making it to level 41, Hydra Dude finally topped out. His score wasn't 1.5 million. It was 1.6 million. He had skipped straight over an F score and rolled the hexadecimal digit back to 0. This was the first ever rollover in NES Tetris history. It was also a 160,000 point increase over the world record. Hydra Dude had proven that he was no fool. His Tetris skills were legit. But he also had some heavy competition. As more time passed, the top players got better and better at rolling. By late 2021, Hufflepuffus was making a run at the record. Huff was already a world-class hyper tapper, finishing second place in the 2020 World Championships. But once rolling became dominant, he made the switch in technique, and was able to nearly reach 1.4 million. Huff was notably a very conservative player on the kill screen. He played even safer than Hydra Dude, rarely going for Tetrises and just trying to survive. In November 2021, Huff had a game that reached the kill screen at 1.15 million. This was nearly 200,000 behind the record, and didn't seem to have much of a chance. But then, he put his survival mode into full effect, and the level counter climbed higher and higher. Level 35, then 40, then 45. Huff had only landed 2 Tetrises, but he was somehow cruising in on the record. A couple minutes later, Huff reached level 50. This was the highest level anyone had ever reached in NES Tetris. Finally, on level 52, Huff topped out. His score, 1.676 million, a new world record for score, level, and points on the kill screen. His survival playstyle had worked to perfection, and it was unbelievable to watch. He lasted through 23 levels on the kill screen. Rolling had forever changed in NES Tetris. Gone were the days of needing to squeeze out every point before the kill screen ended the game. Now, players could just survive longer to make up those points. How high could the score go? By late 2021, the Tetris community was thriving. This was the most active it had ever been, and there was lots of competition for the score record. Rolling had given players who couldn't hypertap a second chance. They too now had a chance to snag the world record. And even though the top score was 1.67 million, it was climbing so fast that it seemed like a 2 million point game wasn't far away. However, over the next few months, it became very hard to track what the game's true world record was, all because of a practice known as vaulting. See, Cheese had a habit of playing games, sometimes even getting a world record score, and then only telling certain friends about it. Sometimes he did eventually upload his scores, and other times he didn't. Cheese gave various reasons for doing this: to better space out YouTube uploads, to make memes with his friends, and sometimes just because he could. So, we don't have a perfectly accurate record for a play, but we do know bits and pieces of it. In late 2021, Cheese allegedly achieved a new record of 1.7 million and didn't upload the video. However, it's unclear if this was before or after Huff's 1.676 million game, and we don't know what Cheese's exact score was. That being said, Cheese didn't vault all of his scores. He was an amazing player, and sometimes he had to play live, like when he had to qualify for a tournament. Since this was a qualifier, Cheese was just going for a decent score, not anything crazy. Well, 9 minutes later, he entered the kill screen at just 1.075 million. A good qualifying score, sure, but this was the lowest score at this point compared to any world record in the last 10 years. So, if he wanted a record here, this game would have to go easy. Cheese needed to pull off a miracle. For the next 13 levels, it wasn't looking like a miracle, but Cheese was surviving. He wasn't landing any Tetrises, so he didn't get many points, but he also wasn't topping out. Then, suddenly, he misdropped in level 43, and things got ugly fast. His stack piled high, and it looked like this was the end. Cheese's score was at 1.3 million, a fantastic qualifying score. He hadn't hit any Tetrises on the kill screen, and he was way short of the world record. Nobody would blame Cheese for just topping out here and being satisfied. Instead, he did this.
1.8! 1.9! Let's go! Oh my god! 2 million! This is insanity, honestly. I never expected to get this high of a score. GG. That's a good game. Best game I'll ever play.
Cheese went from 0 Tetrises and 1.3 million points to 11 Tetrises and 2.3 million points. This was the biggest world record increase in the game's history, and also the first time anyone had ever reached level 60. Just a legendary game. The community was shaken. This score was so far ahead of anyone else. It was hard to imagine playing for so long while also landing Tetris after Tetris. The inventor of rolling had just mastered his craft. And over the next several months, Cheese's 2 million score stood alone. While others tried and did improve their scores, none were able to crack 2 million. The world record remained a major outlier. Yet, despite this, Cheese was able to improve it once again. In January 2022, he set a new high score of 2.7 million. But unfortunately, this was another vaulted score. Video of the game has never been made public, and what little info we do have comes from the description of Cheese's 2.3 million game. Then, a few months later, Cheese got a score of 2.34 million points on video while qualifying for the April tournament. This eked out his highest recorded game, but was well short of his 2.7 million vaulted score. But no matter which of these 3 games you look at, Cheese was the premier player of NES Tetris. Nobody else could roll as long and as consistently as he could, and that's why he was the only player getting scores like this. But still, while they lagged behind Cheese, other players were improving their rolling skills. And with tournaments happening every month, there was active competition for the score record. One such competitor was Eric ICX. Eric was a good player, and he'd set some community milestones over the years. As a hyper tapper, he was the first person to reach levels 37 and 38, and while he was a good roller too, he lagged behind most other top players. His high score was just short of 1.5 million, in 13th place overall. Well, on April 1st, 2022, Eric got a great game going. He entered the kill screen at 1.282 million points, a fantastic pace. Minutes later, he passed 1.5 million and broke his personal best. Then, Eric went on what can only be described as a miracle run. He landed a Tetris on level 46, then another on level 58. In level 64, he'd been playing for so long that his camera shut off. Moments later, he broke Cheese's recorded world record of 2.34 million. This was unreal. Eric was great, but he was not expected to be a world record contender. He hadn't even gotten 1.5 million before. Now, his score was passing 2.4 million, with no signs of stopping anytime soon. By this point, another concept had come into play: scaling. As mentioned earlier, when you get a Tetris, the amount of points it's worth is determined by this formula. Basically, the higher the level, the more points you get. When Eric first entered the kill screen on level 29, his Tetrises were worth 36,000 points. But now entering level 70, any Tetris would be worth 84,000 points. And as the level climbed higher, these Tetrises became even more valuable. That's what scaling is. It's essentially the opposite of diminishing returns. The longer you play, the quicker your score rises. And that's exactly what happened to Eric. By the time he hit level 73, he had passed Jesus' vaulted score of 2.73 million. This game was now the undisputed world record, and it was still going. Eric passed level 80, then level 90. In level 92, he managed to hit a Tetris worth over 112,000 points. Finally, in level 95, Eric topped out. His final score was 3.772 million. Eric had just broken the world record by over 1 million points. He had more than doubled his own personal best, and he had achieved the game's first ever double rollover. The hexadecimal digit rolls over for a second time at 3.2 million. When he posted his score to Discord, many dismissed it as an April Fool's joke, but they quickly realized this was legit. The world record had been shattered, and Eric was the new champion. So, what did this mean for the Tetris community? Was the world record now unbeatable? Well look, getting a game to level 95 like Eric did would be close to impossible. This game was such an outlier that even Tetris' best players couldn't make it near that deep. But Eric's score was a different story. Scaling made it so that Tetrises were worth 100 grand by the end of the game. So if someone could reach level 70 or 80 again, and land a few more Tetrises than Eric, their score could shoot up past 3.7 million without having to make it as deep as level 95. It wasn't likely, but there was a path to beating his world record. And over the next few months, some of the game's top players tried. They worked on surviving on the kill screen for as long as possible. Even if they didn't need to make it to level 95, they still had to last a long time. But ultimately, nobody could do it. And Eric's legendary 3.7 million score stayed on top. But of course, the NES Tetris community is much bigger than this one world record. Tournaments have always been a big part of Tetris, and each month there was a Masters tournament featuring most of the game's top players. The majority of these tournaments aren't important for this video, but there's one match in the August 2022 edition that we need to take a look at. It was a battle between two titans, Huff, the former world record holder, and Eric, the current record holder. They were going to compete head-to-head in a best of 5. Eric's 3.7 million score still stood as the world record, but Huff was the only player who would come close to him. His personal best of 3 million points was in second place. These were quite possibly the two best Tetris players in the world, trying to score as high as they could against each other. Game 1 began, and it was clear both of these guys came to play. They both made it to the kill screen, before Huff finally topped out in level 41. Game 1 went to Eric. Game 2 began, and it looked like a repeat of Game 1. Both players were locked in, and made it to the kill screen. But this time, Huff had a slight lead over Eric, 1.1 million to 950k. They both survived to level 40, with Huff retaining his point lead. A few minutes later, both players arrived at level 50, and at this point, the game was entering rare territory. In the entire history of Tetris monthly tournaments, only 4 games had ever survived to level 50. The fact that this one had both players still alive was astounding. But Huff and Eric weren't done yet. A few levels later, they both rolled over the score. Huff still had a 100,000 point lead, but Eric wasn't backing down. As they both hit level 60, the game entered legendary status. This had become much more important than just a tournament match. Eric and Huff were so locked in that there was no telling how high they'd go. They kept cruising through the 60s. But suddenly, on level 66, Huff needed to get a long bar all the way to the left. He started his roll too late. It was all over. Huff topped out after an incredible performance all the way to level 66. Eric now needed just 100,000 more points to win the game, but he was already in rare territory. This chart shows all games that have made it to the kill screen in the last year of monthly tournaments. Making it past level 40 was very rare, while making it past level 50 was almost unheard of. The best tournament game ever made it to level 67. Huff had made it to level 66, just one level short. Yet, Huff ended up losing this game to Eric. Here's why. This is how far Eric ended up making it. According to Eric, once he broke the score record in level 105, his nerves went away. At that point, he was playing with the house of money. And that's what ultimately allowed him to play another 40 levels without topping out. Meanwhile, all Huff could do was watch. He simply looked on in astonishment as Eric completely destroyed the game in front of him. At the end, he applauded Eric, said cheers, and sat back in his chair. People had known NES Tetris would eventually get to this point, but Eric had rapidly accelerated that timeline. The goal was simple: last as long as possible on the kill screen. And while the best players have been able to survive for 10, even 15 minutes before, Eric had just survived for 28 minutes, double anyone else's best performance. In case there was any doubt, this game made it crystal clear. The days of needing to maximize your score early with Tetrises were now over. Now, Tetris was a game of survival and endurance, and nobody else could keep up with Eric. Eric had made it to level 146. However, the game's developers never intended anyone to make it past level 29, since the kill screen speed kicks in. And from level 30 onwards, they never checked that all their codes still operated correctly. Now, most things still work fine, but gradually, as you get deeper and deeper beyond level 29, Tetris begins to break more and more. The first sign of this is the level counter appearing bugged starting on level 30. The game plays exactly the same, except with this one graphical glitch. But upon reaching level 138, the game starts to deteriorate a bit more. Tetris normally has 10 color palettes, one for each of the levels 0 through 9, that then loop every 10 levels. This system works great for dozens of levels, even well beyond level 29. But by level 138, the game suffers from an integer overflow bug, and believes you're on a negative level. So, it pulls a color palette from an incorrect place, and the result is these bizarre looking colors. Starting from level 138 and looping every 54 levels here on out, each level has a glitched color palette. Some are stranger looking than others, but for the most part it doesn't impact the gameplay. It's just an aesthetic glitch, much like the bug level counter. Except, some color palettes are so dark that you can barely see them on a normal TV. The first one of these is on level 146, a mixture of dark blue, dark green, and black. Programmer Greg Cannon went through all the glitched colors and assigned nicknames to them. Level 146 got the nickname Dusk. Sure enough, Dusk was the level that took Eric out. He couldn't see the pieces anymore. He probably could have gone a lot longer had it not been for this level, but it marked the end. 6.4 million point game. If someone wanted to beat Eric's score, they'd most likely not only need to make it back to the glitched colors, but also find a way to make it past Dusk. And right now, nobody was close to doing either of those things. In all honesty, the rest of the community was just trying to play catch up with Eric. But as the months passed in 2022, players tried to close the enormous gap in scores. In September 2022, Alex Thatch became the second player to break 4 million points. And a few months later, Dog playing Tetris passed 5 million points. Yet both players remained well short of Eric's score, and neither of them reached the glitched colors. After these scores, there was nearly no activity at the top level for close to a year. New players managed to reach 3 and 4 million points, but the very top remained unchanged. Eric's 6.4 million score towered above the rest. Too daunting to try and even approach. The community needed some form of motivation. And right around then, in November 2023, they got that motivation in the form of a tournament. No Cap November. See, tournament games used to be no more than 10 minutes each. You'd rack up as many points as you could, then hit the kill screen on level 29 and top out. But then rolling came along, allowing players to last much longer on the kill screen. And tournament games turned into marathons of endurance, rather than going for points. So, organizers began forcing players to stop at level 39, restoring the original purpose of the kill screen. But just for fun, in November 2023, the community decided to do one tournament under the old rules. Players would be allowed to play indefinitely at the level 29 speed, with no cap at level 39. So, to prepare for the tournament, players began practicing level 29 more than ever before. They tried to build up stamina to outlast everyone else. And it turns out, this practice is exactly what the community needed, because in the build-up to the no-cap tournament, for the first time in over a year, new players reached the glitched colors. A player named Gerald Freeman reportedly got a score of 6.321 million points. In true Tetris fashion, it was unrecorded, but also short of the world record. Instead, the score we're going to look at is one performed by Pixel Andy on November 17th, 2023. Andy had been a top-tier player for years now, constantly in the top 10, but never holding the record. But during tournament practice, he'd gotten even better. And now, he was able to take a run at the top spot. Andy hit the kill screen, and then began clearing level after level. 40, then 60, then 80, then 100. Pixel Andy was starting to approach the glitched colors. The world record was getting closer, but he'd likely still have to beat Dusk. Passing level 120, Andy was still rolling. Then, just 8 levels away from glitched colors, he misdropped. Thankfully, his stack was still low, and it was a quick recovery. But it was a sudden reminder of how quickly things could get out of hand. On level 138, Andy entered the glitched colors. 8 levels to go before reaching Dusk. Played through the bizarre-looking colors, he was moments away from level 146. It was time for Dusk. Yet, when he got there, I don't think he was ready. He did it, and was immediately treated with a much brighter level 147. This was it. Pixel Andy was locked in. He'd survived Dusk's color palette, and now there was no telling how long he could play for. Until he made it to the very next one.
What? What is going on? Where's the color? I can't see it. No, I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it on my screen. It just went dark.
Yeah, Dusk isn't the only hard color palette. Just 2 levels later, on level 148, you encounter Charcoal. It features a mix of white, dark gray, and black. And it's even harder than Dusk. After playing 147 levels beautifully, Andy was not ready for Charcoal. He'd made it over 6.4 million points, and topped out just 57,000 shy of Eric's world record. A heartbreaking finish. Now, this was a new record for the highest level reach, 2 levels higher than Eric, but the glitched colors were a problem. Dusk and Charcoal had taken out both players who'd made it this far. But to significantly raise the score record, you'd need to make it past both these levels. The community was at an impasse. Someone had to find a solution. Maybe that someone could be Fractal. Fractal broke onto the scene in 2019, achieving his first max out. Since then, all he'd done was improve. He'd taken his score to 5.7 million points. And in November, he won the 2023 Classic Tetris World Championship. Now, despite being 4th on the score leaderboard, Fractal is considered to be Tetris' best overall player. He was also the most likely candidate to break Eric's record. Fractal had some history with the glitched colors. Back in 2022, he technically became the first player to ever reach them, but he did so on the PAL version of the game, which runs 17% slower. This made the kill screen speed easier and helped Fractal survive. When Eric reached the glitched colors on NTSC, he got the credit and attention. Deservedly so, since doing it at a faster speed was much harder. Now in 2023, Fractal tried to prepare himself for Dusk and Charcoal. He practiced these levels extensively, making sure he wouldn't be caught off guard by their dark color palettes. But still, for Fractal, reaching the glitched colors kind of felt like been there, done that. He was the world champion, and was probably the best player in the community. So, Fractal didn't just want the world record. Instead, he set his sights higher. He wanted to reach NES Tetris' true kill streak, the game crash. As mentioned earlier, the deeper you play in Tetris, the more it breaks. Initially, these are purely aesthetic glitches. Eventually, the game deteriorates even more. On level 30, the level count breaks. On level 138, the colors glitch. On level 155, the game can become completely unplayable. NES Tetris is an old game. Its code works very well during normal gameplay, but these players were taking the game further than the original programmers ever dreamed. As the level climbs higher, the game's code gets very inefficient with updating the score. Eventually, it takes so long to update the score, the game has to draw the graphics when it's not supposed to. As a result, it tries to read RAM as code. Depending on what it reads, if a stop command is generated, then the game will simply crash on the spot. Now, this crash doesn't just automatically happen at a certain level. Various conditions have to be met, taking into account what level you're on, what piece you have, how many lines you clear, and more. Hydro Dude created a spreadsheet showing all the spots where the game can crash on an unmodified Tetris cartridge. And it turns out the first place the game crash can occur is by clearing a single line on the transition into level 155. This crashes the game every time. However, by this point, no top player was using an original Tetris card. Instead, they were all playing on Tetris Gym, a modified ROM that completely changed the scoring mechanism. As a result, the game crash doesn't occur on Tetris Gym. So if you wanted to go for a game crash, you had to use an original cartridge with no uncap code. That meant your score would have to be manually calculated afterwards, a major pain. But Fractal knew that it would be worth it. For years, level 29 had been called Tetris' kill screen. It wasn't a kill screen anymore. Players could survive on that speed for a long time. But this game crash was the true kill screen of Tetris. There was no way to play onward once the game crashed. For 34 years, every game of NES Tetris ever played had ended in the player topping out. Now, Fractal had the chance to change that. He could be the first person to beat Tetris. And he wasn't that far away. The world record had already made it to level 148. If Fractal could just make it 7 more levels, then land a single into level 155, he would crash the game. It was within his reach. Standing in his way was Charcoal, the level that nobody had beaten before. If Fractal couldn't find a way to beat it, then he'd have no hope of crashing the game. Over the next few weeks, Fractal practiced extensively. He came up with strategies of staying alert on the dim levels. He built his consistency with rolling. And eventually, he felt he had a good chance to make it past Charcoal. Finally, it was time. Fractal's years of playing Tetris had all led up to this. He was ready to start streaming attempts to crash the game. Fractal went live and started playing. But just an hour into his first night of attempts, someone else shocked the world. This is Blue Scooty. He had just made it past Charcoal in a live game. Blue Scooty was an elite player, but not considered to be quite on Fractal's level. Just weeks ago, he finished 3rd place in the Tetris World Championship that Fractal won. But with his personal best at 5.2 million, the world record was technically within reach. Now, he'd just become the first ever player to make it past Charcoal. Scooty was able to hold it together for a few more levels, but ended up topping out at level 153. His final score, 6.6 million, a new world record. All of a sudden, Fractal had serious competition in getting the first game crash. Scooty was just 2 levels short. Now, he was playing on Tetris Gym, so even if he'd made it to 155, the game wouldn't have crashed. But now, Scooty realized how close he was to making history, and he too switched to playing on the original cartridge. It was now a 2-way race for the first game crash. The world champion Fractal against the newcomer Blue Scooty. The pressure was on for Fractal, and he was more determined than ever. After seeing Scooty's new record, he continued with his attempts, and within hours, he had another chance. He made it to level 130. Just 25 levels away from the game crash. But at level 133, it started to get dicey. He misdropped a couple pieces, and his stats piled high. Fractal decided to go for a risky maneuver to save his game. He dropped the T-piece here, and at the last moment, rotated to fit in this gap. It was a precise move. It was his best chance to keep the game alive. Just like that, it was over. 22 levels from the crash. All he could do was keep trying. The very next day, he got another one. He played beautifully for half an hour, and eventually made it right back to 130. But just like yesterday, it started to unravel. The long bar drought combined with misdrops caused the stack to rise. Fractal hadn't come all this way just to top out at level 130 again. He had to find a way to dig out of this. game was alive. 20 levels till the game crash. Game over on level 137, just 18 levels short of the crash. Any of these games could have been the one. Fractal couldn't stop now. He kept his stream going. Within hours, he found himself on another promising game. He once again passed level 100, then made it to level 130, where all his previous games had fallen apart. This time, things were different. He kept his stack low, and ended up reaching the glitched colors. 17 levels to go in the game crash. Fractal powered through the different color palettes. He knew what was coming next. Dusk and Charcoal. He'd mentally prepared himself for them, and felt there was a good chance of making it through. Moments later, Fractal entered level 146. It was time for Dusk. Fractal was still caught off guard. He instantly misdropped and couldn't recover. This game was enough to beat Blue Scooty back for the score world record, but it remained just 9 levels short of the crash. Finally, Fractal had to stop for the day. That was 3 close calls in just 24 hours. No one could say he wasn't trying, but today, it wasn't happening. He stopped his stream, went to sleep, and the next day he started up his house again. But just a short while into this stream, his chat let him know that Blue Scooty was on an amazing run.
Wait, what is Scooty at right now? Oh my god.
He had made it all the way to the glitched colors, level 138, 17 levels from the crash. He was quickly approaching Dusk and Charcoal, but Scooty had had success beating those levels before. Now, with the pressure of a game crash on the line, he'd have to do it again. Blue Scooty made it to level 146, stayed calm, and began playing Dusk. Beautiful. One down, one to go. Charcoal was next, the level that nobody else had beaten before. Scooty knew that if he could beat Charcoal right now, he had a really good chance of getting the crash. This was happening. Blue Scooty was now on level 149. 6 levels from the crash. Fractal couldn't believe what he was watching, and he was cheering him on.
Kill.
Blue Scooty had adrenaline coursing through him. He knew what he had to do. Hold it together for just a few more levels. He kept playing, rolling the pieces into place with no margin for error. The level climbed higher. And finally, he arrived at level 154. Just one more step for the game crash. Transition into level 155 on a single line clear. The strategy here was to keep the stack as low as possible, to make single line clears easy. The 4 lines all went according to plan. But then, he misdropped an S-piece. His stack started to pile up, but Scooty stayed calm in the face of danger. He continued getting single line clears, until he was just 1 line away from the transition. He now needed 1 more single line clear. But then the game gave him a long bar. Scooty, perhaps out of habit, took the bait. Scooty had made it to the glitched colors. He'd beaten Dusk and Charcoal. He'd held it together the entire way. and at the last possible moment, he'd still missed the crash. He was flustered, but he knew it might not be over. There were still other places the game could crash. Scooty didn't know exactly where, but he hoped that if he kept going, maybe the game would crash at some point. Scooty played through the next couple levels. He did beautifully given the weight of what had just happened. The game didn't crash. On level 157, it was too much. He started misdropping, and it was clear that he wasn't going to be able to recover this. The game would be over in a matter of seconds. Out of desperation, Scooty threw a J piece to the left, hoping that a line clear would somehow crash the game. Blue Scooty had defeated Tetris. This is the game's true kill screen. It's where Tetris gives up and says you win. Had Scooty missed this one line clear, it's unlikely he would have been able to get another one before topping out. But he also had a bit of luck on his side. According to Hydradude's spreadsheet, this line clear only had a 73% chance of crashing the game. But it all lined up. It all worked out, and Blue Scooty crashed the game. But even crazier than the achievement itself was what happened over the next few days. A Game Scout published a video talking about Scooty's accomplishment, and it went viral. 10 million views in a matter of days. Soon, media outlets were picking up on the story. Articles were written. News segments were broadcast. Blue Scooty was interviewed on morning news shows. And then he got to meet the creator of Tetris, Alexei Pajitnov. It was a media phenomenon, one of the biggest stories of the week. And in the background of it all was Fractal. This was supposed to be his achievement. He'd spent years looking into the crash, helping discover what conditions were needed and what caused them. And after years of build-up, somebody else had swooped in and beaten him to it. Now, credit to Scooty. He'd done an amazing job closing out his games. But Fractal had come so close to getting it first. Now, he could only watch as Scooty's accomplishment made headlines around the world. Fractal had to face the facts. He could no longer be the first person to get the game crash. And he wasn't going to get the wave of attention that Scooty got. But he could still finish what he started. So, Fractal continued trying to get his own game crash. It took a couple weeks, but on January 3rd, 2024, he cleared a single line on the transition to level 155.
7, 8, 9.
This wasn't the first game crash, but it was the world record for the earliest game crash. Level 155 versus Scooty's level 157. And while there weren't news stories or Good Morning America interviews from Fractal, the Tetris community knew what he had accomplished. And now, hopefully all of you do too. Thanks to the game crash, the Tetris community had a spotlight on it. New players were getting into the scene, and veterans were playing more than ever before. But now that the game crash was out of the way, people turned their attention back to the score record. It had become a bit lost in all of this. But the highest score of all of these games was Blue Scooty's first game crash, 6.85 million points. And it was beatable. Scooty was playing as safely as he could to make it to the crash. So, he only got 3 Tetrises after hitting level 29, leaving lots of points on the table. If someone had the guts to go for a Tetris after reaching English colors, it would be worth over 166,000 points. Land a few of those, you could crush the score record. Several players ended up going for the record here, but the player who ultimately broke it was Pixel Andy. On January 11th, He started a game that made it to level 29, and for a while, he wasn't going for any Tetrises. But then, they started to pour in.
Good boy. Nice. Yes. Yes.
By level 130, Andy had already broken the score record before even reaching the glitched colors. But he didn't stop there. He continued landing them, scoring over 170,000 points each time. This hyper-aggressive playstyle was working. His game could end at any moment, but in the meantime, he was racking up the points. Finally, in level 148, Andy topped out. His final score was 8.9 million points, more than a 2 million point improvement on the record. And that's the power of landing Tetrises late. Scaling comes into play, and your score adds up fast. Now, the community had a dilemma. Andy's score record landed so many late Tetrises that beating it by scoring more points wasn't too likely. Instead, players would have to beat his record by playing further to beat it. And with the game crash just a few levels away, there didn't seem to be much room there. So, they had two options for how to proceed. Option number one, crash dodging. Starting on level 155, many levels have some trigger that can cause a game crash. Initially, it's how many lines you clear, and in later levels, it's what pieces you drop. However, these conditions had all been mapped out, so in theory, someone could memorize what to avoid on each level, then dodge crashes to keep playing indefinitely. However, the combination of playing at this speed in the first place, with memorizing conditions on every level, and then executing it at the same time, it would be a lot, even for these amazing players. But there was also an easier option. Players could simply go back to playing on Tetris Gym, which patched the crash, and not have to worry about crash dodging at all. Now, some might argue that this isn't exactly fair, because if you played Tetris on the original cartridge, the crashes would all be present. Why are you allowed to just patch them out like this? There's a wide range of opinions on this topic, and you can come to your own conclusion about what's fair. But there's no denying that removing crashes does simplify things quite a bit. And ultimately, players had been using the Gym ROM for years. The race for the game crash was a fun one-off challenge, but now, most agreed it was back to playing on Tetris Gym. And with the crash patched and players breaking new boundaries, these guys had a new race in front of them. The race for 10 million points. The Classic Tetris YouTube channel began hosting weekly Race to 10 Million events, where Blue Scooty, Fractal, Pixelandy, and a few others all played to break the score record. On top of that, there was a community-funded bounty of $2,600 for the first 10 million point game. There was a lot of anticipation, and with so many top players trying, expectations were just as high. However, weeks passed, and not only was there no 10 million point game, but nobody even improved their high score. Playing long enough to score 10 million points required immense concentration, and when factoring in the pressure to be the first to cross a barrier and the cash bounty at stake, each good game was like a mental battle. Fractal, Blue Scooty, Pixelandy, Dog, Gerald Freeman, these guys were all good enough to reach 10 million, yet week after week they came up empty. But then, on the night of March 11th, 2024, someone started messaging players in the Classic Tetris Monthly Discord server. These were from another top player, Alex Thatch, and this is what he sent. This was a new world record and just short of the 10 million point barrier. It was also unrecorded. Now, Alex was definitely a good player, holding a few various records over the years. He used to be one of the fastest hyper-tappers, and was good at rolling too, but had never officially held the score record before. He was claiming to have crushed his recorded PB, offline and without video proof. Alex said he was practicing late at night while listening to Moist Critical, and out of nowhere, he got this crazy game. The general consensus was that the score was likely legit, but without a video, it couldn't be considered official. So, the very next day, Alex Thatch began streaming attempts to prove himself. Now, expecting to match or beat yesterday's score was unreasonable, but if he could put up some decent scores on command, that would help substantiate his 9.9 million claim. Alex sat down and started playing some Tetris, but little did he or anybody watching know that this was going to be the greatest game of Tetris ever performed. It started off like any other. He reached level 29 and decided to play conservatively in hopes of getting into the game.
Slow and steady, like, wins the race, you know?
He kept climbing through levels, and for the most part, his stack stayed very low. Eventually, he passed level 100.
Yes! Level 100.
The game was starting to get serious, but Alex stayed very calm. On level 138, he entered the glitched colors. He was cruising. As he reached the dark palettes, he echoed the words Fractal used to lock himself in.
Eyes wide open. Eyes wide open. Eyes wide open.
It worked. Alex played through the 150s, and at this moment, if he was playing on an original cartridge, the game would have likely crashed. Since he was on Tetris Gym, he was able to keep going. And all the while, Alex just kept talking.
Yes! Redemption! Give me redemption! Oh my god! And we're gonna keep fighting for this 10 mil. We need to win that bounty. You got nothing on me. I'm gonna keep going. I'm going to the 10 million. And I'm gonna get it.
This was actually a brilliant strategy. The main thing stopping players on these games was themselves. Nerves caught up to them, and they just couldn't hold it together. So to counter that, Alex distracted himself. He hyped himself up, and as a result, his nerves melted away.
Give it! Bring it on! Come on!
On level 185, Alex crossed 10 million points. This was now the official world record, and he'd earned the $2,600 bounty. Then, he crossed level 190, and then level 200. All the while, he wouldn't be quiet.
Bro, these colors got nothing on me. I can highlight literally.
On level 216, Alex landed a Tetris. It was worth over 260,000 points. How was this game happening? Could it go on forever? Does Tetris have an end? Well, it sort of does. You can play all the way to level 255, and then the level counter rolls over to 0, and the game essentially restarts. This is known as the rebirth. For years, it was known to exist, but wasn't considered at all viable. But Alex might have a shot at it right now. However, there was still one thing standing between Alex and the rebirth: level 235. In NES Tetris, levels last 10 lines. However, due to a bug, level 235 is a bit different. It lasts for 810 lines. It's an absolute marathon to make it through, especially with the dark green color palette it has on Tetris Gym. So when Alex entered level 235 moments later, he knew he had a tough task ahead of him.
Oh, wait, what? Wait, this is the 800 lines level. Oh my god.
He'd cleared 10 lines so far, only 800 more to go. For the first time all game, Alex stopped talking. He struggled to see the pieces and needed to use all his focus. For 70 more lines, all went well. But eventually, he began to misdraw.
Oh, that might be it. Oh my god! What as... Oh! Oh! Oh my god! This is redemption! Day 1 of 10 million? Look what we got.
This just completely blew every other game ever played out of the water. To put it in perspective, Prior to this game, few people had ever cleared more than 1,400 lines in a game. Alex had just cleared 2,374 lines, and his game lasted a full hour. He had figured out the secret formula to surviving in Tetris. Just distract yourself and don't care. A few weeks later, Alex raised the score slightly to 16.7 million, and to this day, nobody else has beaten his score. But there's no doubt that the rebirth is coming. Alex, Blue Scooty, Pixel Andy, and others have all been trying to make it there. They're certainly all capable of doing it. And sure, it's gonna be a slog to make it through the 810 lines of 235. If there's one thing we can be sure of, Tetris players are constantly redefining what's possible. And before long, one of these guys will achieve the rebirth. The only question is, who's gonna do it first? Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video. Thanks! This is Mario Kart DS. It's a classic. Online racing, mission mode, retro courses, and non-stop action. It was extremely popular in its heyday, with millions of gamers racing against each other. But that was nearly 20 years ago. Its popularity has died down with each new release in the series. These days, most of the world has moved on from Mario Kart DS. And yet, there's still a group of gamers who never stopped playing it. There remain competitive leaderboards for Mario Kart DS. These are players who've poured thousands of hours into the game, perfecting their driving and setting world records on each course. And the best player of all is awarded the title of Mario Kart DS World Champion. For the past 20 years, the champ title has changed hands many times, as the best Mario Kart DS players have come and gone. This is the history of the Mario Kart DS champion. Now a word from this video's sponsor, Red Magic. If you like Mario Kart DS, you probably like gaming on the go. And there's no better way to do that than with Red Magic's new gaming smartphone, the Red Magic 9S Pro. This is the best phone that a gamer can have. For starters, the Red Magic 9S Pro has incredible specs. With a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 processor and 16 gigabytes of RAM, it has a beautiful, bright 6.8-inch screen with up to 512 gigabytes of storage. There's also no need to worry about it heating up while you're gaming. The 9S Pro has a cooling gel that results in a nearly 40-degree temperature drop in the CPU. So, no matter how powerful the game you're running, your phone will stay nice and cool. The battery life is also incredible, lasting up to 56 hours on a single charge. The Red Magic 9S Pro is equipped with what you need to play nearly anything, including 4D vibration and 520Hz shoulder triggers. And for the retro gamers, this phone has classic gaming wallpapers that you can actually play. While the phone is in standby, you can play a quick game of Tetris or Snake to pass the time. If you want the best phone for gamers on the go, pick up a Red Magic 9S Pro. There's 4 colors to choose from. I have Cyclone, but they're all cool. Click the link in the description or pinned comment to get your phone today. Thanks again to Red Magic for sponsoring this video. November 14th, 2005, Mario Kart DS is released in North America, and launched right alongside it is the Mario Kart DS time trial website. These fan-made sites existed for each game in the series. Players could submit their fastest times on each track and compare against others around the globe. Mario Kart DS has 32 tracks. Each track saves both your fastest single lap and your fastest 3-lap race. So, that's a total of 64 times where racers could compete. Players submitted their times via email on Yahoo groups, and the very first player to send in times was the owner of the time trial sites, Mark Jones. He was a competitive Mario Kart 64 player, yet wasn't particularly good at Mario Kart DS. But since he was the first to submit, he became the world champion by default on November 15th, 2005. However, Mark would only be champion for one day, because on November 16th, someone else submitted all of their times, Michael Freed. Michael was a veteran of the series. He held world records in both Mario Kart 64 and Mario Kart Double Dash, and was still ranked very highly in each game. Unsurprisingly, he was also really good at Mario Kart DS, and he started sending in world record after world record. So, how did Michael get fast times in Mario Kart DS? Well, like most games in the series, it's important to take good lines with your kart and avoid any slowdowns. This same principle is seen in every Mario Kart game. But Mario Kart DS has another important mechanic not seen elsewhere. Because right when the game was released, players discovered that the game's mini-turbo system could be abused. A mechanic known as snaking. By hopping into a direction, then rocking the D-pad left and right twice, you charge a mini-turbo that gives you a burst of speed. Now, in other Mario Kart games, these mini-turbos take a while to build up, and are designed to be used mostly on long turns. But in Mario Kart DS, they're much quicker. They take just 3/4 of a second to build up, and the boost you get can last longer than this. So, you can just non-stop charge mini-turbos through the whole race, alternating between left and right mini-turbos on straight paths. You have to constantly rock your thumb back and forth on the D-pad through the entire race with little to no breaks. But if you can master it, it allows you to go much faster than normal. This is Mario Kart DS's most famous mechanic, snaking. Thanks to his mastery of snaking, combined with his experience in other Mario Karts, Michael Freed quickly became the game's best player. By November 19th, he actually held all 64 of Mario Kart DS's world records. Now, this was only 5 days after launch, so competition was limited, but those who submitted times could not keep up with Michael. On November 22nd, a player named Christopher McMullen managed to wrestle the champ title away from Michael, but it was very brief. Later that same day, Michael took back the top spot, and then quickly made it back to 58 out of 64 world records. This dominance continued for weeks. While he couldn't hold all the records, Michael regularly held 40 to 50 of them. By January 2006, he'd been the champ for 2 months. Essentially ever since the game's release. And finally, he began to see some competition. His record total started to fall, down to only 38 out of 64. Even though he continued setting world records throughout the month, he was still slowly losing ground. And much of that was because of one challenger. By the end of January, a man named Miguel Rodriguez had moved into second place. Michael and Miguel were total opposites. While Michael was a seasoned Mario Kart veteran, Miguel had no competitive Mario Kart experience. He just happened to be really good at Mario Kart DS. Throughout January, Miguel chipped away at Michael's record total. At the end of the month, Michael's lead was just 29 to 18, and actively shrinking. That being said, world record total is actually not how the champion is determined. Instead, it comes down to something a bit more balanced: average finish. Average finish is essentially your average ranking across all tracks. The lower your average finish, the better. For instance, if half of your times were world records, but the other half were all in 50th place, your average finish would be 25. This score is much worse than a player who has no world records, but is in second place on each track. That's an average finish of just 2. This system rewards consistency above all. The goal isn't just world records, but to get good times on every last course. Any weak times severely hurt your score. So, even though Michael had a solid world record lead, Miguel had the more balanced time sheet. As a result, his average finish had nearly caught up to Michael, and after a few more improvements, Miguel did it. He became champ despite holding fewer world records. For the first time since the day after the game's release, Mario Kart DS had a new champion. Over the next few months, the game became more popular and the champ title changed hands repeatedly. In April, a player named Lars Stelzig briefly took the top spot. The very next day, Miguel beat him back, tied with Mark Jones for the shortest reign in Mario Kart DS history. A few weeks later, Michael became champion for the second time. However, his second reign would be much shorter than his first. Just 2 weeks later, Michael was surpassed by the number 5 ranked player, someone who would go on to be one of the greatest players in Mario Kart DS history, a man named Thomas Bolton. Thomas had been playing the game for months, but he was primarily a Wi-Fi player. This game mode was introduced in Mario Kart DS and allowed you to race against others online. Thomas played on Wi-Fi nearly every day, and he became simply amazing at it. It got to the point where he could beat literally any player in the world in a head-to-head race. Even though he'd mastered that game mode, he barely touched time trials. As it turned out, his Wi-Fi racing skills translated perfectly. Thomas finally joined the site in mid-2006 and immediately began setting world records. In a 4-day stretch in mid-June, he set 10 world records, causing him to overtake Michael and become the new time trial champion. Part of the key was all of his Wi-Fi racing. It had made Thomas an extremely consistent player. While other champions had grinded tracks over and over to obtain world records, Thomas needed to be consistent on all tracks to always beat racers online. So when he finally started playing time trials, the world records came flying in. This was too much for anyone else to approach. They could maybe take a record here and there with heavy grinding, but Thomas's consistency was off the charts. He'd surpassed everyone else in the world, and not Michael Fried nor anyone else could catch him. On July 21st, the weekly news update was titled, Bolton Unchallenged. He remained alone, easily on top of the average finish leader. Although Thomas seemed invincible just weeks ago, Sasha Broniger was making a meteoric rise. Out of nowhere, he went from setting a record every few weeks to setting them nearly every single day. Thomas was playing too, but he couldn't keep up. He was still number 1 for now, but if something didn't change fast, Sasha was about to pass him to become champion. Thomas did his best, but Sasha's records kept pouring in. And after a flurry of activity from Sasha in mid-August, a new champion was crowned. What had just happened? Mario Kart DS hadn't seen a player like Sasha before. Sure, guys like Michael Fried dominated the record table early on, but competition was much weaker back then. Now, even against a player of Thomas Bolton's caliber, Sasha was able to build a big lead that just kept growing. By the end of October, Sasha had 28 site records, Thomas had 17, and nobody else had more than 6. Sasha and Thomas were a cut above the rest, but one was clearly ahead of the other. Sasha was not only good, but also ruthless. Whenever Thomas posted that he'd set a new record, Sasha took that as a call to action, and within days or even just hours, Sasha always beat him back. It happened time and time again. There was almost something arrogant about Sasha's posts. They often had a smiling emoji, like he was daring you to try and beat one of his times. And if you did, he'd make sure it didn't last long. Other site members were absolutely invested in Thomas and Sasha's rivalry. There was a lot of debate about who was truly better. Most were on Thomas's side. They said the only reason Sasha was ahead was because he played 20 times as much as him. They said Sasha had no life, that Mario Kart DS was his only passion. The leaderboard didn't lie. Sasha was the champion, not Thomas. And by mid-November, Sasha had become the longest reigning champ in Mario Kart DS history. But in December, Thomas made another push for the top spot, and this time, he took a different approach. Rather than chasing Sasha's records, he'd focus on all his other times, trying to get all 64 of his times into the top 3. This could still lower his average finish enough to make him champ, despite potentially not taking any new records. Sasha wouldn't have any world records to beat back. It was a smart approach, and it paid off. Thomas lowered his times on track after track, and by December 18th, Sasha's 131-day reign had come to an end. And Sasha beat him back. Despite actively playing, Thomas could only hold the top spot for 8 days. When Sasha rattled off a few new records, it was all over. He could do things that Thomas simply couldn't. And it just kept going. Sasha's world records came in on a daily basis. As 2007 rolled around, it seemed like there'd be no hope of ever dethroning him. Thomas had missed his one opportunity. But then, early 2007, there were 2 big changes. Change number 1, the replay code. You may have noticed the lack of video footage thus far. That's because Mario Kart DS's built-in replay system is horrible. For other Mario Kart games, the replay of a race has the same camera angle as the race itself, directly behind the kart. But Mario Kart DS gives you 2 screens during the replay. The top screen is like an action movie, aerial shots of the race that change every few seconds. The bottom screen is just a map of the course. It's hard to see the actual driving with any level of precision, and when combined with camera quality back then, most world record videos from 2006 looked something like this. Are you enjoying this footage? No, of course you're not. But in February 2007, world record holder V-Dash found an action replay code that shows replays as if they're live. This was a huge boost for the quality of Mario Kart DS world records, and going forward I'll be able to show you more of them. Change number 2, the PRB leaderboard was created. Back in December 2005, a player named Minsan found something called Prolonged Rocket Boost, or PRB. By getting the maximum start boost and starting a mini turbo immediately, as long as you're able to stake and preserve this top speed, your kart enters the glitch state of PRB. You're then able to drive off-road without slowing down. PRB saves a variable amount of time. On tracks with no off-road areas like Waluigi Pinball, it saves nothing. But on tracks like GBA Luigi Circuit, it can save a few seconds. The key is that you can't stop snaking at all, or you lose PRB. It's very difficult and was deemed to be a glitch, so it was banned from all submissions to the website. But in March 2007, site admins revisited PRB and decided to allow it on its own leaderboard. Both PRB and non-PRB have near equal prestige, but since PRB allows for faster times overall, that's what we'll be tracking for the rest of this video. So, this was the state of the PRB leaderboards once the switch was made. Sasha was still number 1 and Thomas was number 2, by about the same margin as before. Number 3 was a player named Julio, and number 4 was a player named Fabian. These were the 4 best PRB players in the world, but Sasha still remained dominant, holding nearly half of the game's records on his own. Thomas, Julio, and Fabian were all friends who talked regularly, and the 3 of them were getting really frustrated with Sasha. For one thing, he didn't always post videos of his new records, while Thomas, Julio, and Fabian typically did. Yet, Sasha seemed to be effortlessly beating their times, not letting them hold records for any period of time. It was almost like he was patrolling the forums, waiting for a new record to beat. The insults to Sasha continued. He has no life. The amount he plays isn't normal. Maybe they were right, or maybe they were just jealous. But it didn't matter. Other than one brief 8-day period, Sasha had held the top spot for the past 7 months. World records were effortless to him. Whenever Sasha saw a time was beaten, he could just pick up and play to instantly beat it back. Then all of a sudden, in the middle of March, Thomas disappeared. He went from submitting times nearly every week to nothing. Nobody heard from him. And then, weeks later, the number 3 ranked player Julio also vanished. A short while after that, the number 4 player Fabian stopped submitting times too. One by one, the number 2 and the number 4 players had all disappeared, as if they'd just given up. It was normal to take breaks, but for all 3 to suddenly stop at once, this was bizarre. All the while, Sasha just pulled further and further ahead. He had no active competitors, and his already huge leads continued to grow. But eventually, he grew tired of racing against himself. It wasn't fun with no competition. So, he too stopped playing. By mid-May, it was very quiet at the top, with all 4 top players inactive. Then, on May 25th, 2007, it happened. It was a sneak attack. They'd been playing all along, but secretly so that Sasha couldn't play defense. For weeks, they'd been setting world records offline. And now that they'd done enough to affect Sasha's ranking, they suddenly posted them all. And the end result? If something like this were done today, there would be significant pushback. The players involved would be heavily criticized or punished. But in 2007, most of the community cheered them on. They were excited about all the drama, and were especially happy that nearly all of these times had videos to go with them. In all, Thomas, Julio, and Fabian boarded dozens of times, and took 12 records away from Sasha. What was Sasha's reaction to all this? Well, remember, he too was inactive when the reveal was made. But when he saw what happened, he simply said, "If I make a comeback, the charts will look a bit different." But the comeback never happened. Sasha only submitted one more time before quitting the game forever. The community hasn't heard from him since June 2007. Now 17 years later, his Mario Kart DS page remains dormant, likely never to awaken again. Like it or not, Thomas Bolton was back on top. And underhanded tactics aside, he was still a very popular member of the community. Thomas regularly talked to players on the forums and raced against them on Wi-Fi. But here's the thing. Everything we've covered so far, from Mark Jones all the way to Sasha, was just from the first year and a half of the game's release. Nobody had been able to lock down the top spot for more than a few months. Well, with Thomas Bolton, that was about to change. Although his rise was controversial, Thomas became the best player the game had ever seen. With Sasha out of the way, he was able to go on a tear, setting world records like they were nothing. And by September 2007, he held an incredible 40 out of 64 world records. That's close to what Michael Free was able to do right after the game's launch. And now, in a much more competitive era, Thomas managed to do something similar. It was remarkable. Fabian was Thomas's biggest rival in 2007, but he could only hold about 10 world records to Thomas's 40. The remaining few records scattered among several players. Thomas also set some of the longest lasting records in the game's history during this period. In April 2009, he got a Choco Island 2 lap record that stood for the next 8 years unchallenged. He was a masterclass in PRB, taking flawless lines while snaking until right before the end. And yet, despite all these records, despite having a huge lead over everyone else, I still call this period the reign of indifference. For one thing, Thomas still preferred doing Wi-Fi races over playing time trials. And when he didn't seem to care about his average finish at all. There were certain tracks he outright refused to play just because he didn't like them, like Rainbow Road and GameCube Luigi Circuit. Which makes it all the more remarkable that, despite these preferences, he still had the lowest average finish by a mile. No one was even close. This pattern continued into 2008, as Thomas held on to about 40 world records. That summer, he began to get his first serious challenger, a player named Ben Stoneman. Ben's average finish began plummeting, going from over 7 in March to just 4.21 in June. And by September, it was genuinely getting close. Ben and Thomas were separated by just over half a point. However, despite their close average finish scores, Thomas still had an absolutely massive world record lead. Ben had a few world records, but all 64 of his times were good. Thomas had a lot of world records, while barely bothering to play certain other courses. In other words, Thomas was playing for records, while Ben was playing for champ. It was pretty clear that Thomas was the better player, he just didn't care. If he'd just play Rainbow Road, he could pull away and leave Ben in the dust. But he refused. What was it about Rainbow Road that Thomas couldn't stand? Well, it was one of the very few tracks in Mario Kart DS with shortcuts. The rail shortcut is done by jumping after using a shroom to land on the rail, ultimately skipping most of the loop. And the pipe shortcut is done by jumping off the road and fooling Lakitu into placing you further ahead on the track. Thomas had absolutely no interest in these shortcuts. He preferred a more consistent playstyle, like when racing others online. Shortcuts didn't fit into that mold at all, with very different mechanics to the rest of the game. So, Thomas's Rainbow Road time stuck out like a sore thumb in a sea of world records. Throughout the rest of 2008, Thomas and Ben remained deadlocked, as their average finish gap remained roughly the same. But in 2009, Thomas kicked it up another notch. In April, he increased his world record total to 46, while moving a full average finish point ahead of Ben. It all reached a peak in October 2009, when Thomas managed to hold 48 out of 64 possible world records. That's 75% of all PRB records in Mario Kart DS. Just incredible that someone is able to get this far ahead on a game that millions of people have played. Thomas felt that this might be his peak in Mario Kart DS. Even the champ for 2.5 years, there were few courses where he didn't hold the record. Where else could he even go from here? All Thomas could do was sit around and wait for someone to get good enough to challenge him. He thought that might be coming soon. It turns out, he was right. Although it had been smooth sailing for Thomas so far, 2010 could be a much different story. This is Abel. Abel had been playing Mario Kart DS since release, and joined the website in 2007. He became obsessed with the game, playing as often as he could and learning from its best players at the time, Sasha and Thomas. He embarked on a slow, steady progression up the rankings. He entered the top 10 by mid-2008 and the top 5 by early 2009. He hadn't been a threat to Thomas so far, but he just kept getting better. And now in 2010, he was officially a contender to be the next PRB champion. There was also someone else. On Halloween night 2008, more than 3 years after Abel began playing, a weekly news update was posted. These posts talked about site activity from the past week, including ranking movements and world records. This week's update focused heavily on top players Thomas and Ben, and there was also a cameo from Abel, who at this point was ranked number 7. But as a footnote at the end of the update, there was mention of a new player who was improving rapidly. He was named David Roldan, and was still outside the top 100. What followed was one of the quickest ascents in Mario Kart DS history. Just 6 months later, David had made it all the way to the top 25. He had a very uneven approach to playing. Funnily enough, he was dominant on the one track Thomas hated, Rainbow Road. David held both the lap and 3-lap records there, while he lagged behind on most of the other 31 tracks. As quickly as he'd improved, he was mostly considered a one-track specialist. Incredible at Rainbow Road, but not a record contender anywhere else. But you see, today, 15 years later, David Roldan is better known by his online pseudonym, MK Dasher. And all of a sudden, in the second half of 2009, MK Dasher did this. The champ was on. Thomas still held a majority of records, but for the first time in years, there was a serious dent in his total. All 3 players continued playing and setting records, and their average finish gap shrunk. But suddenly in April, Thomas said he needed to take a break from playing. He was in school and had to focus on his studies for a while. This was Abel and MK Dasher's big chance to take the top spot. Both players duked it out over the next couple months. That May, Thomas officially lost his record majority. The tide was turning. Thomas's days on top were numbered. And on July 7th, Abel made a grand reveal. He'd set 15 new PRs, improving all of his lowest ranked times. None of them were new world records, but they helped lower his average finish just enough. Despite only holding 7 world records, Abel had become the new PRB champion. The greatest reign in Mario Kart DS history had come to an end. But the battle wasn't over. MK Dasher was still actively playing. Abel had to keep going or risk being dethroned immediately. Sure enough, just 3 days after Abel became champ, MK Dasher posted 7 new times to bolster his time sheet. Then more just a few days later. He was already closing in. Abel had to do something quick. He posted a couple PRs on July 25th to stay ahead, but on the 27th, MK Dasher posted 5 of his own. And guess what? Abel's reign as champ lasted just 20 days. MK Dasher now had a narrow average finish line for Abel. Through the summer, both players continued their dogfight, and Abel took the top spot back in early September. After 3 years of no movement, the champ title was now constantly changing hands. On the world record front, MK Dasher had about twice as many records as Abel, but Abel's consistency on other courses balanced things out. However, their record totals still paled in comparison to Thomas Wolfen. The only reason Thomas wasn't champion by a mile was because of his outright refusal to play Rainbow Road. His ranking on that course had nearly slipped out of the top 40. The fact that he was still in 3rd place overall was a miracle. If only Thomas had been willing to play Rainbow Road. But now, he hadn't been seen in months. His average finish was only going down compared to Abel and MK Dasher. And then, Out of nowhere, for the first time in months, Thomas submitted a new time to the website. And guess which course it was on? Finally played Shortcut Rainbow Road. This wasn't an amazing time, barely ranking in the top 20, but it was an enormous improvement over 42nd place. This one time made his average finish drop by 0.45, enough to move Thomas back ahead of MK Dasher and Abel. The king was back on top. A few days later, he sent in more Rainbow Road times. This is what Thomas needed to do all along. Now, he had a decent average finish lead and a big world record lead. It was like a repeat of his last big rank. He seemed invincible to anyone else's challenge. However, Thomas was still quite busy with school, and after submitting a few more PRs in October, he once again stepped away from the game, potentially opening the door to MK Dasher and Abel. So, who would capitalize this time? Well, neither one was playing much at this point, perhaps a bit taken back by what Thomas did. Then in November, MK Dasher began submitting times again. And we know MK Dasher is good, but this was a totally different guy from a few months ago. He was setting a new PR nearly every single day, and as his average finish dropped, the community began to see who he really was. For months, MK Dasher, Abel, and Thomas had been trading the champ title back and forth. But now, MK Dasher was about to pull away, and do things that the game had never seen. On November 8th, 2010, MK Dasher reclaimed the PRB champion. At this point, he had 16 world records, well behind Thomas's 26. But in 2011, he went on a world record spree, reminiscent of what Thomas himself did back in 2008. It was world record after world record. That August, he passed Thomas's world record total, never looked back. Even when he wasn't setting world records, he was still cleaning up his timesheet, improving his slower ranked times. Frap Snowland 3-lap, for instance, one of his weakest times in 10th place, he lowered by a full second, a massive amount for a player of his skill level, and good for 2nd place. MK Dasher now had a big average finish lead, in addition to a big world record lead. He was easily considered the game's premier player, and the only guy who could maybe compete with him at this point was Thomas. But once again, he was nowhere to be seen. Thomas played Mario Kart DS for years, and now that chapter of his life was behind him. So, MK Dasher only had one real competitor during this period, a player named Rupa. Rupa appeared essentially out of nowhere in 2011. He joined the site and almost instantly began setting world records. But perhaps more impressive than his driving skills was his innovation. He implemented small pieces of tech that helped him save time in ways nobody else was doing. For example, in Mario Kart DS, you lose a small amount of speed if you steer without drifting. Now, normally this isn't an issue, since you're drifting through the whole race. But right at the start, you typically have to turn to set up your first mini-turn. So to avoid a slowdown here, Rupa started doing a neutral hop. He hopped and turned in the air just before landing, letting him change his direction while preserving his forward momentum. He also started doing neutral hops at the end of some laps. After the last mini-turbo, instead of steering to face the finish line, Rupa started hopping without turning to preserve his forward speed. These were small time saves, but when combined with incredible driving, Rupa was able to build up a number of world records. He peaked in May 2012 with an impressive 13 of them. But just like Thomas Bolton, there were a number of courses he didn't care to play, so he was never much of a threat to take the champ title from MK Dasher. Then in 2013, Mario Kart DS entered a very inactive period. The game was 8 years old at this point, and its popularity had gradually died down while games like Mario Kart Wii took over. During its heyday in 2006, nearly 1,800 world records were set across the year. In 2013, that number was down to just 44. Most players had moved on, and even MK Dasher was playing much less than he used to. Despite the inactivity, players still set a handful of records, but they didn't put much of a dent in MK Dasher's records. And that was the state of Mario Kart DS in the spring of 2014. MK Dasher was still the champ, but overall activity was very light. Perhaps the game just needed some kind of a spark. Other than snaking, Mario Kart DS had a reputation as one of the least broken Mario Karts. Only 3 out of its 32 tracks had shortcuts, and most of those were very minor. But now, 7 years after the last shortcut discovery, shortcut number 4 was found on Mario Circuit. On April 9th, 2014, Folk and his friend Toa found that by driving toward this wall with speed, then hopping on this raised slope, you could get enough air to land on top of the wall. It was quickly found that you could clear the wall entirely and use this as a shortcut, cutting out a bend to save about a second and a half. Now, this wasn't a very big time save, but it was enough that you had to get a time with this shortcut, or else your rank would fall way behind and hurt your average finish. And sure enough, within days, MK Dasher was back and setting new records on Mario Circuit. His first submissions to the site in over a year. It rejuvenated his love of the game, and he began playing more than ever, like grinding for the first sub-1 in Sky Garden. He even found his own new shortcut on Rainbow Road, the Loop shortcut, a faster and easier replacement for the Rail shortcut. MK Dasher was more active than he'd been in years. His world record lead had increased, and his average finish was leaps ahead of anyone else. At this point, he'd already been the champ for nearly 4 years, and although he'd faltered slightly while taking a break, his lead was once again growing and he'd separated from others again. How long could this go on? Could anybody catch MK Dasher? Then, in June 2014, there was an unexpected post on the forums. Thomas Bolton was back. Over the last 4 years, Thomas had barely touched Mario Kart DS, but since the game's official Wi-Fi servers were shutting down, Thomas wanted to come back and play a bit more. And this time, he was going to focus heavily on playing time trials. Now look, Thomas had been a dominant champ back in 2008, but that was years ago. He'd been passed up by MK Dasher. How good could Thomas be in 2014? He still set world records? Thomas Bolton came back out of nowhere, set 8 world records in just over a week, and beat MK Dasher to take back the champ title. His skills hadn't gone anywhere. In fact, he was playing better than he'd ever been. This was despite not playing competitively at all in over 4 years. Although he'd resisted shortcuts in the past, Thomas decided to try the new ones on Mario Circuit and Rainbow Road. And he actually posted respectable times, as high as 6th place on Rainbow Road and 3rd place on Mario Circuit. But even more important, Thomas was directly out-dueling MK Dasher on some of these records. For instance, in June, MK Dasher had set a new lap record on Donut Plains with some minor strategy changes. But when Thomas returned, he decided to play it too, and beat the time that MK Dasher had just posted. He got the record, and it ultimately helped him pass MK Dasher for champ. Thomas and MK Dasher were both extremely active over the following months, as they each set world record after world record. These two stood head and shoulders above the rest. They had 41 records between them, while nobody else had more than 8. This was a beautiful period for Mario Kart DS. The 2 best players the game had ever seen, battling it out and trading the champ title back and forth. But all good things must come to an end. While the summer months of 2014 had rampant record activity, by the end of the year, things had slowed down. And by early 2015, the dust had more or less settled. Thomas was just ahead of MK Dasher as the PRB champion, but they were now both inactive, sitting alone at the top, holding a majority of the game's records. 2015 was another quiet year for Mario Kart DS. Thomas was in the middle of his 7th reign as champ. but he wasn't actively defending his title. So, the door was open for somebody new to make a move. That summer, guess who made a charge toward the top spot? That's right, it was Ben Stoneman. You might remember Ben from 2000, when he got fairly close to Thomas, but couldn't quite get there. That was kind of the story for Ben. Always in the top 5, but never the champ. But with both players ahead of him out of the way, Ben saw a chance to move up. He set a number of PRs that beat Thomas, but not MK Dasher, causing MK Dasher to briefly move ahead of Thomas for champion. But Ben kept going, eyeing the top spot for himself. That October, he took the Luigi's Mansion lap and 3-lap records. It was enough to push him over the top. For the first time in 5 years, someone other than Thomas or MK Dasher was the PRB champion in Mario Kart DS. Now, part of the reason Ben was on top was because of other players in activity, but he was still an incredible player in his own right. Of the 35 records set in 2015, Ben did more than half of them. He also set 21 total records during his reign as champ, and on some courses he was flat out dominant, like Luigi's Mansion and Yoshi Circuit. He lowered the records repeatedly on these courses, and for years nobody could touch him, not even Thomas or MK Dasher. Throughout 2016, there was very little movement. Ben was the only active top player, and he had a small but stable lead in average finish. But it's worth noting that Ben was considered a little weaker than the champs right before him. Thomas and MK Dasher were both inactive, and he'd taken advantage of the opportunity. Ben still had a very strong time sheet, but he didn't have that many world records. It was generally believed that if either Thomas or MK Dasher came back, Ben's status as champion would be very low. Then, for the first time in 2 years, MK Dasher set a world record. It was on GameCube Luigi Circuit, thanks to a new strategy developed by Toa. In the description, he said he had a bit of free time this summer to play Mario Kart DS again, but don't expect a long comeback. Well, 2 weeks later, after world records on Luigi's Circuit and Luigi's Mansion, MK Dasher had beaten Ben Stoneman. And over the next month, he set records on Peach Circuit, Choco Island 2, Koopa Beach 2, and Rainbow Road. MK Dasher hadn't missed a beat in the last 3 years. In fact, it seemed like he was playing even better than before. He was setting world records with an ease that he'd never had. By late August, he was up to 22 world records. That fall, his world record quest continued. MK Dasher was gaining record after record, and he just kept going. This was MK Dasher at his absolute best. He had no challengers. This continued through all of 2018, and by June of 2019, MK Dasher held 35 world records, the most records any one person had held since Thomas Bolton in 2010. Of these 35 records, 2 of them stood out above the rest, because they were the 2 longest-lasting world records in the game's history. The first was MK Dasher's Shroom Ridge 3-lap record, set way back in August 2009. Shroom Ridge is a uniquely difficult course. First off, it's one of the longest tracks in the game. It also has cars all over that you need to avoid, making ideal lines harder. There's upward and downward slopes that affect mini-turbos, and it's extremely hard to keep PRB so you can drive over the grass in the middle section. In August 2009, MK Dasher got a 137.856, a really good race that took risky lines between the vehicles and the wall. It stood as the world record throughout the long reigns of Thomas Bolton, Ben Stoneman, and MK Dasher himself. Players got close over the years, but nobody could quite get there. Finally, in September 2020, Max beat the record after an 11-year reign on top, only for MK Dasher to beat him back just 7 days later. His other long-lasting record was the Sky Garden lap record from February 2010. This is one of the few tracks in the game with a shortcut. You have to keep PRB, press R to hop at the last moment, then shroom and precisely navigate to recover speed. MK Dasher was easily the best player at this shortcut, which is why his 18.757 lap also stayed for 11 years. In May 2021, it was finally beaten by Boreas, and this time it took MK Dasher longer than 7 days to beat it back. It took him 8 days. Nobody else came close to MK Dasher. In the past, even when he was the champ, he had competition like Thomas or Ben, but now there was really nobody. He held a majority of world records and had been the champ for the past 3 years with a massive lead. MK Dasher seemed untouchable. But who are we kidding? We've seen this before. No matter how dominant the champ, no matter how amazing the player, nobody stays on top forever. On the evening of September 20th, 2020, a player named Nikiri posted in Discord that he'd stumbled upon somebody new. This person's name was Taiga, and he just posted a video of a 156 on Waluigi Pinball. That was an incredible time, and good for second place overall. Nobody had heard of this guy before. Taiga hadn't submitted to the site and showed no progression of his times. There was just a near world record sitting on his YouTube page with no elaboration. Over the next week, a couple more of these elite level times popped up on Taiga's channel, including a second place time on Sky Garden. And then, on September 25th, Taiga uploaded another one. He had just beaten MK Dasher's Bowser Castle world record. That same day, he posted a video scrolling through his PRs on each course, and it showed that he had an elite time on nearly every track in the game, including 4 world records. Who was this guy? Where did he come from? Taiga had just suddenly popped up with no progression or prior community contact and beaten 4 world records held by the game's very best players. These were veterans who'd been playing the game for years, and he'd beaten their times like it was nothing. Oh, and one other important thing to note, Taiga was 11 years old. Taiga's videos were uploaded by his parents, who said in the description that he was in 6th grade. And most of the community realized this had to be true. There was no way an 11-year-old could come along and single-handedly take down times that a community of veterans had played for years to achieve, right? I mean, some of these guys have been playing since before Taiga was allegedly born. These videos were either faked or played by some veteran who was trolling the community. But when they asked for proof, Taiga responded with a hand cam video showing it really was him playing. This was actually real. An 11-year-old had somehow become one of the best Mario Kart DS players on Earth, and he was beating records that were set when he was a toddler. Although there was limited footage of him driving, top players could tell that Taiga had inhuman consistency. He was also playing with the 3DS Circle Pad, which was virtually unheard of among top players. Taiga only had 4 world records, but it was clear that he had the potential to get way more, perhaps even enough to rival MK Dasher. But nobody knew what would happen next. Would Taiga fade away, or keep setting records? Well, Taiga did indeed keep playing. By the end of 2020, he'd increased his record total from 4 to 6. It wasn't the world record domination that some had predicted, but he was still hanging on to his fair share of records. Maybe climbing all the way to the top was unrealistic for 11-year-old Taiga, but he'd carved out a niche for himself in the Mario Kart DS community. Or maybe he was just getting started. Taiga had ascended the mountain. After 9 months of heavy playing in 2021, he'd nearly made it to the top. All the while, MK Dasher was playing and setting his own world records, but he kept losing ground to Taiga. For every record that he set, Taiga got multiple others, and the result was the complete erosion of his world record lead. On September 17th, 2021, it officially happened. Taiga passed MK Dasher's record count. But was this enough to make him the champ? How did his average finish compare to MK Dasher? Well, overall, Taiga had an incredible time sheet. If he didn't have the record on a course, he was usually in second place. One notable exception. These were his Moo Farm ranks. Taiga was pretty disconnected from the rest of the community and seemed to not care at all about average finish. So, even though he passed MK Dasher in nearly every metric, Moo Farm prevented him from officially being a champ. MK Dasher still held the crown. By late 2021, MK Dasher gave up trying to compete with Taiga. He realized it was a pointless endeavor. Instead, he focused on grinding individual tracks he enjoyed, like Rainbow Road, lowering these records over and over. He knew his champ status could disappear at any moment. Meanwhile, Taiga kept playing too, setting new records while also lowering ones he already had. By mid-2022, his world record lead had grown, despite still not technically being the champ. And then, in October 2022, it happened. Taiga played Moo Farm. It was far from perfect. On his 3-lap time, he missed a mini-turbo and hit a wall at the end. But his driving was still incredible overall. He improved his times from outside the top 150 to 3rd place. And finally, it was made official. Taiga was the champion of Mario Kart DS. Could MK Dasher respond? Well, in 2023, he went all in, doing everything he could to close the gap between himself and Taiga. But no matter what MK Dasher did, he remained 5 to 10 world records behind Taiga. Even when he managed to beat a few of Taiga's records, Mario Circuit 1, Donut Plains 1, Figure 8 Circuit, Taiga always beat him back in a matter of weeks. It was reminiscent of what Sasha did to Thomas back in 2007. Before MK Dasher knew it, his progress was always undone. He then turned to cleaning up his timesheet instead of chasing world records. This helped close the average finish gap somewhat, but Taiga still had a comfortable lead. This continued throughout all of 2023. Both players were active and improving their PRs. By early 2024, Taiga had been on top for a year and a half, and despite MK Dasher's best effort, he hadn't been able to pose much of a threat. That was the status quo, all the way until April 2024, when there was a revolution. On April 5th, 2024, someone new popped up in the Mario Kart DS Discord server, Zumo de Papaya. Right away, he started asking about a potential glitch on Luigi's Mansion. He was wondering if it was somehow possible to bounce high enough to clip through the wall and down to the floor below. The players had already seen bounces like this before. They weren't consistent enough or big enough for anything meaningful. But Zumo was an experienced glitch hunter. He knew what he was doing. And as he kept experimenting with different angles and steering, his bounces began to get higher. Other players started to take notice, and one named Juan began experiments of his own. A few hours later, Juan posted that he had done it. He bounced over the wall and clipped down to later in the track. This was Mario Kart DS's first new shortcut in more than 10 years. And it was about to kick off a revolution of new shortcuts, all revolving around this one technique, the super bounce. Here's how it's done. You must angle your kart back in the air while falling, press R on the frame you land next to a wall, then steer perpendicular to said wall. This allows you to get massive air, and potentially skip certain sections of the track. The super bounce opens up the door to many new shortcuts, but it's limited somewhat because of the game's checkpoint system. Each track has a number of key checkpoints you must drive through, and If you miss one, the lap won't count. So, if your super bounce causes you to miss a key checkpoint, you won't complete a lap upon crossing the finish line. Ultimately, Zumo, Juan, and others collaborated to find 3 new shortcuts using the super bounce. The first new RTA viable shortcuts since 2014. The first was on Luigi's Mansion, which you've already seen. It saves about 1.5 seconds and is also the hardest of the 3 shortcuts. You can see you're not skipping any key checkpoints by cutting out this section of the track, so the lap counts. The second shortcut was on Delfino Square and used an idea theorized years ago by a player known as Nine. You jump off the lip, hit the bridge to bounce and tilt your cart back, then super bounce over the wall to skip a section of the track. Just like Luigi's Mansion, this shortcut also saves about a second and a half. But the biggest time save of the 3 shortcuts, and also by far the easiest, was on Waluigi Pinball. It's performed after a long fall from a zipper, and by using a mushroom, you can make it all the way to the bottom of the pinball machine. It saves close to 9 seconds per lap, blowing the other 2 shortcuts out of the water. The Waluigi Pinball shortcut was first hit in the world record by iMathy on April 13th. iMathy is a Mario Kart shortcut aficionado, who's hit shortcut world records in several Mario Kart games. It only made sense that he'd be the first to hit this one in Mario Kart DS. But what about our world champions? They were used to incredibly fast racing without shortcuts. How did they adapt to the super bounce? Well, Taiga did briefly take the Waluigi Pinball lap record, but there's no footage of him ever using the shortcuts on Delfino Square or Luigi's Mansion. He did manage to hit a new lap shortcut on GameCube Luigi Circuit, but for the most part, he's stuck to non-shortcut racings. MK Dasher, on the other hand, well, he got good at the super bounce. At times, he's held all 6 shortcut records across the 3 super bounce courses. He's mastered the shortcuts themselves, and when combined with his driving skills, he can outmatch nearly any player in the world on these courses. The shortcut revolution has given MK Dasher a leg up on Taiga. As a result, it's brought him right back into the competition. On April 14th, MK Dasher took the champ title from Taiga, and ever since then, they've been trading back and forth. As of now, MK Dasher is officially the PRB champ. He holds a very slight lead over Taiga, thanks in large part to his shortcut records. Their rivalry is stronger than ever. They hold a combined 61 out of the game's 64 world records. And as exciting as their futures will be, it's just a small part of Mario Kart DS's history. These are the best players that ever touched Mario Kart DS. Their records, their struggles, and their stories live on. They'll remain a part of this game's legacy forever. Thanks for watching. For a behind-the-scenes look at how I made this video and storylines that I couldn't include, join my Patreon page. I only charge when I upload a video. Thanks. This is level 5-2 from Super Mario Bros. The Lost Levels. It's a game known for its difficulty, and 5-2 was designed to be no exception. Brutally difficult, but completable with experience and practice. When speedrunners began playing this game, they expected 5-2 to be just another level they had to conquer. But as they tore it apart, they found that 5-2 was anything but ordinary. This level has challenged speedrunners like none other. Hundreds of hours have gone into breaking it down. But it's a puzzle that keeps gaining new layers. Glitches not seen anywhere else. Strategies unique to this level. Mario games are known for their speedrunning tricks, but there's no level with the history of 5-2. And now, a word from this video's sponsor, Rocket Money. Look, I'm subscribed to a number of services. Streaming platforms, music, cloud storage, it's hard to keep track of it all. And recently, I realized that I was still subscribed to a platform that I hadn't watched in months. It was costing me money the entire time. Well, Rocket Money is here to help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you save more and spend less. It's a personal finance app that allows you to manage subscriptions, lower bills, build a custom budget, and grow your savings, all in one place. I think it's a great tool to help you save money. Rocket Money safely and securely identifies recurring charges and cancels unwanted subscriptions for you. They also automatically monitor your spending by category, give notifications when you've exceeded them, and visualize your spend to earn ratio by month, quarter, or year. To save more and spend less, join the 3.4 million members using Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/summoning-salt or click the link in the description to get started for free. You can also unlock even more features with premium. That's rocketmoney.com/summoning-salt to get started for free. What makes 5-2 so unique? Well, it begins as a straightforward stage. You run forward while dodging Koopas and Piranha Plants. This can be tricky without slowing down, but with practice you can time your jumps so it's no issue. But 5-2 gets interesting after running past a long upside down pipe. This block contains a vine, which, when climbed, sends you to the World 8 Warp Zone. So 5-2 is a gateway to the final stretch of a Lost Level speedrun. Now, the beginning of the stage and the Warp Zone itself are both pretty straightforward. You can just run and jump without stopping. But the challenge comes from the transition. How do you get from the underground section to the Warp Zone as quickly as possible? Well, back in 2004, tool-assisted speedrunners tried to answer that question. Biscuit published a task in February 2004 where he hit the block from below, then landed on an elevator and rode to the top. It worked, but it was pretty slow. A few days later, he found a faster method. With precise movement, you could barely land on this higher elevator, then just jump up and climb the vine. This was about a second faster, but there was still one frustrating element. After exiting the screen, you have to sit there and wait for 5 seconds while a cutscene of Mario climbing the vine plays. This is universal anytime you climb a vine in Super Mario Bros. It's not unique to 5-2, but it did slow the stage down quite a bit. So, Biscuit's methods from 2004 were fast, but a question still remained. Can you somehow get rid of this 5-second cutscene? Welcome to 2008. The best Super Mario player in the world is a man known as Andrew G. Andrew is synonymous with Mario speedrunning. He's held the Mario 1 record for years, and is so far ahead that he's gotten bored with it. So now, he's playing its sequel, Lost Levels. Andrew began running the game in mid-2008, and initially played 5-2 like others did. Then, Andrew decided to try something new. See, whenever you leave the screen, the game determines where you go based on a value called the area pointer. In 5-2, once you pass the right lip of this pipe, the area pointer changes to the warp zone, which is why the vine takes you there. The game doesn't care how you leave the screen. You can either climb the vine or go down a pipe, and you'll be taken to the same place. Except the cutscene only plays when you climb a vine. If you arrive somewhere via a pipe, you simply spawn in without fanfare. So even though you're intended to use the vine, accessing the warp zone with a pipe would save about 5 seconds. If only we could find a pipe. These upside down pipes were new to the Lost Levels, and they put one right next to the warp zone. this would be perfect. Except you can't enter upside down pipes. None of them across the entire game. The lesser man would be discouraged. And Andrew G simply said, how about I do this instead? This is a normal pipe. You enter from the top. This is an upside-down pipe. Its pieces are simply reordered, not rotated, so it's still accessible to enter from the middle. And normally, if you jump into the edge of a block, the game just ejects you out. But here, the game pushes you into the edge of the screen further. So you can't exit the pipe, and by mashing jump to click further inside, you can go down the middle. Andrew G found the first human viable method of a 5-2 wrong. Andrew entered the pipe with a 349 on the timer. It counts down from 400, so the higher the number, the faster you were. There were few speedruns of the lost levels back in 2008, so Andrew's 349 was the time to beat. However, his platforming was pretty messy, as he picked up a star and missed a jump to the pipe. This was Andrew's first speedrun of the lost levels, and he wasn't going for perfect optimization. So, don't get me wrong, Andrew's pipe clip was revolutionary, especially for 2008. It was clear that his run of 5-2 had room for improvement. The first improvement came the next year, and it was a big one. In 2009, a player named Agwawaf was able to get a 357. It was pretty much what you'd expect. He used the same pipe clip as Andrew while cleaning up the earlier platform. Yet it still wasn't perfectly clean. He had to stop and scroll the screen a bit more before jumping back across the gap. In the end, it was enough to save roughly 3 seconds over Andrew G. The following year, Andrew came back for a more optimized run of the game, and he ended up getting the cleanest version of 5-2 you've seen. In addition to a smooth ending, he also skipped doing a backwards bump. It's easier to set up the pipe clip if you do a backwards bump early in the level. This changes Mario's position on the screen, so there's more wiggle room when jumping back across the gap. This was the first iteration of 5-2 that skipped the backwards bump, and he ended up getting a 360 on the timer. It saved 3 in-game increments, or about 1 second. For the next few years, this was the strat, a wrong warp without bumping. It was risky, but it was the fastest strategy around. But after 4 years, in 2014, the world record changed hands. Glubler took the top spot, and with it came a minor update to 5-2. This was a very smart idea to make the strategy more consistent. You start by doing 2 bumps, one forward and one backward. Then, by brushing off this block and rebounding to the left, you can quickly make it back across the pit. When combined with the 2 bumps earlier, this scrolls the screen just enough to leave a small gap next to the pipe, allowing you to complete the wrong one. This method is super consistent, and the rebound itself is fast too. But due to the bumps required to set it up, you end with a 359 on the timer, slightly slower than the 360 from the bump-free turnaround method. As a result, it sometimes loses a frame rule. Oh yeah, you might not know what a frame rule is. Now, I know, a lot of you already know what frame rules are. So, we're going to shake things up and see if we can set a speedrun explained world record. At the end of each level, the game only checks for completion every 21 frames. Essentially, this means you can only gain or lose time in increments of 0.35 seconds for every level. The best analogy of this was created several years ago by Darby. It's as if at the end of every level, a bus arrives every 21 frames to take you to the next level. Even if you miss the bus by 1 frame, you'll have to wait 20 frames to catch the next one. And it also means you don't have to play perfectly. You can be close enough to someone who did play perfectly and not lose any time. A frame rule lasts about a third of a second, and an in-game increment lasts about a third of a second too. So generally for each full increment gained, you save 1 frame rate. There it is, new world record. Bismuth's got nothing on it. Now, that was a lot of information, but the gist of it is that in 5-2, you can only gain or lose time in increments of 21 frames. And generally, if you save an in-game second, you save the frame. Despite being a little slow, the block rebound method was the strat from 2014 into 2015. Its consistency was just too good to pass up. But typically, every time a new record holder took the reins, the 5-2 strat changed a bit. And in late 2015, someone new got the Lost Levels world record. This runner was none other than Darbian. Yeah, in addition to being the bus metaphor man, Darbian also happened to be the best Super Mario player on the planet from 2015 through 2016. Initially, Darbian did the block rebound method too, even getting a world record with it. But eventually, he was looking for more time to save. So in early 2016, he decided to switch back to Andrew's bumpless turnaround method, and he got really good at it. This got a 361 on the timer, and saved 2 frame rules over the rebound method. But even this didn't satisfy Darbian. He wanted more time to save, darn it, and nothing was going to stop him. So in mid-2016, Darbian started trying to throw this into the tournaments. This is a wall jump, and it's one of the hardest mechanics in Super Mario Bros. If Mario runs into a block, he'll usually stand inside of it for 1 frame before being ejected out. If he's in the top 4 pixels of a block when he collides, and you press jump on the 1 frame he's inside, Mario will perform a wall jump. That's a frame-perfect trick within a 4-pixel window. It's not easy. Wall jumps are used at times in full game speedruns, but typically only when it saves big time or when the alternative is more difficult. Essentially, the risk-reward has to be worth it. In 5-2, the downside is it's a frame-perfect trick that kills half your runs. The upside is that it sometimes saves 1 frame. Yeah, as awesome as it looks, the 5-2 wall jump never really caught on. The risk simply wasn't worth it. So, for the rest of 2016, 5-2 remained the same. After all that evolution, after all those modifications, they were back to a variation of Andrew G's 2008 strategy. It was the method that best balanced safety with speed, so it was what stuck with top runners. Speedrunning is funny. Sometimes your original ideas can't be beaten. And other times, you have no idea when something's about to come along and crush it. At AGDQ 2017, Darbian, Andrew G, and Cosmic raced the Lost Levels. In 5-2, they all went for the turnaround strat, same as always. It was a fun race, and everything was standard. But a few days after this run, while the 3 of them were still at the event, they got a Discord message from somebody named Eden. Eden said that he didn't understand why they were doing such a slow method of 5-2. Well, it was the fastest strategy the 3 runners knew, other than the wall jump. Eden linked them to a Japanese Mario technique list, a website from 2004. On that page, something that blew their minds. You just clip straight into the pipe. No need to scroll the screen extra. No need to jump back across the gap. Devil's Spell is a mechanic that Japanese ROM hackers found back in the early 2000s. As with the other wall clip method, when you jump into a block, the game tries to eject you out. However, by pressing right while in the air, the game actually pulls you into the pipe. and it's only when you land that it ejects you out. So, by repeatedly jumping to stay in the air and holding right to get pulled in, you can eventually work your way into the middle of the pipe. This trick was right there in the open. It had been on Mana's technique list for nearly 15 years, but speedrunners never found it. Once Eden showed it to them, Cosmic, Andrew G, and Darbian spent the rest of AGDQ 2017 practicing the trick together. They knew Devil's Spell was huge, but the first question was how much time did it actually save? With the old turnaround strategy, an optimal time was 361. At AGDQ with Devil's Spell, they were regularly getting 363 to 364, a save of 2 to 3 frame rolls. And as they went home and began implementing it in their runs, it got even better. With a really clean clip, runners were able to get a high 365 in their runs, saving 5 frame rolls over the turnaround. This was huge, the biggest 5-2 time save in nearly a decade. And they had an idea to make it even faster. There are 2 sides of the pipe, and Devil's Spell is possible on both. The left side would be faster, but in order for it to take you to the warp zone, the screen has to scroll enough. And to get it to keep scrolling, you have to start running once you're in the pipe. It's harder than the right side, and by having to make the screen scroll, it ends up not really saving time. But even right side Devil's Spell was tricky. In fact, it was harder than all previous 5-2 strategies, save for the wall jump. But the beauty of Devil's Spell was it didn't need to be done flawlessly. While a high 365 provided the optimal frame rule, that required perfect timing with your jumps, and immediately getting sucked into the middle. Times of 363 to 364 were more common, but that still saved time over the old strategies. Devil's Spell became an iconic trick in not just 5-2, but Lost Level speedrunning as a whole. It looked so bizarre, and was a highlight of most runs. Darbian first set a world record with it in January 2017, just weeks after its discovery. And it would become a staple of the Lost Levels for years. World record after world record was set, each one containing an example of the Devil's Spell. Some runs struggled with it. Others were unbelievably smooth.
Are we fast?
But Devil's Spell was always there. As the years passed and runners began to master the trick, they started to look beyond Devil's Spell. The game's best players had gotten much stronger over the years. They could perform tricks that would have been far too risky in 2010. And while Devil's Spell was a difficult trick, even that had started to become trivial. So, was there anything left on the table in 5-2? Well, there was one option. Recall that way back in 2004, Biscuit did a TAS of 5-2 that didn't use the wrong warp. Now remember, tool-assisted speedruns are different from real-time runs. They're able to go frame by frame and re-record, in addition to using other tools, to create a theoretical perfect speedrun. Well, in 2006, thanks to Mr. Speed finding that you can enter upside-down pipes, legendary tassers Phil and Janisto discovered the 5-2 long warp. And their tool-assisted strategy, way back in 2006, was faster than anything that real-time runners had come up with in years since. The issue was that it was way too hard. Harder than Andrew G's turnaround method, harder than Devil's Spell, even much harder than the wall jump strategy. But now, nearly 15 years later, maybe people had improved enough to try it. This is the 5-2 TAS strategy. So it's obvious why this is faster than Devil's Spell. You barely even have to slow down. But it's like the wall is liquid. How do you just run inside of it? Well, if Mario is running at full speed, he can potentially land 3 pixels inside the wall before he's ejected out. But just like Devil's Spell, if you press left when you enter and repeatedly jump, Mario will continue to get sucked in. Once you're fully in the wall, you start running to scroll the screen and can then go down the pipe. Now, several components of this trick were hard, but the real roadblock was just entering the wall. In order to land 3 pixels inside the wall, Mario's sub-pixels need to be correct. That's his positioning at a level more precise than just the pixel he's on. In normal gameplay, this value is essentially random. Nearly every small input you make with the D-pad changes Mario's sub-pixel value. So unless they got very lucky with sub-pixels, real-time runners weren't dipping into the wall. Even though the strategy was found in 2006, it wasn't even considered in speedruns. By 2018, a year after Double Spell was discovered, a bit of progress was made. They were trying to find a consistent setup for the sub-pixel mode in order to make it a viable strategy. Top runner Takate was able to perform the trick using a save state shortly before the fight.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Someone else managed to get it full level using a turbo controller. 420 Blazing, the same guy who discovered the 4-2 wall grip setup in Mario 1. Over the next couple years, more players got the task strategy using a frame-perfect setup, but it was still considered far too risky to go for in runs. Needing a frame-perfect setup, combined with the difficult inputs of the pipe, meant it was an extremely inconsistent trick. They needed a better sub-pixel setup. In December 2020, Hitscrits found an amazing setup. By running off a ledge with down and right, and doing a full jump on any of the 2nd through 5th frames after you land, your sub-pixels will always be set up for the flip. Now, this still didn't make the trick easy, but at least the sub-pixel setup was nearly trivial. The question did remain, could anybody actually hit this in a run? Well, leave it to Nifty, the current world record holder in lost runners.
Oh my god!
We've seen so many different setups, so many ways to clip into the pipe. In reality, they were all just substitutes for the task strategy. Now, after 14 years, it had finally been done. This is the fastest way to clip into the pipe, and level 5-2 is now fully optimized. So here's the thing. While this is indeed the task strategy, the task itself executes this faster. See, when Nifty, Hitscrits, and the rest did the pipe flip, they ended with a 367 timer. The task gets a 368. There's actually one more frame rule to save in 5-2, and it just so happens to be the hardest frame rule to save in the entire game. These are the inputs needed to save the extra frame. All of the following must be perfect, with just one frame of wiggle room. You begin with an underground fast acceleration just after you land. By pressing right, left, A, and right on subsequent frames, Mario will do a backwards jump and get up to full speed 1 frame faster. Later, you must manipulate Mario's sub-pixels with a down plus right press. Once you get to the pipe, you have to do a frame-perfect jump with frame-perfect height and match A at precisely 15 presses per second to get 3 jumps. Exactly 3 frames after the last jump, you do a frame-perfect down plus right press, which gives Mario a tiny amount of speed. When combined with the earlier down plus right, it's enough speed to let the screen scroll early and you can quickly go down the pipe. Finally, in the warp zone itself, you start with another frame-perfect fast acceleration, and later perform your warp zone. If you do all that within 1 frame perfect, you can save the task 5-2 frame. Cosmic saw the time save initially, but King of Johnny Boy is the one that found the setup in June 2021. For the next 6 months after this was posted, nobody even bothered trying. Mario runners are incredible, but this was just a little too much to ask. The amount of frame-perfect inputs required in a small span, not even worth going for. By early 2022, the frame rule did start to pique the interest of somebody. Once again, it was Niftsky. Niftsky is the best Super Mario player on the planet. If anybody could do this, it would be him. But even Niftsky didn't feel confident. He decided to try breaking it up into different steps. Step 1. Use a save state as you enter the pipe, and try to get the screen to scroll quickly. And eventually, he saw results.
Holy cow!
This was enough for him to stop, but 6 months later, he came back to it. This time, he backed up the save state to before the pipe.
Oh my god!
Niftsky had successfully gotten the pipe entry. This was the hardest part of the trick. So, he tried doing full level attempts. But stringing everything together was a different story. He wasn't able to get it. So once again, he shelved the 5-2 project and had to go back to setting world records. Poor guy. But finally, in February 2023, Niftsky came back again. This time, he was committed to doing the full level. After all the strategies we've seen, all the innovations that brilliant players came up with, they all built up to this moment. Somebody had finally gotten good enough to play out the perfect 5-2. Now, Niftsky just had to execute it.
Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god! I did it! I did it! Oh my god! Yes! Holy crap! Dude, I literally imagined myself getting it to work so good. I did it!
This has been the history of 5-2. Thanks for watching. This is Abney317. He's speedrunning Mario Kart 64, specifically the game's 150cc skips category. It involves racing through all 16 tracks as fast as possible, while allowing you to perform any of the game's numerous shortcuts. Abney has been dominating this category for years. He got the world record in February 2015, and now 5.5 years later, he's still never given it up. But it's not just that Abney holds the record. Here, this is the leaderboard. We see some times in the 28s and high 27s. And unsurprisingly, ahead of them all is Matthias Ostermeier with a remarkable 27.06. And then there's Abney, making a joke of the competition. This was how the category had been for the better part of a decade. And a big reason why is because during that time, hardly anything new had been found. Mario Kart 64 had established shortcuts, many of which had been discovered literal decades ago. There'd been a few minor improvements, but by 2020, there'd been nothing substantial for years. Sure, every now and then a random internet user would claim to have found something, but there was always some issue. It didn't actually save time, or had been found already, or was flat out fake. So, with no improvements, Abney was able to dominate. Nobody could catch up to him without new strategies. And this brings us to August 2nd, 2020. Abney was doing attempts to improve his own world record, when suddenly, he gets a message from somebody new, claiming to have made a large discovery.
You seen a video of a large discovery? Posted on Discord? I don't know.
This had happened before. Just another random viewer trying to get the streamer's attention.
Gotta see what this guy's large discovery is.
But still, he had to take a look, just so he could rule it out and get back to his attempts.
This is actually... Holy cow. This is an actual new shortcut. What?
Abney didn't know it yet, but this discovery was the first of several. In his world record, it was about to become very vulgar. This is his quest to hang on to it. But first, I want to tell you about this video's sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX is basically the speedrunner's version of a web browser. They found some of the biggest time saves in browsing history. Does your computer ever lag because Chrome or Firefox is using too much memory? Well, you can perform a trick called lag skip. By using GX control in Opera GX, you'll reduce slowdowns and save precious time. But what about having to import all your settings and bookmarks from your previous web browser? Well, Opera GX found a skip for that too. By utilizing their quick import tool, you skip wasting time and instantly have everything transferred over. They've also got GX mods, where you can quickly modify background music, keyboard and tab sounds, browser and wallpaper visuals, and much more. Then there's GX Corner, where you can stay up to date on gaming releases and uploads from your favorite YouTubers. See their 12 latest videos only by using my dedicated tracking link. If you want the fastest and best browsing experience, download Opera GX using my link in the description and pinned comment. Abney's mind was blown. His chat was losing their minds. And it all stemmed from Forest64, a viewer who had never posted in chat before today. This is what was on the video that Forest sent to Abney. Royal Raceway, the 11th track in the run. Forest immediately turned around at the start and drove over some grass, then grabbed an item, triple red shots. He then drove back across the finish line and carefully positioned himself. Fired a red shell, precisely drove into it, and was launched on top of a wall. Lakitu set him down behind the finish line. The game counted it as a lap. Forrest repeated this twice, skipped 2 more laps, and just like that, one of the game's longest courses was finished in just 1 minute. The Royal Raceway did have shortcuts before this, but they were relatively minor. You typically finish in about 1:40. So as soon as Abney saw this video, he knew the run was changing forever. Perhaps even more curious than the shortcut itself was the guy who discovered it. He was simply known as Forest64.
Yeah, some random dude in the chat just found.
In the past, when shortcuts were found, it was usually by an established expert, either a tool-assisted speedrunner or a player with thousands of hours in the game. But Forrest? Nobody in the community had heard of him. Well, Forrest first played the game in 2017, but didn't submit his runs since he played on Wii U Virtual Console, which was banned. He began tasking the game for fun and became an expert on how the game's shortcuts worked. He was perfectly happy staying in the background and not interacting with the community. But then he found the Royal Raceway shortcut and felt compelled to tell people about it. So he did. The inner workings of the shortcut are quite complicated, but here's a rundown of it. By driving over certain regions away from the main track, like this part of the grass, the game sees that you've skipped over a decent portion of the track, and it responds by storing your current position in memory. If you then land on specific polygons, like the top of the wall, the game takes the position stored in its memory to determine where you are. So, Lakitu sets you down near the grass where your position was stored, and the game thinks you've driven a full lap, and you can drive forward to complete it. This was a miracle. Look, random people claim things all the time on the internet, especially when it comes to speedrunning. But this random guy, Forest64, had actually found something. It was incredible, and Mario Kart 64 would probably never see something like this again. If it didn't happen again the very next day. On August 3rd, 2020, someone else sent a private message. It was another guy that nobody in the community had heard of before. And once again, he was claiming that he'd found a new shortcut. Guess what? He was absolutely right. Rainbow Road. Just like the last shortcut, you turn around at the start and go grab red shells. You then drive forward and stop next to the finish line. By firing a red shell behind you, then driving into it, you tumble over the edge in front of the finish line. After you fall for a while and stop tumbling, the game actually lets you back up in midair, and you can cross back behind the finish line. So, when Lakitu brings you back, you're behind the finish line, and the game gives you credit for having driven a full lap. The guy who discovered this one is named Garrett Graysol. He apparently found it one day back in the 90s, when he knocked his friend over the edge with a red shell and the game gave him credit for a lap. He assumed the community knew about it and never brought it up. But when he saw a speedrun where players did a slower skip with a green shell, he decided he should mention it to someone. He was right. His red shell skip was faster by a solid 30 seconds. It had been decades since an outsider had found a new shortcut. Now, by sheer coincidence, it had happened twice in 2 days by 2 separate people. But while Garrett's shortcut was a one-off thing, Forrest was still looking for more. And over the next few days, he'd come up with yet another one, this time on Toad's Turnpike. The setup is a little too complicated to explain here, but it involves a lot of getting stuck in the railing and driving over the grass next to the track. The end result is being able to hop into the railing next to the finish line and skipping a lap each time. 45 seconds on Royal Raceway, 30 seconds on Rainbow Road, and now 55 seconds on Toad's Turnpike. In the span of a week, more than 2 minutes of time saved were added to the run. Abney was still way ahead of the pack, but if he didn't take advantage of this, there was potential for these guys to catch him. So, Abney got to work. Despite the massive potential for time save, this still wasn't going to be easy. The Royal Raceway skip was extremely tough. You had to time your collision perfectly or you weren't making it on top of the wall. Still, the world record started to pour in. 25-29, then 25-25.
25-25.
On September 7th, Abney had his best chance yet, a potential mid-24 minute run with 3 courses left. Standing in his way was Yoshi Valley. If you get a speed item like a mushroom or star, you can jump over the fence and hit a seam on the wall. This causes you to skip a lap upon being placed back down. Optimally, if you want to get triple mushrooms, you can do this 3 times, once per lap. But triple mushrooms is at best 25% likely. So, a decent backup is to drive around the rightmost path and hit this seam, which both skips a lap and moves you forward a bit upon respawning. It's slower than getting triple shrooms, but it still allows you to continue the run in most cases. So, Abney tried to get triple shrooms, but didn't get them. No big deal, he just had to hit the backup shortcut. But then, DK strikes again. Despite the 3 new shortcuts, there were still so many other courses that could fill the run. They hadn't gone anywhere. And besides that, to capitalize on the time saves in Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road, Abney had to get lucky with items. He needed triple reds, which is only 20% likely. You can sit on an item box repeatedly to get items, but it can waste a lot of time, especially if you get a star or gold mushroom. At the end of September, Abney would get another good chance. He had a solid run going, but then on Royal Raceway, he managed to get 6 red shells, some insurance just in case he missed the jump. He ended up going 3 for 3, getting a half-minute time save.
Nice. Let's go. Oh my god, I'm seeing that sounds accurate. Here we go.
The next few courses were pretty standard, although falling in the water on Banshee Boardwalk cost a few seconds. And so, he entered Rainbow Road with a sizable lead. He needed to get red shells quickly and avoid big time wasters like the star or gold shroom.
Nice. Well, I pretty much have to get reds next time. I'm kind of dead.
It wasn't quick, but he had the reds. No insurance this time. Now, he needed 3 hits in a row.
Oh my god. Crazy. 2509.
This was the biggest cut off the record since 2017, and despite having obvious slowdowns, it felt good to make progress. Looking at the leaderboard, there was still no real threat to Abney. Climate-T had moved into second place, but he was over a minute and 40 seconds behind. So, Abney decided to take a break, resting assured that his world record was safe. Or was it? There was now a little bit of competition. Neither runner was that close to the record, but they were closer than anybody had been in years. In third place was Samek, just over a minute away. He'd had a pretty quick rise up the leaderboard in late 2020, and his 2614 featured all 3 new shortcuts. His biggest downfall was the fact that he had less experience than Abney, so his driving was less precise and he bled time across the run. And in second place was Kazuya. His rise was a little more slow and steady, but it ultimately led to him being the second to get a sub-26 minute run. He could also drive a little bit quicker than Samek, but it was still a disadvantage compared to Abney. Kazuya and Samek were mainly in a battle with each other for second place, but they were close enough to make Abney return to the game, knowing there was still plenty of time to save. His first session back, Abney got on this run.
One of my best drivers ever, man. Oh my god. Oh dang, is this 24? No way. 24:58.
This was the first minute barrier broken in nearly 4 years, and it was all possible thanks to the 3 new shortcuts. Rainbow Road and Royal Raceway were nearly perfect, and Toad's Turnpike saved a bunch of time too. This gave Abney some breathing room over his competitors, but he knew there was still work to do. Take Mario Raceway, for instance. This is another course where you want to get triple red shells, so you can launch yourself over the wall on each lap. but in this run, it took Abney over half a minute until he could finally get them. So, Abney knew he had to keep going. He had just cracked into the 24s. Now, he was going to see how low he could take it. About a week later, Abney got on a run with a perfect Toad's Turnpike, thrusting him into the lead. He bled a bit from missing jumps on Choco Mountain, but then it was time for Mario Raceway. Abney could save a big chunk of time here, as long as he could get red shells and avoid items like stars.
Why? Reds. God. Right here.
Despite disastrous luck, he still gained a tiny bit of time. The run continued to be up and down until he reached Yoshi Valley. With triple shrooms, Abney was able to enter Rainbow Road over half a minute ahead of the world record. He just needed to get red shells.
Dude, I'm just going.
Blue shells are interesting. You can do the shortcut just like you can with red shells, but you can't get 3 of them at a time.
Oh my god. Alright, one blue breaks this run.
So, now he could only do the blue shell skip once. Then he had to go back and do the slower green shell skip twice. This was going to be close.
It's too late. It's gotta be too late, dude. No way.
Somehow, he had pulled it off. Luck had tried to prevent it, but Abney forced his way into a world record. And as impressive as it was, this run would be totally irrelevant by the next day.
Awesome. Perfect special. 24-19. Nice record.
This was the world record Abney had been looking for. He nailed the new strategies, and while there were some small time losses, there were no glaring ones like we'd seen in past runs. Abney was back to being more than a minute and a half ahead of second place. There was no longer any threat to his world record. But that didn't mean he wanted to stop playing. He was on a roll. All these improvements came in the span of just 1 week. And while the world record was solid, there were still time saves to be made. So, Abney pushed onward. And a few days later, he had a run that got off to the best pace of his life.
This run's crazy.
This was mostly thanks to Calamari Desert. This course features 2 major shortcuts. First is actually an intentional one from the developers. Kind of. If you drive most of a lap normally, then go into the tunnel and activate a star, the game extends the finish line into the tunnel and counts a lap. It was meant to be an Easter egg, but speedrunners found a way to abuse it. You can drive into the tunnel from the opposite side at the start of a lap, then turn around and activate the star. It counts as a lap completion in a fraction of the time. The other shortcut also involves driving into the tunnel. You take either red shells or a blue shell and knock yourself over the fence, skipping most of the lap. Now, both of these shortcuts save big time, and ideally you want to do both. That means getting red shells, then grabbing a second item and having it be a star. But getting triple reds is 20% likely, and a star is 30%. So you've only got a 6% chance of getting the magic combination. But when you do get it right away, it saves big time. So, Abney kept playing this incredible run, and after quick triple reds on Mario Raceway, he had a nearly 40-second lead. But then he entered Royal Raceway, once again needing triple red shells.
Nope. That's cool. Dude, I always miss that first way left. Maybe a 2 out of 3, I can keep this run going. Nope. This is over.
In addition to needing a lot of luck, the Royal Raceway skip is one of the hardest in the game. Be it from not getting red shells or messing up the shortcut, most runs that make it to Royal Raceway die at Royal Raceway. Abney continued to do runs over the following weeks, but Royal Raceway was just being brutal. Run after run made it there on record pace, but they almost never made it through. He was struggling to get runs deep more than he had in months. Meanwhile, Samek and Kazuya saw an opportunity. While Abney was stalled and not setting any records, maybe this was their chance to improve.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm gonna lose this run to missing every one of these.
The gap had closed. There was just 24 seconds between Abney and Kazuya, with Samek not far behind. Kazuya had turned into a remarkably consistent player, and he was doing the impossible. He might have a shot at getting this world record. Well, Abney had no choice but to keep trying. On March 18th, he built up another lead into Royal Raceway. Not as big as some previous runs, but still a comfortable advantage. Step 1. Acquire red shells. That was easy. Now, he had to hit them 3 out of 3. No margin for error. It was officially on. Abney took a 36-second lead into the special cup. 4 courses separating him from a big world record. first run under 24 minutes, and it had a lot going for it. A strong opening, followed by 3 out of 3 on both Royal Raceway and Rainbow Road. Once again, Abney now had a big separation from second place. Despite a massive effort, Kazuya was back to being nearly a minute behind. Now, it was Samek's turn to make things interesting.
Nice.
In April 2021, Samek made a major push to lower his personal best. He did thousands of attempts in the span of just weeks. He quickly saw results. It all came to a head on May 13th, 2021. He had a standard run going out of Frapp Snowland, but after 3 out of 3 hill jumps on Choco Mountain, he took a big lead.
Nice. Another perfection from up there. Wow.
So, entering Royal Raceway, Samek had a great opportunity, as long as he could hit this 3 out of 3.
Alright, another chance.
With nearly everything going his way, the only thing that could make this better would be getting triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley. He went into Rainbow Road, and although it took him a while to get red shells, he was still in position for a big PB. Just like that, Samek had swooped into second place. He suffered from slower driving compared to Abney, and took a while to line up a few of the shortcuts. But this was still a really clean second place run. Now, they were still far away, but Abney now had 2 competitors that were closing in. It'd be helpful if he could gain a bit more separation. Well, there was one thing he could do. A few months ago, Forrest and another tasser named Weatherton had been looking into ways to go through walls. For a proper explanation on how wall clips work, check out this video from my arch rival Bismuth. Most wall clips are extremely precise and aren't viable for a full game run. But one day, Forrest had an idea. If you have enough speed, you could clip into a wall and touch the surface behind it. On Luigi Raceway, this means you can start in front of the finish line, then clip into the wall and touch the other side of the track, which updates your section marker, and finally be ejected from the wall and land behind the finish line. This tricks the game into thinking you've driven a full lap without having really left a section right around the finish line. You need the speed from a mushroom to do this, so the best strategy was to grab an item, pray it was triple mushrooms, and then precisely set up to ram into the wall 3 times. This is still extremely precise, but it can save about 10 seconds over the old shortcut. That could be just what Abney needed to keep lowering his time. So, while he knew it meant a ton of attempts would die right away, Abney committed to going for it. Meanwhile, Kazuya got back to doing attempts as well. Difference was, he opted to not go for anything new on Luigi Raceway. It would lose him some time, but it did mean he could get more runs going. And with all the difficulties and randomness that comes later in the run, playing it safe on Luigi Raceway wasn't such a bad idea. Still, Abney had a big lead over Kazuya. Was this finally the time he could put the record away for good and stop worrying about losing it?
God dang it. How am I not fast enough, dude? It's over.
There was no denying it. Kazuya was closing in. Abney's lead was vanishing. And there was legitimate danger of losing a record that he had held for more than 6 years. Kazuya's improvement was remarkable. His driving had gotten faster, and his consistency with the shortcuts was approaching what Abney could do. And if he didn't act quickly, Kazuya was on a direct course to beat his world record. So, Abney acted as quickly as he could. Now this run was looking nice. He'd gotten a time-saving Luigi Raceway and a clean Toad's Turnpike to save a bunch more. He missed just one hill jump on Choco Mountain and got reds right away on Mario Raceway. Going into Royal Raceway, this was the best pace he'd ever been on in his life. But it was all for nothing. Did he get reds? Abney was too close to the wall, so the red shell hit it with too much speed and died. Had he been just slightly further away, he could have hit this 3 out of 3. Instead, his best run ever was thrown in the garbage. This was a tough pill to swallow, but he'd gotten there before. That meant he could get there again. Unbelievably, the very next day, Abney found himself in the same spot. A 30-second lead to Royal Raceway, good enough to once again be his best pace ever. This was a perfect chance for redemption. Just hold it together. Abney had been playing this category for 7 years. Those were the 2 fastest runs he'd ever had. Back-to-back days, both killed in the exact same spot. But like any good speedrunner, Abney knew he had to push onward. He'd had some really crazy paces lately. If he could just get back there and execute on Royal Raceway, he'd have the world record in the bag. But I don't think Abney was prepared for the type of run he'd have on September 28th, 2021. No triple mushrooms, but that was okay. Abney had a backup plan. He'd drive over to a spot on the grass, then use his star to do the shortcut once and the golden shroom to do it again. It would only cost him a few seconds. Everything was okay.
Oh, I'm lost. No, dude, why did I turn on for it? So dumb. When I go and look at my RNG calculations that I did, where it was like 1 in 900 chance of getting acceptable RNG, I got the RNG in this round.
Just one more course, Rainbow Road. But the red shell skip had not gone well for him. Good news was, he had a 20-second buffer to work with. If he could just get red shells and hit the trick, there was room for a big world record. But he needed to not miss. He had done it again. Right when Kazuya was starting to close in, Abney added another 18 seconds of separation. Kazuya and Samek had both made a good effort, but at the end of the day, this was Abney's category. He was just flat out better at it than everyone else. The new strategies had made things interesting, but not enough to ever lose the record. Kazuya had given it all he could, but he was never able to close the gap. He was a good player, but simply couldn't keep up with Abney. And with this world record, the most optimized one the game had seen in years, it was hopeless. There was nothing to do but watch it sit at the top of the leaderboard. Whoa! Something amazing has happened to Kazuya. He's getting times that nobody saw coming. His driving is better, he's hitting the shortcuts consistently, and it all culminated in a 23:40 from December 2021. It was an extremely similar run to what Abney got, getting red shells quickly everywhere and not missing a single one. Kazuya was now 11 seconds from the world record. He'd been playing this game non-stop for over a year. It was starting to look like it might pay off big time. Was he the real deal? Well, he continued on a while longer without any improvements. But in February 2022, he got on another run that saved time early thanks to getting a blue shell star combo on Calamari Desert. He saved more time with a Clean Toad's Turnpike, and suddenly, he had a 15-second lead over his run. If he could preserve this the rest of the way, this run was going to be the world record. But still standing in his way was Royal Raceway. Like I said, Kazuya had gotten extremely consistent with these shortcuts. 5 courses from a world record. There were now 2 seconds between Abney and Kazuya. Had he not missed a jump on DK Jungle Parkway, or had he gotten triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, this run would have been the world record. And someone other than Abney would be in the top spot for the first time in 7 years. Naturally, Abney came back to do more runs, trying to play defense and hang on to his record. But he struggled to get anything going. This record had been synonymous with him for close to a decade now. It was hard to believe that it might be coming to an end. All Kazuya needed was a run that kept it close into the special cup, where he could save a bunch of time and beat the world record. A few weeks later, Kazuya got on a run with a really clean chocolate mountain. It took a while to get red shells on Mario Raceway, but he got through it. He bled a little bit of time on Royal Raceway, but only a few seconds. This was the exact type of run he was looking for. a deficit that he could overcome in the special group. So, Kazuya got to work. There it was. Kazuya had a 7-second lead into Rainbow Road. If he could get red shells, then hit the shortcut 3 times in a row, he was about to take the world record. 1 course to go. No red shells. Simple bad luck cost Kazuya the world record. This was the best chance he ever had to get it, and his time was running out. Abney and Kazuya were neck and neck. Each player was actively doing attempts to break the world record. Was Kazuya going to be able to take the record, or would Abney's record streak remain unbroken? It all came down to who could lower their time first. Well, in April 2022, one of these players. After more than 50,000 attempts, Kazuya was the 150cc skips world record holder. Congratulations poured in across the community. It was just surreal to see a new name atop the leaderboard. Kazuya had cut it close. He didn't get triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, and it took some time to get red shells on Rainbow Road. But he had left just enough room, and eked out a 1-second world record. As for Abney, there was nothing to be ashamed of. Kazuya had turned into a tremendous player, and Abney had certainly left his mark on the community already. It's extremely rare to hang on to a world record for as long as he did. There was absolutely no shame in passing the torch to Kazuya and riding off into the sunset, leaving a streak of 29 consecutive world records as your legacy. He could finally put the thousands of hours spent on this category behind him and move on with his speedrunning career. But Abney said, forget all that, and 5 days later, he did this.
Crazy.
Well, that didn't take long. It had taken Kazuya over a year of grinding to edge out the world record. It took Abney 5 days to thoroughly beat him back. This was a pretty wild run from start to finish. It began with triple reds plus star on Calamari Desert, and he just kept gaining time from there. After nailing Royal Raceway 3 out of 3, Abney was in position for a massive record. But then he kind of backed off. He bled a bit of time by playing the next course in safe, and then despite getting triple shrooms on Yoshi Valley, he lost 8 more seconds by really lining up the jumps carefully. This run actually had the RNG for a sub 23 minute run. By playing it safe, Abney wound up with a 23-21. Still an excellent record, although it had the potential to be even better. Look, Abney may have briefly lost the world record to Kazuya, but it was only by 1 second. He had still held the record for all but 5 days of the past 7 years. all concerns of his demise had been greatly exaggerated. He just had a run go deep on pace for a sub-23, something Kazuya had never been close to. It was time to go for the kill and push the record out of reach.
I guess it is possible. Okay. Ah, it's over. Dude. Dang. Yeah, no. Dude, what is No, I barely missed.
It had been weeks, and while he'd had some promising runs, something always went wrong to prevent a world record. On Yoshi Valley, he was trying to go for a risky strategy that would avoid triple shrooms, but his success rate wasn't great with it, and his Royal Raceway luck had just been disastrous. Meanwhile, Mizuya was still right there. He was 7 seconds behind Abney, but he'd gotten the record before. Could he take advantage of this opportunity? He had done it again, and this time it was a pretty sizable improvement. He had a mistake early on Toad's Turnpike. When he missed a lap skip and had to do it again. He was able to climb out of the hole, and didn't have another time loss until he missed a lap skip on Yoshi Valley. But beyond that, it was a beautiful run, and Kazuya had just proven something. His 1 second world record wasn't a fluke. He had actually caught up to Abney. Despite slower driving, he had matched or perhaps surpassed him at hitting the game's shortcuts. Kazuya was the champion of 150cc skips. In the year since this record was set, nobody has come close to approaching their times. Abney and Kazuya are more than a minute ahead of the competition. Both players have been grinding the category recently, and have done thousands of attempts each. They've both had promising runs. There's only been one additional world record. This run was eerily similar to Abney's 2321. It got off to an incredible start, then slowly bled time, partially by playing it safe on a few courses. The only difference was, this record was 7 seconds faster than Abney's run. It's hard to lose a world record. It's a side of speedrunning that doesn't get talked about much. Everyone's excited when one player gets the record, as they should be, but to be on the other side can be brutal, especially if it's a record that you've held for 7 years. It's become a constant part of your life at that point. But it's important to remember, nobody owns a world record. And to illustrate what I mean, I'm going to show you a clip from Darby. After he set a world record in Super Mario Bros. 80% back in 2016, people were telling him that the run was nearly dead, and he might hold on to the record forever. But Darbian responded by saying this.
So instead of saying something silly like, I think it will be over very soon and it's been a crazy ride, I'm going to say that this game will never be over, and the ride will only get crazier, and I am just participating in one small part of the middle of the ride, and there are many talented people who helped build the ride before me, and there'll be many talented people who helped finish off the ride after me.
More accurate words have never been spoken. The point of all this? Be proud to have been a part of your game's history, even after your times have been beaten. Because unlike a world record, your legacy will last forever. This has been just one small segment of Mario Kart 64's history. Thanks for watching. If you've ever tried playing Halo 2 on Legendary difficulty, you know that it's one of gaming's most brutal challenges. It goes way beyond the hardest setting of most games. Enemies are stronger, they're more plentiful, and they kill you almost instantly. Beating Halo 2 on Legendary is a serious achievement, but one group of gamers takes it a step further. They strive to beat Halo 2 Legendary as fast as physically possible. And through thousands of collective hours from the game's best players, they've taken the record to unimaginable levels. This is the history of Halo 2 World Records. And now a word from this video's sponsor, Xbox Game Pass. Valheim is now available to play on Xbox with Game Pass. To celebrate, they're hosting a new speedrun competition, and you can participate right now. Here are the rules. The goal is to kill a troll as fast as possible. Timing starts when the character takes their first step, and ends on the frame the troll dies. It must be on a new game with a new Viking, using the World Seed Game Pass, and it must be a solo run. All exploits and glitches are banned. The fastest 3 submissions will receive special rewards blessed by Odin himself. One of 3 custom controllers. To participate, upload a video of your run to YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok. The title must include #GamePassValheimSpeedrun, and the video must be from your Xbox. The deadline is 5:59 p.m. Pacific Time on May 27th. See if you can enshrine yourself in speedrunning history. Best of luck. Game Pass has hundreds of high-quality games like Valheim available on release day. Discover your next favorite game with Xbox Game Pass. Halo 2 has had a thriving speedrun scene ever since its release in 2004. Players competed on both individual levels and the full game on each of the 4 difficulty modes. While all these records were lowered over time, the most prestigious one was the full game legendary speedrun, thanks to its incredible difficulty. Halo 2 Legendary was featured at GDQ events, and videos were shared all over the internet. It was a very popular speedrun. But the actual record timeline is another story. From 2004 through 2014, Halo 2's legendary world record was near continuously held by one player, Mr. Monopoly. Monopoly became synonymous with Halo speedruns, holding records and playing the game at live events. But the timeline of the world record itself isn't all that interesting. Monopoly got the Halo 2 record in 2006 and remained dominant for the next 8 years. However, in June 2014, the Halo community got a big surprise. 343 Industries announced Halo the Master Chief Collection, a compilation of all the mainline Halo games. And to celebrate Halo 2's 10th anniversary, 343 was going to remaster it as Halo 2 Anniversary, with graphical upgrades and a few other changes. And it just so happens that members of their development team were speedrun fans. Big enough fans that they flew out Goat Rope and Monopoly, the top speedrunners of the first 2 Halo games, to help playtest the games a few months before their release. They spent about 20 hours playtesting, then sat down with 343's franchise writer to name achievements after top Halo speedrunners. And fittingly, the achievement for beating Halo 2 Legendary quickly enough monopolized. It's clear that from the get-go, 343 Industries designed Halo the Master Chief Collection with speedrunning in mind. While most of the games included were essentially identical to their original release, Halo 2 Anniversary was sufficiently different that it became its own speedrun category. So, right at the game's release in November 2014, players began running Halo 2 Anniversary. Monopoly and a runner named HockeyFan48 traded the legendary record back and forth in the first few days. But the first run we're going to look at came a few weeks later. Halo 2 Legendary completed in 2 hours and 17 minutes by none other than Mr. Monopoly. First off, Monopoly went into this run expecting to die. A lot. It's just not realistic to have a deathless playthrough of Halo 2 on Legendary, unless you're going slowly and being extremely careful. Fortunately, there are checkpoints throughout each level, so when you die, you can quickly enter the menu and revert to the last checkpoint. But Monopoly didn't have to worry about dying too much in the first level, the Armory, which is essentially a 2.5-minute cutscene that serves as a tutorial. Given the length of the run, we won't talk about every level in depth right now, but Cairo Station is the first real level, and Monopoly did his best to move quickly and ignore as many enemies as possible. When he had to fight them, he tried to clear out the elites quickly with an overcharged plasma pistol shot, then a headshot with a battle rifle. He also strafed to try and avoid being shot, but still had to take cover at times, and was careful to avoid being too aggressive. Next up was Outskirts, which has a famous intended trick from the developers. By doing a series of grenade jumps, where you throw a grenade and time a jump to get a boost upwards, you can get on top of the buildings and make it out of bounds. This lets you skip fighting a long wave of enemies on the ground. The second half of the stage involves a lot of driving, and Monopoly switched to a Warthog, since the Marines soak up a lot of the damage and let you live longer. Eventually, Monopoly arrived at the Oracle. This is one of the longest levels in the run, with wave after wave of enemies to fight through. But he had tricks to help. On the elevator, you're normally supposed to slowly ride it all the way down. But if you wait for a death box to despawn, you can fall off the edge and land on the precise spot you need to continue the level. The rest of the level was a lot of clearing out enemies, and 5 deaths to go along with it. Delta Halo is one of the most broken levels of the game. He started by jumping on the hillside to get on top, then hitting a trigger that allowed him to progress and continue on top of the hill. He then got in a ghost, and was supposed to activate a bridge to get across this gap. Instead, he did this. It turns out, a grenade is strong enough to boost vehicles as well, and Monopoly was able to save half of it. The next level is called Regret, and it features one of the biggest tricks in the run, early gondola. The intended route at the start is to work your way around the structures and platforms, then land on the middle platform, which acts as a trigger to send the gondola away. You can't ride it yet. After killing all the enemies, another gondola begins to come toward you, and once it arrives, you can hop on and ride it to progress through the level. It'd save a lot of time if you could just ride on that initial gondola that goes away, but as soon as you get near it, it's gone. That's where early gondola comes into play. Monopoly used a careful jumping route to go straight to the gondola, including a slide jump, where you use the extra momentum from a slide to extend your jump across the gap. He then left the gondola to hit the edge of the trigger on the middle platform, then quickly got back on the gondola just before it pulled away. He had to avoid dying on the way from the enemies that spawned, but once he was in the clear, he had saved 2.5 minutes by not having to wait for the second gondola. Now, he did die 6 times throughout the level, but using early gondola at the start was able to make up for most of that. A few levels later came Graveline, the longest and most notorious level in the run. To get an idea of what I mean, this is how the level begins on Legendary.
Wow.
And to clarify, Monopoly knew this was coming. Even so, he struggled to take cover in time. And it's a good representation of the rest of the level. There are enemies everywhere, and Monopoly had to strike a balance between keeping moving and trying to stay alive. Gravemind ended up taking him over 26 minutes, and he died 34 times. He did have some tricks to help out, like jumping into a sloped rock so he could go out of bounds and walk above long hallways. This helped him avoid fighting certain enemies. Monopoly also used a trick called Corridor Helo. During reinforcement battles, he stood in precise spots between waves to fool the game into thinking he was out of bounds, so the enemies didn't detect him and never spawned in. But even with tricks like this to help, he was overmatched. He died all throughout Graveline, but eventually he did make it through. After a couple shorter levels in Uprising and High Charity, Monopoly arrived at the Great Journey, Halo 2's final level. He was able to despawn the Wraiths by simply driving away from them and hitting a checkpoint, and then went inside with the Ghost. He died several times while trying to navigate through, then got in the Banshee to wait and enter the final section of the level. Once inside, he took out the enemies, took out the final boss, and the run was complete. Monopoly died 66 times throughout the game's 14 levels, with more than half of those coming in Graveline alone. That's Halo 2 on Legendary for you. But to be fair, Monopoly was at a disadvantage. He was the Halo 2 Classic record holder, and this was Halo 2 Anniversary. That meant adjusting to slightly different physics, tricks, and enemy behavior. Monopoly is one of the best to ever play Halo 2, but 66 deaths obviously wasn't the end of it. However, he left the Halo 2 Anniversary record up for grabs, as after this run, he went back to playing Halo 2 Classic. In fact, that's what most of the community did. Despite Halo 2 Classic having a history dominated by Monopoly, it remained the more popular speedrun. And there's a specific reason why. See, when 343 remastered Halo 2, they based it off of a patched version of the game. As a result, many glitches from the original game weren't present. It may have seemed like a good move at the time, but for speedrunners, these glitches were used all over the place. So, since Halo 2 Anniversary couldn't be optimized like Classic could, many runners simply ignored it. That being said, it wasn't completely abandoned. A community of runners still played Halo 2 Anniversary, trying to better optimize the run with fewer deaths and faster movements. Numerous world records were set, and the time came down quickly. But sadly, from 2015 through 2017, nearly no legendary world record videos survived. It's hard to say why people didn't save their times, especially ones that were world records. Twitch automatically saved them as past broadcasts for a while, but those eventually were deleted, and no records were ever highlighted or uploaded to YouTube. Although we can't watch these runs today, we do thankfully know what the timeline was. Here's what survives of the early Halo 2 Anniversary record history. In early 2015, speedrunner Gryphon set a series of world records, ultimately taking the time to 2:03:58. Gryphon was a former competitive Halo player, and got into Halo 2 speedruns after seeing the speedrunning achievements that 343 had. He spent a few months playing Halo 2 Anniversary, lowered the record, then moved on to playing Halo 2 Classic. A few months later, Andy's Mountain came along. He got into running the game the same way Gryphon did, seeing the speedrun achievements and trying it out himself. And throughout June 2015, he took the record from 2:03 to 2 hours flat. Finally, a few months later, Nazar23 took the top spot. He was big into speedrunning individual levels, especially Regret, setting numerous records there for Halo 2 Anniversary. He didn't have much interest in running the full game, but eventually he was persuaded to try it. And Nazar23 wound up getting the first sub-2 hour run in the game's history, later lowering the time to 1:56. Late in 2016, a pretty big change was made. The community voted to subtract loads from the final time, since they could vary slightly from runner to runner. That took about 6 minutes off of all runs, meaning the world record was now retimed as a 1:50. And about a year after this change, one final record was set, a 1:49 from speedrunner Jervalin, who'd been running the game for a few months and saw his chance to take the top spot. So, this is Halo 2 Anniversary's early timeline, an irregular progression, with bursts of activity followed by months of silence. It's unfortunate that no videos survived, but at least the history is preserved. But finally, in April 2018, Jervalin came in clutch. He set a new world record and saved the video. This is the first time we can watch a Halo 2 Anniversary record in over 3 years. We last saw the record at 2:17. Now, it's down to 1:46. This is going to look pretty different. Well, right from the get-go, he was more aggressive. All throughout the run, Jervalin attacked enemies more directly instead of hanging back. In Cairo alone, the first real level, this saved him 45 seconds. While playing more aggressively can be faster, you do run the risk of dying more. But Jervalin improved in that department too. He saved nearly 3 minutes over the following 3 levels by reducing the amount of deaths. Another major area of improvement was new strategies. Many of these have been slowly implemented over the last 3.5 years, but this is the first time we can see them in a run. And some are pretty huge. In Oracle, Jervalin sent the elevator up, then got underneath it and sent it back down. The result was him being launched into the air, shooting through the elevator shaft to the top rather than having to ride it. This saves 10 seconds on its own, but also has an important side effect. The game makes you invincible in the elevator shaft, and since the elevator never reaches the top, the trigger to take your invincibility away is never hit. So, you're invincible for the remainder of the level. This trick is called the pressure wash, and was found by none other than Mr. Monopoly. Delta Halo was also drastically changed. The level has 5 triggers that must be hit, and Jervalen was able to hit them, then work his way out of bounds to take shortcuts. As long as he activated all the triggers, he was able to scale mountains and cut corners all day. He did this more than Monopoly did, and was able to skip fighting many enemies. The biggest strategy overhaul came in Halo 2's final level, the Great Journey. You need to get the Spectre inside the final room. Normally, that's not possible, since the Spectre travels on the ground and the door to enter is high in the sky. But by parking it in a safe space earlier in the level, then hopping back in later and riding along the right side ridge, you can stop on top and wait for the Scarab to break open the door. The ending trigger extends out of the building, so you can precisely let the Spectre drop down and fall into the cutscene. If done properly, the Spectre will survive and make it inside. And once there, you can perform one of Halo 2's finest tricks, Johnson cloning. Johnson, one of the AI Marines, is able to repeatedly lower the final boss's shield so you can inflict damage. Johnson only shoots the boss so often, limiting your abilities to damage him. So, let's find a way to create more Johnsons. By forcing Johnson to get in the Spectre, the game detects he's not in the level and spawns another one. By forcing that Johnson to get in, the process repeats. And you can create infinite Johnsons, although each additional one costs more time. Eventually, the game spawns one final Johnson, and you take the other 3 Johnsons to the middle platform in the Spectre. All 4 Johnsons attack the boss, his shields are lowered more often, and the fight is complete in a fraction of the time. Thanks to Johnson cloning and other tricks across the run, Jervalen had a massive leg up on Monopoly. But the biggest difference wasn't new strategies. It was the amount of deaths. Monopoly died 66 times in this run. How many deaths did Jervalen have? 9. Jervalen's 146 didn't last on top too long. Even though much of the community was focused on Halo 2 Classic, there was still one top runner who kept his attention on the remake. His name was By Nails, and almost immediately, he began setting records in Halo 2 Anniversary. That May, he beat Jervalen's run by about 3 minutes. There wasn't much in the way of new strategies, but there's a couple levels in particular where he saved big time. Quarantine Zone, the level directly before Gravemind, can be a major run killer. The final 5 minutes are essentially an auto-scroller, but the first section involves doing some extremely careful driving. You have to go from room to room, dodging enemies as much as possible and hoping you don't get sniped. Deaths can be very costly depending on your last checkpoint, and although Jervalen died once, Nails was able to drive faster and avoid dying, so he saved a full minute. Now, on average, Nails did die more across the run, 11 deaths versus Jervalen's 9, but his deaths were less costly, and he played faster elsewhere. In Oracle, he had small time saves while in combat that added up to roughly half a minute. And in Gravemind, despite dying 5 times, he actually gained time over Jervalen. It's an important lesson in Halo 2 speedrun. Deaths can be costly, yes, but if you're aggressive enough with your play, the time saved from being faster can outweigh a few extra deaths. Nails had a great run, but as mentioned earlier, the community's attention was elsewhere. Without the glitches that Halo 2 Classic had, most runners just viewed Halo 2 Anniversary as a sideshow. Despite some solid recent records from Jervalen and Nails, top runners put most of their efforts into the original. That's the way it had been for years, and it showed no signs of stopping. But then, in August 2018, 343 Industries made an announcement that changed everything. Just shy of 4 years after the game's release, 343 modified Halo 2 Anniversary mechanics. There were a handful of minor changes, but the most relevant one for speedrunners, they added glitches from Halo 2 Classic back into the game. It's time to introduce you to Sword Tech. When Halo 2 Classic was released in 2004, it had one particularly game-breaking glitch. You lock onto an enemy with a weapon, then switch to the energy sword, and cancel the animation of the switch by reloading right as it starts. This creates a 2-frame window where the energy sword turns into a long-range weapon and can lock onto that same faraway enemy. If you lunge in that tiny window, you'll go flying across the map. This can be done throughout the run, and variations can save even more time. You can jump while flying to get more air, and soar past nearby enemies by adding in a jump and action. Bungie patched Sword Tech out of Halo 2 in 2005, and when 343 remastered the game, they followed suit. But in 2018, with most of the speedrun community ignoring Halo 2 Anniversary, Sword Tech was reintroduced. A rare instance of developers adding glitches intentionally. And it worked. Speedrunners began paying attention to Halo 2 Anniversary. Within months, it would surpass the popularity of Halo 2 Classic. But right away, it was clear that the world record would be shattered. Sword Tech saves several minutes across the run. You not only gain time by flying through the air, but also reduce your odds of dying by skipping over enemies on the ground. The record wasn't going to remain at 143 for long. And in October 2018, the first world record with Sword Tech was set. 137.25 by Cryphon. Cryphon did sword flying all over the run. A couple big ones were in Cairo, skipping having to traverse the outside sections. There were a few smaller ones in Arbiter and Oracle, but the most significant one came in with Red. Instead of having to slowly ride on the first gondola, Cryphon got a bit over halfway through, walked onto a faraway enemy, and took off. There were a handful of other significant sword flies later, particularly in Graveline. But Sword Tech wasn't the only change made in the patch. 343 made slight modifications to the entire physics engine, making it more in line with Halo 2 Classic. So, one other broken mechanic was inadvertently added back in: butterfly. By getting an enemy in position right above you, you can melee and then cancel to preserve your momentum and travel around through the air. This is used in two major places. In Gravemind, you're supposed to go down the elevator to play the prison section, then go back up and resume the rest of the level. But instead, by luring an enemy over and falling the team on top of you, you can butterfly back upwards by repeatedly melee canceling to activate the elevator that takes you back up. The game thinks the prison section is complete, and you save 3 to 4 minutes by not even having to go down there. Prison Skip was found by Mr. Monopoly in 2016, but couldn't be applied to Halo 2 Anniversary until now.
This works! I did it! I skipped through my prison! This is Great Night Prison Skip!
The other trick is in High Charity, Halo 2's second to last level. The ending portion of High Charity is actually right below where you begin. So if you lure an enemy over and begin butterflying off the edge, you can time your melee so that you have a controlled descent down to the end. You also have to navigate to the side at times, and it can be quite tricky. The but if done properly, you'll skip playing the level and save close to 3 minutes. The trigger for High Charity Skip was found by a player named Libre, while several others made the trip without it. The modern setup was found by Monopoly. With Swordflies, Prison Skip, and High Charity Skip all added in, Gryphon had the potential to save over 10 minutes. But his run was only a 6-minute improvement. He died 19 times, and most sections of the run were slower outside of the new strategies. It was an unoptimized time, understandable given that it was the first world record after the patch. With Sword Tech being possible, the community was more excited about Halo 2 Anniversary than ever before. The strategies had been found. Now, they had to optimize the record. Over the following few months, Nails took the time down to 1 hour and 32 minutes. Nails had turned into an absolute monster since his last record, and to this day he's considered to be the greatest Halo speedrunner of all time. He's gotten top times in every main game and has held the record in several. Back in late 2018, he was focused on Halo 2 Anniversary, and took 5 minutes off the record, starting with a 135 and then getting a 132. Nails didn't do much different from Gryphon, but he did die less, 13 times versus Gryphon's 19. Was that really enough for such a large record improvement? Well, 5 minutes might seem like a pretty big difference, but that's because of the nature of Halo 2 Legendary. It's an incredibly difficult speedrun to optimize. There's too many places to die, and it's inevitable that things will go wrong. Since deaths cost roughly 30 seconds on average, it's easy to see why there was so much room for time saving. Just 5 days after Nails' 132, another 3 minutes came off the record. A runner named Rocats got the first sub-130 in the game's history. Rocats got into the game in 2016, but like so many others, he returned once Swordflying was patched back in. He grinded for a few months in late 2018, and in January 2019, he got a 129.55 with only 8 deaths. Most of his time save came early, and the only death in the first half was a nearly unavoidable snipe in Metro. He bled time in Gravemind due to 6 deaths, but played Great Journey much more aggressively. He did Sword Tech faster and stopped to kill fewer enemies. The record was in a good spot, being under 130. But despite the progress, there was still room for improvement. Tricks could be cleaner and combat could be smoother. So, Rocats continued to play. And over the following several months, this is what he did. By early 2021, the time was down to 126.34. A decent chunk of time save came from the Regret boss fight, where he had an extremely clean kill at 126.39. You have to board him 5 times and reach a damage threshold each time. He can spawn in 8 different locations after your cycle, and if he spawns far away and you get unlucky with other enemy spawns, you can die very easily. In this run, Rocats had an extremely quick fight, with no deaths and close spawns for the boss. For years, Halo 2 Classic had dwarfed Halo 2 Anniversary in popularity. But how the turntables. Thanks to the patch, Halo 2 Anniversary had surpassed Halo 2 Classic. As expected, competition at the top started to increase. A player named Firebanch became the second runner to cut 130 in early 2021. But Rocats ultimately prevailed, getting a 124 in August 2021 with a faster boss kill in Great Journey. By September, Rocats had held the record for close to 3 years straight and showed no signs of giving it up. But then, the Halo 2 community voted to make an interesting rule change. As mentioned before, Halo 2 starts with a level called the Armory, which is basically a 2.5-minute cutscene. There's no enemies, and time saves are extremely limited. It's pretty frustrating to have to begin every speedrun attempt with this level. So, in September 2021, the community set up a vote to determine if it could just be skipped, and all speedruns could start on level 2, Pyro. Many old school runners were against removing Armory, and remain against it to this day. But in the end, the community chose to remove it, and all Halo 2 runs can now start from Pyro. This changed a lot. For one thing, all runs were now 2.5 minutes faster, so the world record was retimed in the 1:22. But it also changed how runs were done going forward. You could get a good run going much more easily, as you didn't have to replay Armory every time you wanted to start over. Pyro could be better optimized, and ultimately, the entire run could be too. Removing Armory was certainly a controversial decision, but it brought a new wave of popularity to the speedrun. A couple months after the rule change, Craven got a great run going. He hadn't held the record in over 3 years, but he was going to have a chance at this. He saved a big chunk early in Pyro and never looked back, slowly gaining time over the following levels. The important Swordflies and Regret went well, as did the boss fight. And after a gold split on Sacred Icon, he was nearly 2 minutes ahead, and on pace for a 1:23. He entered Quarantine Zone, 5 levels from the end. But then, a couple untimely deaths and some slow navigating meant Cryphon's lead nearly entirely vanished. His world record chance was gone, but he still got a nice personal best out of it. But Rocats had better look out. With Armory being removed from timing, other runners were more determined than ever to get the world record. In particular, there were 3 of them. Cryphon was in second place, and we've seen how much potential he had. He'd been dominating Halo 2 Classic for years, and with a better quarantine zone, he would have had the Halo 2 Anniversary record as well. In third place was a runner named Sinister. He'd been running the game for a couple of years, slowly lowering himself into world record contention. And while he was still 5 minutes behind the record, he had the potential to get it with a really strong run. And finally, there was Zoo. He was originally a Halo 3 runner, but later started focusing on Halo 2 Anniversary with Cryphon as his mentor. He was the farthest from the record, with his main goal being to beat Cryphon and get second place. But Zoo had one advantage over his competitors, thanks to a trick he went for right as the speedrun begins: tram spin. At the start of Pyro, there's a tram that leaves behind you. It passes by a later section of the level, so if you can just go where the tram's headed, you can skip the first part of Pyro. The problem is, there's an invisible barrier that pushes you back, and it doesn't disappear until after a door closes that you also can't pass through. If you try to approach the barrier, you'll get pushed back through the open door. There's no way to make it through. Well, in 2019, Nails found a way around this, and in 2020, Monopoly improved upon it with an easier method. You start by shooting your teammates until just before they turn and aggro to you. You then push a Marine into the corner of the tram, and as he rides away, you follow him. By spamming melee, he'll become an enemy and you can cling to him as the tram passes through the door. Once the barrier disappears, you're free to move forward through the rest of the level. This saves 45 seconds as you don't have to play the start of Pyro, but it comes with a catch. Your teammates will try to kill you for the remainder of the level. This isn't too problematic on easy mode, but on legendary, your teammates kill you fast. So, despite being discovered years earlier, it wasn't used in full game runs until Zoo came along. He had a lot of runs die early, and he had a 45-second advantage by going. So, in short, all three of these runners had a chance to get the record. The competition began. Well, in May 2022, Zoo struck first, getting a 1:24.29. With just one personal best, he had nearly accomplished his goal of beating Crichton. The run wasn't on record pace for too long, but this was still a remarkable time. Zoo was starting to make a name for himself in Halo 2.
At this point, when I had the 124, I wasn't really looking to get record at the time. My main goal at that point was just to box Crichton, like a student becomes a teacher.
When he ended up getting the 124, I think his goal was to spot me at the time, like you mentioned. I probably told him that he can get whatever time he wants, and of course his cities to him.
With this run, it was now clear. Zoo was the odds-on favorite to get the record. Despite taking a break to play more Halo 3, where he set that legendary world record, Zoo quickly came back to Halo 4, and on May 28th, he was able to get on an excellent run. He pulled further and further ahead. After quarantine zone, he was minutes ahead of his personal best. He still had to get through Gravemine.
Like, Gravemine is like the main run killer, you know, like everyone fears Gravemine. I had like a 920 Gravemine, which is pretty good for a full game legendary run. So after I finished that, I was getting nervous, I was kind of getting shaky. This run actually had a shot to get record.
When they enter the last level, it's exciting. Like, at least as a long-time runner of the game, like, your heartbeat gets way up there with them, because you know just how much pressure they have on themselves, and just how much pressure there is to fulfill.
Fortunately, he couldn't lock it down this time. He ended with a 1:22.37, just 17 seconds behind the world record.
You know, I missed record by 17 seconds at the time, but I was really excited to get a PD back close to the record. I was pretty happy with it. I was pretty motivated by it to kind of keep going.
So, Zoo continued onward. He didn't play for a few weeks thanks to the most critical Memphis Classic challenge, but afterwards he got back to it. On August 7th, he was on another remarkable pace, gaining time with level after level. After Sacred Icon, his lead was nearly a full minute, way ahead of world record pace. Unfortunately, the quarantine zone did not go well, and an untimely death in Gravemine was the nail in the coffin.
I mean, as a long-time Halo 2 runner, that's like classic Halo 2 legendary speedrunning. You will lose every single run, at least the majority of them, to quarantine zone or trade trade.
This was now two huge record chances that he missed. He was starting to let it slip away. And right on cue, Crichton and Sinister started to close in. Just 3 days apart, they set new personal bests of a low 124 and a low 125.
I saw, hey, I still have what it takes, I guess, you know? And I might have a shot at it.
I was still like kind of motivated to grind it, but yeah, I was going to do something.
A couple more weeks passed, with nothing to do. But finally, he was able to get on another good run. He started with Tram Skip, then kept it close with the following levels. Oracle and Regret were both solid, and he ended up with a gold split on Sacred Icon. Things were looking pretty good.
He was getting into Gravemine at a pretty big time, actually. You know, you look at his run, he says, here it comes, as soon as the Gravemine run happens.
Alright, here it comes. Pray for me.
Gravemine was okay, with 5 deaths, but he followed it up with 2 more really good splits. Through it all, Zoo wound up being ahead going into Great Journey, a level where he had even more time to save.
Seeing how far ahead he was of the record actually entering it and how much time he had to play with, all I'm thinking in my head right here is You've done this a million times before. Just hold it down. You have time to lose. Do not full tilt if it really trolls you. All you need to do is hang on, and you got this.
It wasn't the best, it wasn't the cleanest, but it was good enough to fill out the record.
Did I do it? Oh my god, let's go.
More so than anything, finally getting the record, I was just relieved.
He had finally broken through the barrier. He had finally taken his first record, and the sky's the limit at this point, you know? All he has to do now is go whatever he has to do.
Zoo had the record, but he admitted in the description that he didn't expect to hang on to it for long. Rocats was still around, and Crichton and Sinister weren't far behind. So, despite having accomplished his goal, he continued to do runs. And to shake things up a bit, he decided to start going for a new, incredibly risky strategy with Red, the gondola launch. You start by getting on the first gondola at the start of the threat. While on it, you can deload the Phantom by repeatedly meleeing. This delays the checkpoint, which in turn deletes the Phantom when it reaches the middle platform. As a byproduct of all this, a timer starts on the second gondola, and when it runs out, it'll travel back to the start. Once you get to the middle platform, you push the button and finish killing the enemies. This acts as a trigger to send the second gondola forward. So the second gondola now has two commands, one to send it back and one to send it forward. And if these commands overlap within a roughly 1 second window, the game doesn't know what to do. So it deloads the gondola entirely. And the strange result of this, if you're standing on the gondola, you'll get launched through the air. Nails figured out how to do this back in 2018, but for years it was considered too risky to do in legendary runs. You save a good 30 to 40 seconds by not having to wait to do the sword fly, but missing it costs nearly 2 minutes. Risky as it was, Zoo decided it was time to try implementing it in these runs. It would undoubtedly cause more runs to die at regret, but the 40-second time save was too good to pass up. It could lead to some crazy cases. Well, on September 26th, Zoo got on a run with the gondola launch. It pushed him over a minute ahead of the world record. This was a fantastic opportunity, but it got even more serious when he got a gold split on Gravemind, the fastest he had ever done it in a run. With just 3 levels to go, he was 2 minutes ahead of the record. This was a chance for a sub-120, a time that seemed unthinkable to Zoo just weeks ago. All he needed was to get through 3 more levels. He just had to close it out. Well, here's how it went. In High Charity, he tried to lure the flood over so he could do High Charity still, but failed and had to revert. He succeeded on the second try, but accidentally pushed him off the ledge. These time losses hurt, yet he still retained a minute lead. The Great Journey was even worse. He died 3 times, including twice while driving the Spectre. He still finished the run off as a world record, but it was nowhere near what it could have been. This was starting to become a habit for Zoo. He was getting crazy paces late into runs, and things went wrong in the final couple levels to derail him. But this run did make one thing clear. Sub-120 was now the ultimate goal for Halo 2. Zoo had been on pace for it. Now, he just needed a clean ending. Well, a few weeks later, he got on a run that fell behind in the middle ones. He had to revert to the last checkpoint 5 times in the red, despite getting the gondola launch. He also had a slower ending to Sacred Icon, and couldn't match the gold-splitting Gravemind with his last run. Zoo was running against the balanced splits that he had made, but in reality, he was about 45 seconds behind the record going into High Charity. but he knew he could save that time in the final 2 levels. Despite dying once in high charity, he managed to save over a minute in the end to get the record. The final time was 1:20:56. A solid record, but now it had the opposite problem. A weak middle game with a really strong ending. In order to get the sub 120, the run had to be great from start to finish. But Zoo wasn't discouraged. He pressed onward, more determined than ever to get the sub 120. And the very next day after this 1:20:56, this happened.
I was feeling very good about it from the very start because I got my Cairo was a 4:30, and that was my individual level record for Cairo. So right off the bat, I was like motivated to keep going. Got a decent result this time. Got the time save, or a lot of the time save I needed for that mission.
When he built up this big time to win the grade line, you're kind of like, you don't want to set your expectations too high, but then he got a really good grade line. I think it was like a 9:05. That's just insane. So he's suddenly on this incredibly sick pace, and you're just hoping that it survives.
Definitely, I was getting nervous again. I was letting the nerves starting to get to me.
12 levels into the run, Zoo had amassed a 1 minute and 23 second lead. Just great journey stood between him and 119. But there was still so much that could go wrong.
At this point, when he entered Great Journey that far ahead, I was super nervous. You can either get a goal and be happy, or it's going to be the most heartbreaking run of his life. Having done some of those runs myself, I know it's not over until the final cutscene plays on the Great Journey. And unfortunately, it's kind of how this run played out. Your heart sinks, and it's just tragic to watch.
Despite the deaths, the run still finished at the world record. Zoo had missed the sub 120 by just 14 seconds.
Like, can I just get it already? Can I stop choking the last mission and just clutch it out?
The good news is that Zoo now have 50 seconds to save it. So once again, if he could just get there on a reasonable pace, he could save a bunch of time and get the record.
Like having a 58-25 split out of QC, quarantine zone, people consider like a sub 1 hour out of QC to be very good. I remember having like a 58-25, like this one's pretty nuts right now. This one could be it, could be the one.
As long as he can stay close to his TV, he knows he's got a ton of time to save a Great Journey, almost a minute in fact. And this run was shaping up just for that.
I was 10 seconds behind going into Great Journey, but I had a minute of time saved. There's so much time to save. This run should definitely be it. On top of that, I was streaming, so I was like excited to get the sub 120 in front of everyone watching.
In the final boss, there's some reinforcement waves that happen when you're killing the final boss based on when it gets to a certain health threshold. Now normally, they don't really matter, and you can get the final boss dead with the Johnson glitch. So once you kill the final boss, there is about 10 seconds before the level actually ends. And during that time, all the enemies and all your teammates, like, they're still active, they're still fighting out there. And if you're caught in the crossfire, you can easily die and just revert back to the very start of the fight.
So by the time I finally killed him, there was a brute right behind me. He punches me. I start freaking out. Like I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to save it. So I kind of just did a random input and then I lost it there. There were so many emotions. Like I was angry, annoyed. I was embarrassed because this just happened on stream. This run was it. Tartarus was dead. All I had to do was wait 10 seconds and then the run was finished.
It's heartbreaking to watch that happen, especially on a run so fast. It took a lot of me trying to like really reassure him and try to convince him like, hey, you've done this once, you can do it again. You're in a league of your own. You are so far ahead of everyone else, and the pace of you beating are so consistently fast that this is going to come with time.
Zoo's motivation hadn't dried up. He knew the sub 120 was within reach. He kept pushing onward for the month of November. And on November 7th, he'd have his next good chance.
It started off really good. Like even though it started off with some time loss, a 448 Pyro was still like insane. The missions after that were pretty standard. So I ended up being ahead by quite a bit. And then Regret came. Regret, everything went my way basically. And I finished QZ, ended up getting a QZ. A 57-53 split. And I remember also being hyped for that. Like that's insanely fast for Halo 2 Legendary.
When I saw those splits, a run that was this fast and still gaining, with time save on rate winning, I was blown away. This was shaping up to be one of the best Halo 2 runs of all time.
I do high charity skip. I remember specifically I practiced high charity skip a ton before this run, so I ended up getting a gold split.
Everything was on. Zoo had only died 7 times, none of which were particularly costly. It all amounted to a 24-second lead going into Great Journey, where he could save another huge chunk of time. Pressure was on.
My mindset with this run, like, if I'm ahead at all going into Great Journey, then like I have this in the bag. I should have this in the bag.
When he got to Great Journey, I am without a doubt certain that he was incredibly nervous.
As I progressed, everything seemed to go my way completely. Okay, so the end fight, the Johnsons were like in some sort of conga line. The Johnson behind the first one wouldn't shoot at Tartarus because it was being, he was shooting his own teammate. So he just didn't shoot at all. So that kind of prolonged the fight. Like it was taking a while for Tartarus to die. So that gave the brute reinforcements, giving the brute reinforcements time to get on the platform and kill me. But that didn't happen.
It's so good. Like there's, mistakes here and there, but Halo 2 Legendary, you don't get a run that's kind of perfect. This had so few deaths, so few mistakes, so little kills by RNG, that the time is just incredible.
I felt this was like one of the only times where I felt happy with the PB, Like I felt satisfied. Like this is actually a good run. So I was happy, like happy for the first time with the PB with the run. It was such a good run. I finally considered that a run would be good.
To this day, Zoo's 119 remains the top of the world. There's been a recent push to break the record, thanks to a $2,000 bounty placed by Epic. In the first few months of 2023, Triton, Sinister, and Nails have all improved their times. But Zoo's world record still stands alone. 5 years ago, world record runs used to not be saved. The game was an afterthought compared to Halo 2 Classic. Now, Halo 2 Anniversary has a thriving community, with a world record that reflects that. And as solid as it is, there's no doubt that competition will drive it far lower in years to come. This has been the history of Halo 2 world records. Thanks for watching. Please don't forget to subscribe if you enjoy it, since that really helps me out. Thank you. Super Mario Bros. 3 speedruns are some of the most competitive out there. It has a degree of randomness not found in most platformers. So much out of your control needs to line up. But it also requires relentlessly precise platforming through the entire game. We've already been over worthless world records in this game, but there's another even tougher category. 100%. And over the past 10 plus years, it's become one of the most coveted NES world records. This is the history of Mario 3 100% world records. So, what is a 100% speedrun? Well, for a normal worthless speedrun of Mario 3, the only requirement is that you can't use any of the game's warp whistles to jump to the world. However, that category still lets you skip over certain levels, since you aren't required to play them all to beat the game. But for 100%, the rules are a bit stricter. You've got to complete every stage and every map enemy through the entire game. That includes all the numbered levels, forts, airships, and ham stages, as well as enemies like Hammer Brothers and Bloodhounds. It's a brutal category. You can't skip over anything dangerous. The origin of this category comes from a speedrun from December 2005, performed by David Gibbons. Now, David Gibbons may not be a familiar name to most, but back in the early 2000s, he was one of the most prolific speedrunners around. He held world records in Mario 64, GoldenEye, Castlevania 64, Donkey Kong Country 3, the list just goes on and on. On Christmas Eve 2005, he added Mario 3 to that list. A 100% run clocking in at 1 hour, 24 minutes, 10 seconds. Let's dive in. Gibbons played on the Super Mario All-Stars version of the game, but since all his other records were on SNES and N64 games, it's likely Gibbons played on this version since he didn't own an NES. He started in World 1 and began making his way through the game. Gibbons' first goal was to build up the P-meter as often as he could. The P-meter checks every 8 frames whether you're running and whether you're on the ground. If both are true, then an arrow builds in the meter. If not, then it'll lose an arrow. Once the meter is full, you get P-speed, allowing you to run much faster than normal. So, throughout the entire game, Gibbons frequently tried to run on the ground and build P-speed. In World 1, he was able to build it on several occasions, but usually slowed down and lost it slightly after. As a whole, Gibbons was going through stages quickly, but some levels looked more like a casual playthrough. 3-2 in particular had a lot of falling in the water and riding on slow-moving platforms. Since the run was so long, he played a lot of sections safe, slowing down to ensure he didn't take damage or die. But whenever he built P-speed, he was able to fly through levels. And all the while, he was collecting items, which the game automatically gives you after completing worlds and fighting hammer brothers. He saved most of these into World 7, which features many of the game's longest stages. So in 7-6, for instance, instead of entering the door to play the level, he used a P-wing to fly over the wall and run to the other side. Level complete in a matter of seconds. All in all, this was a pretty impressive speedrun for its time, and it got a positive reception in the community. But there were a lot of safe strategies used, and it was obvious the world record had potential to go lower. That being said, for the next 6 years, David Gibbons' run remained as the fastest recorded 100% run. During that period, new Mario 3 runners joined Speed Memory's archive, but for the most part, they focused on the game's other categories. However, for Awesome Games Done Quick 2012, a runner named TJP7154 submitted Mario 3 100%. It got accepted, meaning he'd be running it in front of thousands of viewers that January. So, TJP had to practice. He began streaming 100% runs on his Twitch page. In November 2011, he beat David Gibbons' record. But this time, 100% looked a little different. On November 6th, 2011, TJP beat the record by over 2 minutes, a 1:21:56, and he was able to take full advantage of what had been discovered over the last 6 years. First off, he was far better at preserving peace. For instance, in 2-2, he turned back at the start of the stage to build P speed, then precisely jumped to maintain it through the whole level. 4-3 was more of the same, maintaining P speed by mapping out his jumps perfectly. It was overall a higher level gameplay than Gibbons. There were also smaller optimizations TJP made. It seems logical to jump to get the wand sooner after a Koopa fight, like Gibbons did, but Mario eventually has to slowly fall to the bottom of the screen after grabbing. So, if he grabs it on the ground instead, Mario falls a much shorter distance and actually gains time. He used this throughout the run to save a few seconds. But here's the thing about TJP. He was practicing for a marathon, not trying to optimize a world record. He was also a showman, never afraid to go for the toughest tricks even if they were risky. So, despite some impressive time saves over David Gibbons, TJP also died 5 times and took damage on numerous occasions. It made for an entertaining run, despite some obvious places to improve. But the biggest addition to TJP's run, he used every trick to his advantage. Welcome to the wonderful yet punishing world of Mario 3's glitches. This is stage 6-9. Normally, you enter the pipe and play through the level, but instead, TJP did this. It's called a wall jump, an incredibly difficult glitch in Mario 3. First off, you need to jump into the top 6 pixels of the block, and then jump again the frame you hit the block, although in rare cases you may get a second frame. That means you have 6 pixels of wiggle room, and then must time a jump down to the 60th of a second. That's not easy. But then there's stuff out of your control. In order to have the chance to wall jump as Small Mario, you must be at least 2 pixels into the wall. When running, Mario moves 2 pixels and 8 sub-pixels per frame. There are 16 sub-pixels in a pixel, meaning essentially he moves 2.5 pixels per frame. Depending on how you're lined up, the wall jump can be impossible. For instance, if you happen to be 1 pixel away from the wall with a low sub-pixel value, you'll only be 1 pixel deep into the wall on the next frame, and won't have the chance to wall jump. If you instead had a high sub-pixel value, the 8 sub-pixels gained would cause Mario to move an extra pixel deep, and the wall jump would be possible. The math works out so that you only have a 60% chance to get the wall jump, even if you do everything right. Your subpixel value and distance from the wall must line up properly. Another trick that requires both a precise jump and subpixel watch is flipping. If you jump right into the corner of a block of Big Mario, the game thinks his head is stuck inside, and its solution is to zip you out to the right. This means you can skip straight through entering a door to play a stage and go right to the end. But of course, in addition to needing a frame-perfect jump to get to the corner of the block, you also need subpixel watch to go too far enough. Even if you get a frame-perfect jump every time, Mario only zips less than half the top of the graphics. As difficult and random as these tricks are, TJP was committed to going for them. He went for the wall jump in 6-9 and got it 7th try. He went for the clip in 7-1 and got it 17th try. He went for a clip in 7-5 and failed 9 times before giving up. Finally, in 7-6, he hit a clip first try, vindicating his efforts. Was this all actually worth it? Well, despite a lot of misses, TJP clearly showed that if performed fast enough, the wall jump and all the various clips could potentially save big time. A few weeks later, just before his GDQ run, TJP set another 100% world record, 120.29. It was cleaner overall with fewer deaths, and took no more than 6 tries to get the major clips in World 7. Despite a lead of over 3 minutes, TJP couldn't help himself going all out in the last stage of the game. He started by going into the basement and failing a clip 31 consecutive times. He then returned to the start of the run and attempted a different clip 4 times before giving up and taking the run. He then successfully hit a clip at the top of the level and actually lost his time because of how slowly he moved through the wall. He may have lost over a minute and a half in one stage, but his run was cool and was still a world record. Now, TJP's run stood as the official record for about 8 months. It was beaten in August 2012, and the runner to do it is pretty well known today, Mitch Flowerpower. By 2012, Mitch had already been a top Mario 3 runner for years. He got the Warpless record in 2010, and likely had a 100% run faster than TJP's run back in 2011. But he didn't record his time until 2012. By then, Mitch's skills had risen far beyond TJP's, and as a result, he was able to do this to the world record. 100% had just been taken to another level. And the way Mitch did it, P-speed, P-speed, P-speed. He had practiced runs at individual levels for years, and was able to apply P-speed techniques there to full-game runs. The only problem with this record, it wasn't exactly 4K quality. A low-resolution camera played it on TV. But the gameplay on the screen was unbelievably high quality for the time. Take 1-3 for instance. Mitch did a tiny jump over a Koopa to build P-speed while jumping off the boomerang throw. Take the first fort in World 4. This is an incredibly tough stage, but Mitch kept P-speed the entire way through. There are some really precise jumps in there, but he never slowed down. Mitch's gameplay was not only cleaner, but also smarter. In World 6's first fort, Mitch powered up, then intentionally took damage so he could run on the spikes quickly, instead of slowly riding on the platform. There were time saves like this all across the run, allowing Mitch to be multiple minutes ahead after 6 worlds. But instead of going for the wall jump in 6-9 and the flip in 7-6, Mitch used P-wings in both stages to fly straight up top, instead of using them for safer strategies in stages like TJP did. He still managed to get 7-1 flips second try, and got a couple flips in 7-5. It was far from a perfect run, but Mitch's 114 was the new gold standard for 100% runs. Now, when compared to Warpers, Mario 3's other long category, 100%'s leaderboard was a little different. Mitch was way ahead of the pack in 100%, but he had one active competitor for Warpless runs, a speedrunner known as Karua. Throughout 2012, Mitch and Karua were locked in a Warpless world record battle, trading the record back and forth throughout the year. Mitch knew Karua would be an incredible 100% runner if he ever gave it a try, and he encouraged him to start running it. So, later that year, Karua did, and in December, he beat Mitch's world record, 113.52. Karua had a different approach to this run. Mitch went all out, executing as many tough strategies as he could and being less concerned about mistakes. Karua, on the other hand, went for a more consistent run. He expected to get hit and make the occasional mistake, but his initial goal was to avoid dying, something TJP and Mitch failed to do. He also wanted to have a cleaner run overall. Mitch had some slowdowns in World 5, while Karua was able to hold on to his fire forward. This allowed him to build P-speed at 5-3, while Mitch had to slowly jump into the groove. Keeping with his conservative strategies, Karua saved a lot of items from the later worlds, and P-winged over 6-9 and 7-6. He also used the P-wing in 7-9, allowing him to go straight to the top and skip part of his late stage. He still went for the 7-1 flip, and got it 5th try. So overall, his safe strategy worked beautifully. Karua completed the run without dying, and ended up with a 43-second world record to finish. The run certainly wasn't without its faults. Small time losses were scattered across the run, especially in World 6, and he took a lot of time trying to build P-speed at the start of 7-2. But Karua said that all he wanted with this run was a starting point. He wanted to achieve a clean world record, and then return to improve it in the future. So, 5 months later, that's exactly what Karua tried to do. On May 19th, 2013, after a break from doing 100% runs, Karua got on a pace with a beautiful first half. He bled a little bit from slowdowns in World 5, but his World 6 was much cleaner than his last record. Karua was over half a minute ahead of World 7, but he still had to get the 7-1 point. First try. He also gained time by building P-speed faster in 7-2. Suddenly, he was over 41 seconds ahead going into the final world. World 8 is a very interesting world for Mario 3 speedruns. On its surface, it doesn't seem that difficult. Nearly half the stages are auto-scrollers, which are essentially cutscenes for speedrunners, and the remaining stages don't have many super difficult tricks. You don't even have to worry about the hands like you do in Warpless. You're forced to play them all in 100%, so the only RNG is a 1.5 second time loss for getting pulled in by a hand versus selecting it manually. So, World 8 shouldn't be that tough of a world, but the remaining levels, 8-1, 8-2, Fort, and Bowser's Castle, they may not be super difficult, but they're just hard enough that, when combined with the pressure of being on world record pace, it can be very easy to make a mistake. With the pressure off, top runners rarely make mistakes in the lane. Everything changes when you're on world record pace. One slip of the button, one mistimed jump, and your world record chance can vanish. Three consecutive levels with a mistake. The pressure may have gotten to Karua, but incredibly, since he led by so much going into World 8, he still pulled off a world record by 7 seconds. This may not have been the record he was going for, but Karua was in it for the long haul. 100% had turned into his new favorite category, and he was willing to devote most of his attention to it. And so, throughout 2013, this is what Karua did to the world record. 4 months later, Karua had taken the world record all the way to 112.40. Despite lowering the record by over a minute, there weren't any big new strategies. The improvements came from making fewer mistakes and slowly adding in small time steps. An example of this is 4-1. Karua used to never build piece beacons slow, and just jump his way through while slowing down as little as possible. But starting with his 112.40, he picked up a Koopa shell, then used it to run into a Parakupa so he could avoid taking damage and build piece beacon. He could then preserve it across the remainder of the level and save a few seconds. This was Karua's category. Mitch was close to him at the start of the year, but as he chose to focus on other categories instead, Karua was able to pull away. And as a result, the gap between the two of them was nearly 2 full minutes. But then, something interesting happened. Mario 3 100% was accepted into HDQ 2014, just as it had been 2 years prior with PJP. Only this time, it would be a co-op run, with Mitch and Karua both playing. So, Mitch had to get ready. He'd spent the year playing the game's warpless and any percent categories, setting a total of 5 world records between the two. But he hadn't played 100% in over a year, and since then, Karua had lowered the record 7 times. So, during preparations for that year's GDQ run, the question was, could Mitch keep up with Karua? And on November 13th, 2013, that question was answered. This was a record improvement of 7 seconds, but there's one important caveat. Mitch played on an NES, while Karua played on Wii Virtual Consoles. These consoles have different frame rates, and essentially meant that Karua was playing in slightly slow motion compared to Mitch. Over the course of an hour-long speedrun, it worked out that Mitch gained 20 seconds over Karua from frame rate difference alone. So his improvement of 7 seconds was a slower played run overall. It was still the world record. Mitch's strategies were quite different than Karua's. In the World 2 Fort, for instance, Mitch intentionally lost fire to damage boost off of spikes. It's faster initially, but you lose time by not being able to fire through the boom boom and having to power back up later. Mitch also gained time back in a few of the stages where Karua lost big time. But he had his struggles too. His 7-1 flip was 12th to try. Yet when factoring in the time save from frame rate differences, it was still enough to beat the world record.
Get it.
After 15 months of dominance from Karua, Mitch was back on top. But in the lead up to their AGD2 run, Mitch wasn't the only one practicing. Karua started doing 100% runs as well. And this time, there was no more Wii Virtual Console. Karua switched to playing on the NES. And so, just a few weeks after Mitch's record, Karua beat him back by 24 seconds. Keeping with the theme from these two runners, Karua's record was more consistent than Mitch's record. Mitch had lost fire in the forts in Worlds 4 and 5, while Karua didn't get hit in either spot. And instead of a 12th try 7-1 flip, Karua got it first try. He did die in 6-3, but it wasn't a significant time loss since he was already small Mario, and it was at the start of the level. It was a quintessential Kirua world record. He went for fewer extravagant tricks compared to Mitch, but was steady nearly the whole way through, and it paid off beautifully. Mitch and Kirua continued practicing in the lead-up to League DQ 2014, but neither lowered their learning. But then, the day before the marathon was scheduled to start, Kirua came through with one more world record, the first 111 in the game's history. It was a bit more of an up-and-down run, with Kirua losing fire in World 3 and missing a kill swipe in 7-5, causing him to lose time going to the backup. But this run is notable for one particular trick Kirua went for. It's not a huge time save, but is extremely difficult and punishing if missed. The trick is in World 3, saves 3 seconds, and fittingly, is named Door 3. In World 3's first fort, there's a hallway of doors that lead to different areas. You're supposed to go into the 6th door, then jump up to a higher door and enter the boss corridor. However, if you instead enter the 3rd door and press up to re-enter the door as soon as Mario spawns on the next screen, you can enter it again and are sent straight to the boss corridor. This saves 3 seconds over going to door 6, but it's incredibly risky. You only have 1 frame to press up as you spawn on the screen, and if you miss, you fall into the water and lose 11 seconds. It's extremely high risk for not a huge reward. But Kirua went for it since his run was off to a slow start, and it paid off. A few days later, Mitch and Kirua had their GDQ run, and then both players took a break from 100%. The world record had entered the 111s, and although there's a limit to just how optimized an hour-long run can be, it was starting to get there. There weren't many huge time saves left. The smaller things were becoming more and more important. But when Kirua came back to 100% runs in March, one element of the run in particular was gaining relevance. So far, we've talked about all the execution and tough tricks required in a 100% run. Building P-speed, getting flips, and all the rest. We've been ignoring a big aspect of the speedrun. Mario 3 100% has one other major component, RNG. It's time to talk about the Hammer Brothers. The first 6 worlds in the game feature one or more Hammer Brothers on the overworld map. After every level you complete, or every time you die, these Hammer Brothers randomly move in an available direction. They only intend to move one space at a time, but they can only stop on an unoccupied tile. So if they land on a level or another Hammer Brother, they have to move again. All the Hammer Brothers move at the same time, but you have to wait for whatever the longest movement is to stop before Mario can move. So if one Hammer Brother moves once while the other moves twice, you end up taking the time loss from moving of 2. Now, you can get some pretty long movements from the Hammer Brothers. In World 5, this Hammer Brother can't stop on the 4th, and then can't stop on level 8 or level 9. So, he has to move 4 spaces before he can finally stop. Each additional movement costs 32 frames, or roughly half a second, so a movement of 4 loses a second and a half over the optimal movement of 1. But under perfect conditions, you can get even worse movements. If the Hammer Brothers never land on an open tile, they have to keep moving. They can even get stuck on top of each other if they meet at a 3-way intersection. Speedrunner Stewie Cartman has one of the longest Hammer Brother movements on record, and movements like this can theoretically take place in any playthrough of Mario 3. It probably goes without saying that if this happens in a run, it's an immediate reset. Even without a super long marathon movement, Hammer Brother movements can still cost the player big time over the course of a 100% run. An extra movement is only half a second, but there are dozens and dozens of spots for movements during a run. In World 5 alone, getting the worst possible versus the best possible Hammer Brother luck is about 21 seconds of difference. Extrapolate that to the full game, and one speedrun to the next can have significant time variance from RNG alone. So, when Karua came back to attempts in March 2014, Hammer Brother RNG mattered more than ever before. On March 27th, he got on a run that pulled ahead big time after World 3. This was partly thanks to quick Hammer Brother movements, but mostly because he didn't get hit in the fort like his last record. World 4 featured great Hammer Brother luck. 2 movements of 2 and 5 movements of 1, and he didn't have to travel far to fight them either. Fortunately, World 5 wasn't as kind, as he got several movements of 3. Still, going into World 7, Karua had built up a substantial lead, and it just kept getting better. The 7-1 clip was first try once again, and he got the tail swipe in 7-5 that he missed in the last record. Karua had a 17-second lead into World 8, but we already know how hard this world can be under pressure. These mistakes lost 12 seconds combined. Still a record by 5 seconds, but World 8 was starting to become a problem spot for Karua. But just a week later, he had a chance for redemption. Karua carried an 8-second lead after World 6, but this run is notable for the new strategies Karua went for in World 7. In 7-9, he successfully hit a clip that saves 5 seconds. Instead of having to navigate the maze normally, you can go right through the wall to skip a segment of it. And in the second fort, Karua went for a beautiful strategy where you preserve P-speed throughout the 2 rooms. It's incredible to watch. You must throw fireballs and time your jumps perfectly in room 1, then do incredibly precise jumps while ducking in room 2 so that you never slow down. These 2 strategies combined meant Karua was 15 ahead into World 8. This was his chance. But once again, World 8 stood between him and the world record. He needed a good world. And that's exactly what he got. It made for a remarkable 1:11.26, a world record cut of 27 seconds. The run was solid through World 5, but a gold World 6, combined with the new strategies in World 7 and a clean World 8, pushed it over the top. Simply put, this was an amazing world record. So amazing that for the next year, it would stand on top of the leaderboard unchallenged. But even with no competitors in sight, Karua still wanted to push his time lower. In early 2015, he came back to the category, largely thanks to a few new strategies he could use to shave off some time. The biggest one was an overhaul of Orbital 6-5. This is the infamous stage where you're supposed to build P-speed, then fly up with a Koopa shell to clear out the plants and make it to the Titan. Building P-speed is easy, but it took speedrunners time to pick up the Koopa shell. However, Karua began using the 6-5 despawn strategy. Mario 3 only has 5 available sprite slots at a time. If a 6th sprite appears on screen, it'll simply be despawned right away. So, by running and not slowing down, then tail swiping a Buster Beetle, he'll stay on screen longer and take up a sprite slot. The next Beetle is in slot 2, the Koopa is in slot 3, and the last Beetle is in slot 4. With 1 open slot remaining, only one of the 2 plants above can spawn in. So, you can just fly up there and break the block without needing to use the Koopa shell. Using this new strategy and other smaller ones, Kurua set two 100% records in March 2015. A 111.24 followed by a 111.02. The gap on the leaderboard was now enormous. 54 seconds between him and second place. He had set 12 of the category's last 13 world records. He had held the record nearly non-stop since 2012. And now, his lead over anybody else in the world was nearly a full minute. And it was a good thing, because shortly after his 111.02, Kurua obtained a working holiday visa, meaning he was going to be moving to Japan for the next year. And he wasn't going to be doing any speedrunning while gone. He had plans to come back to 100% runs upon his return, but for the next 12 months, he couldn't defend his title. But fortunately for Kurua, his world record seemed to be in no danger. He left for Japan, still with no threats to the record in sight. Just 3 months into his absence, Kurua's record was gone. The guy who did it was named I Love Mario. When Kurua left, he was 54 seconds behind and didn't seem like a major threat. A month later, the leaderboard looked a bit closer. Then it got a bit closer. Finally, on June 24th, 2015, he came through with this run, the first 110 in the game's history. I Love Mario would go on to set many records in Mario 2, Mario 3, and Mario Land 2 in the years to come, but this one was actually his very first Mario world record. While Kurua's run didn't have any huge mistakes, it still had flaws that I Love Mario was able to take advantage of. His big time saves revolved around building keys, namely 4-1, World 4's second fort, and 5-5. In each of these stages, he managed to build key speed early through precise platforming to save a couple seconds. They added up to be a pretty nice time save. 7-1 flew the second try, and the world as a whole was quite clean. Credit to I Love Mario. He had swooped in and taken a world record that looked to be pretty safe. Kurua was shocked. He knew his record wasn't perfect, but to be beaten after just 3 months away was definitely a surprise. But he was set on not doing attempts until he came back. Over the next few months, the leaderboard would become a bit cluttered at the top, but I Love Mario's run remained completely one-head. New year arrived, no changes. Finally, in the spring of 2016, Kurua came back. His record only lasted 3 months, but I Love Mario's world record lasted the remaining 9. It was still tiny. So, how would Kurua respond? Well, in the past, Kurua tended to mix in other games with his 100% attempts. But this time around, he decided he was going to do an all-out grind. His goal wasn't just to get the record back. His goal was to lower the time as much as he physically could. Because the time he was aiming for was a sub 110.30. This was Kurua's ultimate grind. To get there, Kurua was going to have to squeeze all the time out of 100% that he could. He had a couple ways to help. Part 1, getting all the Koopa fire kills. At the end of each of the first 7 worlds, there's a Koopa link route. The fastest way to defeat them is to use fireballs. This can be quite difficult, since the Koopa links have seemingly random patterns that can throw everything off. However, their pattern can actually be determined ahead of time. It all depends on the time spent on the overworld map between the last level and the airfield. Every few frames, the Koopa link's pattern changes. So if you spend the same amount of time navigating to the airship, the pattern will be the same and you can plan your fire kill ahead. This can still be problematic. In World 2, for instance, there are multiple spots you can be before the airship. So, Karua had to plan this out for each of the 7 worlds, what possible patterns he could get, and how they matched with real-world movement. It was painstaking, but it allowed him to be much more consistent with Fire Coast. And Part 2. As always, there were new strategies in this ride. Karua implemented 2 big ones. The first was in 6-10, a strategy that allowed you to maintain P-speed through the whole level and hang on to Fire Mario. It goes without saying that this requires brutally tough platforming, but the end result saves a few seconds throughout World 6. The other new strategy was in 7-7. We've seen a lot of tricks in World 7, but this is easily the worst of them all. The most brutal, random, difficult, and all-around awful strategy. This is the 7-7. To get this to work, you need to land on the corner pixel of the pipe. That means there's both a vertical and horizontal component at the end of the clip. You need the correct vertical pixel, plus the correct horizontal pixel, and the correct subpixels for both the horizontal and vertical directions. If everything is done correctly, and you get lucky with the subpixels to get the clip first try, it saves 17 seconds over playing the stage normally. Getting it first try is both figuratively and literally a big one. Past runners have tried for the 7-7 clip before, but not to much success. Karua avoided the trick for years, but for this grind, the 17-second time save was too good to pass up. But every miss shaves a few seconds off of the time save, and by the 6th try, it's impossible to gain time. Karua only got it about 25% of the time by the 6th try, meaning 75% of runs were essentially killed by this one trick, an hour into the run. It's absolutely brutal. World 7 as a whole had turned into a nightmare. You've got the 7-1 clip, the 7-7 clip, the 7-9 clip, and several other difficult levels. But it's what Karua had to do if he wanted this grind to be a success. It all had to come together if Karua was going to pull this off. After many weeks of practice, in the summer of 2016, Karua got to work. On July 6th, Karua was on a solid run through World 3. He got great Hammer Brother movements and even got Door 3. The next few worlds were up and down, and he was within striking distance going into World 7, a position he had been in several times over the past 2 weeks. The world got off to a good start. Second try 7-1. The next few levels were cleared as well, including the shell throw in 7-5. Then, he arrived at 7-7. This just got real. Although he lost some time later in the world, first try 7-7 was enough for a bold swing. There was still World 8. We've seen Karua struggle here before. Sure enough, in 8-1, he lost P-speed to lose a few seconds. But he still closed it out for a 1:10.52. For the first time in over a year, Karua was the 100% record holder. He was officially back. That was the game plan to get his win. Take a lottery ticket into World 7, grade the ticket hits to get all the clips required, then hold it together for World 8. Karua had 23 seconds to go. This is what he did in the following weeks. By the end of July 2016, Karua had a remarkable improvement, just 5 seconds away from his goal. And finally, he had a run with complete World 8. He saved 6 seconds in that world alone, which took the run into the 1:10:30s. There was still room to shave a few seconds off. He had lost fire in 4-1 and took a few tries through the clips in World 7. But overall, it was a really clean run. There just wasn't much time left to save. With 3 world records in July, Karua was flying high. These 2 weeks had been among the most fruitful in his entire speedrunning career. So, he decided to take a short but well-deserved break. He returned in August and started doing more runs, needing just 1 more record to achieve his goal. But all of a sudden, it's like Karua ran into a wall. He wasn't seeing any more improvements. He was getting bad Hammer Brother movements, no clips in World 7, all of a sudden nothing was working. And time started to pass. September came around, then October, and the record stayed at 1:10:34. Sometimes in speedrunning, we set goals that are too lofty. It's much easier to imagine a perfect run than to actually play it, and it seems that's what Karua had done. He had been a 100% record holder for 4 years, and knew what the culmination of all his skills could be. That would be a sub 1:10:30. But 3 months after his 1:10:34, despite a massive effort, Karua hadn't made any progress. 5 seconds away had to be good enough. This was the end of the road for Karua. And then came November 9th, 2016, when maybe the craziest run in Mario 3 history took place. Do you remember anything about the attempt session leading up to it, or was it just like any normal day?
Honestly, I don't remember anything in particular about it. Yeah, the start was pretty standard, I would say. The RNG was actually bad, so I was slightly behind, but World 1 and World 2, as long as you're within 2 or 3 seconds, it's not really going to make a huge difference. So in the end, getting out of World 3, the pace was acceptable. Nothing special, but nothing bad. The run really started picking up at World 4. Basically, I got P3 in every spot where I wanted it, particularly in the first and the second floor, so everything went fine.
4 worlds into the run, Karua was 6 seconds ahead, putting him on pace for sub 1:10:30. There was still a long way to go.
When I reached World 5, at that point I wasn't too excited about the run. In the entire run, World 5 is the one with the most RNG. The difference between good and bad RNG and another movement is just insane. So I got a really low number of movements, and I just made every single stage. Like, the world was virtually perfect. World 6 is, in my opinion, the second hardest world after World 7. It's more about the execution for World 6. And it's really, really intense. So many stages are difficult, and again, like World 5, execution was on top in every single stage. I don't think I missed a single thing I went for on that. I think it was my best pace by 5 seconds during World 7. So yeah, I was definitely feeling the pressure.
This was the best chance Karua had ever had to get a sub 1:10:30. He started off with the first try 7-1.
Getting 7-1 first try, you're always happy, but at the same time, I know 7-7 is where it's gonna be decided. So I was happy, but I was just waiting for 7-7.
And finally, Karua arrived at 7-7. On the pace of his life, he just had to get this eventually, and he'd have a golden opportunity.
I think my heart rate rised quite a lot after getting 7-7 first try. Wow, this is actually happening. Getting the 7-9 was a bonus. just the cherry on top.
We had been looking at the wrong line all along. We're not talking about a sub 110.30 anymore. Unbelievably, Kurua was moments away from getting the world's first 1-0.
And it's weird because on one hand you're like, did I misjudge my goal? Or is it just that special? And I think it was just that special. That run was really that special.
But we had all seen Kurua's struggles in World 8 before. And now, with more on the line than ever before, he had to get a good World 8.
Interestingly, I wasn't feeling really pressured by World 8, even though I failed before. Despite that, I was very confident because I was doing well, so I wasn't really feeling much pressure in my life.
He kept going, level by level, getting closer to the 109.
And then, yeah, 8-1 happened. The truth is, I was actually not focused enough because I remember I was thinking ahead. I was thinking about a strat I was considering doing in default 2 stages later, and I pressed jump too early. I didn't know if I could even finish the run because I was so upset at myself. And I ended up getting hit in 8-2 because of it. I just didn't care about it. I actually knew I would probably get the record by the end of anything incredibly stupid afterwards, so I expected to maybe get a record by, I don't know, 5-6 seconds or something. Instead, I absolutely crushed my goal, despite what happened, so I had really conflicting emotions about it. At the time I was really upset, but that run was so special that I still became quite happy about it quite quickly.
What a bizarre speedrun. Kurua had accomplished his goal. In fact, he had crushed it, yet it felt so unfulfilling. He was in a position to take the record years ahead of his time, but fell short at the last minute. You know, after the dust had settled, did you have any thoughts about trying to lower the time further, or did you know that you were done?
I briefly considered continuing and getting another PB, but it would still be way worse, relatively speaking, compared to what that run could have been. So, yeah, I just need to stop there. I'm done.
That run was 6.5 years ago. Kurua hasn't done a 100% run since. He stopped speedrunning as a whole in 2017. But my goodness, did he go out on top. This was the leaderboard the day Kurua set the 1:10.19. This was the leaderboard a year later. The gap had closed by just 2 seconds. There's Mega Man 2 record holder Eloisia in second place. Let's move another year forward. Runners were starting to get into the 110s now, but still, Kurua's record was comfortably on top. At this point, we're in late 2018, and these runners with 110s, Louis, Eloisia, Orstad, they were all excellent Mario 3 players, but none of their runs had world record potential. Even 2 full years later, none of these guys could catch up to Kurua. It seemed like the 1:10.19 was destined to stay on top. There seemed to be no hope. Wait a minute. Mitch had been a 100% record holder before, back in 2014. Since then, he had focused hard on Orphans, being ahead of Kurua there for most of the last 4 years. If any runner in the top 10 had a shot of beating the 1:10.19, it would be Mitch. He had limited interest in 100% games, but in late 2018, he decided to give it another shot. His PB was a mid-111, and he very quickly rose up the leaderboard. By the end of November, he he was in second place, 12 seconds behind Karuma. He'd then achieve a 1:10.29, and later a 1:10.26. These runs were notable because they both had a chance at the world record entering World 7, but he couldn't get the first try clips that were in the 1:10.19. Even with the 20-second time loss in World 8, Karua's world record was so tough to go against. There was just no margin for error in the first 7 worlds. 2019 came around, and Mitch was still 7 seconds behind Karua's world record. On January 4th, Mitch got on a run roughly even with Karua's record entering World 3. He'd then proceed to lose time in each of the following 5 worlds. He lost fire in 4-4 and lost peace in 6-10. He missed 7-9 clip and took 2 tries to get 7-7. Entering World 8, Mitch was actually going to have a shot at this because he kept it close. Losing time against Karua's record was expected. Mitch was 16 seconds behind and could make that time up in World 8. But of course, he had to avoid a critical mistake.
We did it. Nice. Nice.
For the first time in 5 years, the 100% record belonged to Mitch. He didn't use many new strategies either. He simply let his skills from the past few years take him past Karua. Overall, it was an extremely balanced run, with solid Hammer Brother RNG and no bad worlds. And most importantly, after a 2-year reign at the top, the 1:10.19 was no longer the time to beat. Mitch and Karua were synonymous with Mario 3 speedrunning. For years, when you looked at the Warpless or 100% leaderboards, their names were always in the top 2 spots, and now was no exception. But who's in 3rd place? That would be Luke, with a 1:10.35. He had been sneaking up in the background ever since cutting the 111. While Mitch was setting the record with a 1:10.14, Louis remained only 20 seconds behind, easily the top active runner behind Mitch. And when Mitch stepped aside from 100% after setting the record, it was Louis' time to shine. In July 2019, after a steady series of PB improvements, Louis broke through with a 1:10.08, taking the top spot by 6 whole seconds. This was the first time in 4 years that neither Mitch nor Karua set the 100% record. And there's one key trick that Louis was able to use to his advantage: 7-1 subpixel manipulation. To get the 7-1 flip, your subpixel value needs to be correct. This value can range anywhere from 0 to 15, and normally it's impossible to pick your value. But there's a few rules you can use to help. Rule 1. Tapping left or right for 1 frame will usually decrease or increase it by 1 value, while tapping it for 2 frames will usually move it by 4 values. Rule 2. Having a subpixel value between 0 and 6 means the duck clip will work in 7-1. And Rule 3. When wrapping around from subpixel 15 to 0, Mario visually moves forward. After the World 6 Koopa fight, you have a brief window where you can set up your subpixels for the next level, which is 7-1. So, by quickly tapping right and stopping when you see Mario visually move, you'll usually stop between a value of 0 and 6. This makes the 7-1 clip much easier to hit on the first try as long as you do the inputs correctly, which is exactly what Louis was able to do in this run. So, 1:10.08 was the record. It had been 3 years since Karua's 1:10.19, And despite the run advancing quite a bit since then, nobody could match that run's potential. The 109 sat just out of reach. Louis would hold on to the record for the next few months, but by late 2019, the desire to get under 110 picked up. Enough was enough, and the race for the first 109 was officially on. Mitch was the favorite to get it, given his resume of past records. But runners like Louis and I Love Mario were close, and several other runners had times in the 110s as well. If any of these guys were actively running the game, they had a chance at this too. There was some clear time to save for Louis' record. There were a few stages where he missed the P-speed, he got some rough Hammer Brother luck in World 5, and missed the Koopa Fire kill on World 6. The question was, who would clean all that up first? Well, in November 2019, Mitch got on a super fast run. The first 3 worlds were all beautiful, and he saved time in World 4 by not missing P-speed in the second quarter. He got better Hammer Brother luck in World 5 to save a few seconds, and got the World 6 Koopa Fire kill. The stars had aligned. Mitch was 13 seconds ahead going into World 7. It was time for the clips.
Went back to my roots.
He matched Louis' first try clips. Here we are again. 109 pace into World 8. Mitch needed one more clean world. This would be it.
What? Who does that? Get it together! That was me. Do I mess up that level? I think I've lost too much time.
Well, it was still a world record, but once again, the 109 had been lost in World 8, 4 seconds away from the goal. Since he'd gotten the record back, Mitch stopped running 100% after this, leaving the door open to others to get the 109. But 6 months later, barely anything had changed. Mitch was on top, Louis was in second, and pretty much the entire top 10 was the same. One exception. New to the top 10 was Maiba, who was in 6th place with a 1:10.32. Half a minute from the record, not being in the top 5. Surely Maiba wasn't going to be the guy to get this, right? On May 11th, Maiba got on a run that was a slight mishap with the Hammer Brother fight in World 3. He also got slow Hammer Brother in World 4 and missed P-speed in the second quarter. After a fantastic World 5 and a solid World 6, he was just a few seconds behind the record, but he was well ahead of his personal best. Clips in World 7. Maiba was on the run of his life. Everything was working. Was he actually about to do this? Go straight from 6th to 1st place? Once again, just one world separated him from the first 109. How did this keep happening? He lost 18 seconds in World 8. And again, the first 109 slipped away. It was enough for Maiba to move up to 3rd place, but knowing what this run could have been was pretty crushing. By late 2020, nearly 4 years had passed since Karua's run. Still no 109. There had certainly been enough chances, but nobody could quite convert. Well, in September 2020, another runner began climbing up the leaderboard. His name was Chikubi, He took his PB under 110.20 and then into 3rd place. Maybe he could be the one to do this. In the past, Shikubi was pretty much constantly in the top 10, but had never threatened the world record. Yet in late 2020, he began a steady march of PB improvements, culminating with this run on October 16th. Shikubi got fantastic Hammer Brother luck in the middle worlds. Great patterns, quick movements, it was pretty much the best case scenario, and it all added up to an incredible 11-second lead over the world record after World 5, the best pace anyone had ever been on. He started bleeding time in World 6 with a missed star grab, late P-speed in 6-4, and a movement of 4. And 7-7 clip was 4th try, which is good but not great. But despite all that, he was still ahead of the record into World 8. Once again, with a really good world, he could get the 109. Guess what? Shikubi played an excellent World 8. His only mistake was a very small one in Bowser's Castle. But he didn't get the 109 because he got pulled in by all 3 hands. Each hand has a 50-50 chance of pulling the win, which loses a second and a half over manually selecting the level. The odds of being pulled in by all 3 hands is just 1 in 8. If he was pulled in by 1 hand or fewer, this would have been the 109. Instead, he had to settle for a 110.02. A world record, yes, but this was getting ridiculous. The 109 still eluded everyone. Maybe they needed some more help. So many times, they had been just a few seconds away. With a faster strategy or two, it could push them over the top. Well, in October 2020, Mitch came back to the 100% run. And sure enough, he had a few new strategies to help. And thankfully, they were all in World 7, the toughest world in the game. For 7-1, he had a new subpixel manipulation set up for a standing jump, which was just a little bit easier than the duck jump. In 7-2, he had a new strategy he had adopted from the TAS. Instead of turning back at the start, you can just go forward and intentionally take damage, then just barely build P-speed before reaching the gap. It's quite difficult, but it saves a little over 2 seconds. But the big one was in 7-5. If you equip a P-wing and a star, then do a frame-perfect jump into the corner of the pipe, you're practically guaranteed to have the correct subpixels to flip through the wall. Now, a frame-perfect jump isn't easy, but this saves more than 6 seconds if done correctly, which is huge. Add that to Fast 7-2's time save, and suddenly Mitch had a lot more wiggle room to get the 109. So, he got back to attempts, and on October 28th, he had a great run going. 2 seconds behind the record after World 6, Mitch knew he had time to save coming up with new strategies. And he did. First try 7-1, fast 7-2, the clip in 7-5, and second try 7-7. Just like that, Mitch was 5 seconds ahead, putting him on pace for a 109.7. Here we go again. World 8 stood between Mitch and the world's first 109. Happening. It was another record, but yet another failed 109. Karua's run 4 years ago set the trend, and ever since then, World 8 was like a shield to the 109. Mitch took damage, he missed P-speed, failed a clip. It just seemed impossible to get a good World 8 on a good pace. Mitch, Jacoby, Maiba, Karua, some of the best players in the world have tried and failed. 109 just wasn't happening. Did somebody else need to step up to get it done? Well, a few more months passed and 2021 came around. Early that year, Mitch decided to give the 100% grind one more try. He was 2 seconds away and had far more time than that to save in World 8 alone. He could do this. On February 7th, 2021, Mitch had this run. It bled time early. He got worse luck in World 2 and made a mistake in World 4's first quarter. He also had a time loss in 5-2 and had to travel far to fight the camera buggers. As such, he was far behind entering World 6, but he cleaned up some small mistakes there and had an excellent World 7. This looks familiar. Mitch was a bit behind, but had several seconds to save coming up. Just once, World 8 had to be clean. This had to be the time.
Surprise, right? Not surprised. The one level with the bad RNG.
It happened again. Another time loss in World 8. Was the 109 just cursed to never exist? All Mitch could do now was finish out the run and see what time he got. In 2016, Karua paved the path. In 2020, Maiba and Jacoby provided hope. In 2021, Mitch made it a reality. It wasn't a perfect run, but aside from taking damage, which cost a couple seconds, Mitch finally had a great World 8. The whole community could take a breather. The 109 was real. But the breather didn't last very long. Just a month and a half later, Mitch lost his world record. The runner to take it was Maiba, the same guy who missed the first 109 months earlier thanks to a bit of a meltdown in World 8. But this time, there was no meltdown. He got a 109.58, beating Mitch by frames. Maiba ended up missing some of the toughest P-speed strategies that Mitch got. 4-5 and 5-1 in particular are two of the toughest spots in the run to get P-speed. Ultimately, Maiba wasn't able to get either of them. Instead, he aimed to clean up mistakes that Mitch had made, particularly in World 6. That's pretty much exactly what happened. Maiba bled a bit of time through World 5, but had a nearly mistake-free World 6, despite not getting early P-speed in 6-4. Even though he lost time in both 7-1 and 7-2, he left himself just enough room to snag the record.
I don't know, but well, right. Yes. Yatta!
So, here we are. It's mid-2021. The 109 had been accomplished. Mitch was the first to get it, but Maiba had finally gotten the record he'd been looking for so long. Everyone was happy. What more was there to do? Well, people have a natural tendency to keep pushing the limits. If their goals have been accomplished, they set new ones. Maybe just to add one more chapter to a storied history. Maybe to see what the human limits are. It was for all these reasons and more that in July 2021, Mitch returned to do one final grind of Mario 3 100%.
my goal time in mind after Maiba beat my run was just to get it back. In Mario 3, every time you break a boundary, massive amounts of pressure just lifted off of your chest.
What an insane World 2!
I got off-screen wall grab, and it's a trick where you can jump off the wall and grab the wand at the top of the screen, and once you do that, you don't have to screen wrap down, and it saves about 4 seconds. You kind of tighten up a little bit after off-screen wall grab. It gets serious when you get it. World 3, one of the biggest ones is the runaway bro, and what that means is one of the Hammer brothers that you want to fight as early as possible, right, because he wants to stop moving, he moves right across level 6. And if he does that, every level you beat until you get to level 6 or past level 6, he's going to keep moving. So after getting off-screen wall grab and then that happened to me, it's a real gut punch right there, because I mean that's a solid like anywhere between 5 to even 9 seconds depending on how far he goes. World 4 just started to work really clean. I don't think I got a massive amount of Hammer Brother movements, and then I got another off-screen wall grab, so that just completely changed the route again. I mean, it's just a bag of emotion. So we come into World 6, and I'm playing great, but then I'm just not keeping the tight P-speed strategies that I should be. 6-3 didn't work, 6-4 also didn't work, and I was getting some pretty big Hammer Brother movements. Then I missed one of the newer installments of strategies in 7-5 by using a P-wing and a star. So right there with 7-1 and 7-5 was like 10 seconds lost already. I was too far behind on my run, so I had to kind of switch up what I was doing, and that involved me doing the clips in 7-9, which there's 4 of them. Odds of you getting them, all first try are very small, but they just save enough time that if you go for them and get them all, you might be able to save the run. Now the issue with that is that if you get all 4 of them, there's nowhere to get your fire flowers. So I had to change up my routing on the fly and go for the hammer suit strategy, which is pretty close to the same for the end part of World 7. So in 7-9, going for the clips, I got 2-1, 2-1, and what that means is that with the 4 clips, 2 for the first one took me 2 tries, 1 was first try, the third clip was second try, and the fourth clip was 1 try. Yeah, so we're approaching World 8, and we just had to do this on the fly hammer suit. Don't overextend it, just try and get the strats that you know. And so 8-1 and 8-2 and 8-4 went pretty smooth. I didn't have any massive mistakes that cost me a lot of time. And then we just clutched out Bowser's Castle.
Yes! What? No way! No way!
It felt great to get the world record back from Maiba, and to know that I was able to come and bring it back and get a time that, better represents my ability. It felt really good. After getting the record back with a run like that, I had Runaway Bro in World 3. That's such a massive time loss, and I was feeling very consistent, so I just didn't want to stop there. I wanted to keep going and see if I can get that free World 3 time save and maybe a couple more off-screen wall grabs. In World 2, I didn't get the off-screen wall grab, so I automatically lose 4 seconds. We all know that I got the Runaway Bro, and that is a big time save if I don't get it. And luckily enough, I didn't get that. We came and clutched out World 1, 2, and 3 at pretty much being on pace with the world record. Nothing crazy. World 4 is a great example of soul crushing, and then I got to move into 4 and move into 6, and it really pushes you down because World 4's got a lot of hard strategies. Keep the run going. I have time to save in World 6. Let's just keep going. So World 6 actually came out pretty smooth. I didn't have any big mistakes. I started World 7 being behind by about 2.5 seconds or something. I need to clutch out 7-1 first try, which I did, which was really good. 7-2 went well. 7-5 though is another level with big time save. I didn't get the clip in the previous world record, and I do nail it, which is really good. So at that moment right there, I know, okay, this run is real now. We nailed 7-7. We got that third try, which is the same, so we didn't lose any time. And then we just finished off World 7 normally with Fire Flower, which brought me in somewhere around minus 7 seconds compared to the world record. So it was serious at that point. with this run, I was finally able to execute some new P-speed strategies in World 8 in the hand levels, where you use a star and 8 trap 1, and you turn back and you get like P-speed. I was able to do that in this run, and then I got a P-speed strategy in hand trap 2, which is another about a second time save. Being able to finally clutch out a semi-decent World 7, clips were 7-7, third try. That's everything you would ask for in a World 7. So I felt really good about this run, so it's, I was really happy with it.
Did your goals shift at all after getting to 52, or were you like, let me just keep going?
So my answer is I have no idea why I kept going. So it was a normal day. I was just doing my normal runs, and World 1 went really well. And World 2, I got some pretty decent RNG, and the run was looking good. And then all of a sudden, I got an off-screen wand grab, and that is the best way to start your 100% runs, off-screen wand grab. And I started to get all movements of 1 in World 3, and I was like, is this actually going to be like the God World 3 run? Did the normal strats, banked on some Hammer Brother RNG, and World 3 cleaned up really nicely. World 4 normally ends a lot of 100% runs, a lot of weird movements, but luckily for me, I ended up being 0.08 off my goals, so absolutely everything that happened in World 4 was what I wanted to happen. We had an amazing World 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is incredibly rare in 100%. I opened up World 5 with a movement of 4.
Yup. Right away, first movement, a movement of 4.
And then another movement of 4.
2 movements of 4 in a row. Let's go, baby.
And then another movement of 4.
We got another one! 3 movements of 4 in a row. What a surprise!
And I got another movement of 4.
4 movements in a row, baby! Let's go!
So the rest of World 5 went really well. For the most part in World 5, I did manage to successfully do all the P-speed strategies that I wanted to. World 6, the Hammer Brothers were really nice to me, and I didn't make any other slip-ups, so I actually came out of World 6 ahead. Normally I'm pretty nervous when I'm ahead of the world record going to World 7. I had standard nervous, but this wasn't anything crazy special at the moment. So the first half of World 7 went really, really well. 7-1 first try, and I got fast 7-2. 7-5 though went beautifully. I managed to get the star, the P-wing, get that clip perfectly, and I was able to get a good tail swipe, clean under, keep all my speed. So at first I was saying, you know, when I enter World 7, it's not like anything special, but World 7 is starting to make everything that happened before that amazing. So I'm very nervous at this point. After getting 7-1 and 7-5, I am really, really nervous. I was so like blown away that I actually nailed it first try on a run like that. I just did not believe that I got a first try. I couldn't believe it. You rarely ever maximize your gameplay with 7-7 perfectly. As soon as I nailed 7-7, I was extremely nervous, and I had to go into 7-9, and we ended up clutching 7-9 with an actual time save. We were able to clutch out the Fortress and clutch out the Piranha Plant stage. It was by far the best World 7 I've ever had, alongside the best run I've ever had. As you can tell, it was insane. It was insane. So after a World 7 like that and a run like that, going into World 8, I was extremely nervous. There's so many little things that can screw you up. I'm on this run that is just absolutely insane. After all those thoughts running through my head, we approach hand stage 1, and I actually nailed it with the star. 8-1 worked out okay. 8-2, I was surprised worked out okay. One of the things to note with Bowser's Castle is that the 3 hardest things I would say in the level is the statue room at the end, getting P-speed there, the 1-up flip, And then the last one is the duck jump at the very end on the donuts. Once you get past the donut spot, you can say to yourself, oh my god, I actually did it. However, Bowser does have one pattern where he can jump and shoot the fireball at the same time. And when he does that, the fireball will be shot where you're standing. You can't avoid it. There's nothing you can do. He's so shaky.
No way! Oh my god!
It ended up being my most impressive run that perfectly represented my abilities as a gamer, which never happens in speedrunning. Everyone in speedrunning is always trying to chase the potential, and you never hit it. It is a run where I don't ever have to go back for it again, but I'm going to. But I don't have to, which is really cool.
Nearly 2 years have passed since this run, and it's remained on top without any close calls. To this day, there are runners actively trying to beat it, including Mitch himself. As incredible as it is, one day this record too will fall, just like all the ones that came before it. This has been the history of Mario 3 100% World Records. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to be notified when I upload a new video, please hit that subscribe button. Thanks. A 1 out of 3 shortcut run had been optimized. A 2 out of 3 shortcut run had been optimized. There was only one thing left to do. Hit the shortcut on all 3 laps. A 3 out of 3 run was originally thought to be slower, since you could quickly line up for a lap hop after driving a lap normal. However, in February 2022, Matthew tested with save states and confirmed that, if performed optimally enough, a 3 out of 3 shortcut run would indeed save time. But actually hitting it was another story. Matthew had gotten quite good at executing the lap hop and bridge hop over the years, but he would need to do 3 of each in a row. That's 6 consecutive difficult tricks. It could take a while to grind this out. Just 4 days later, Matthew got himself on this one.
Good. Let's go. This definitely works.
Obvious.
Let's go. Here we go.
Please! Oh, come on! Ah, 104!
He was a bit upset because he wanted a 103, not a 104. But history has still been made. This 104.363, the world's first 3 out of 3 run, is still the record today. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. As far as shortcut discoveries are concerned, we're still in 2018. And at this point, the only time trial shortcuts in the game were Waluigi Stadium from 2003 and Mushroom Bridge from 2018. But just a month later, thanks to a better understanding of how checkpoints worked, Double Dash's 3rd time trial shortcut will be discovered. Welcome to Bowser's Castle. Bowser's Castle was quickly singled out as a prime candidate for a shortcut. The reason why is because of the balcony. About 40% of the way through a lap on Bowser's Castle, you drive on a balcony directly adjacent to the finish line. Drive 60% and you're higher up on the same balcony. It seemed natural that with so many regions being so close together, you could somehow get credit for being further in the lap than you really were. But for a while, it didn't seem to be possible. However, after Mushroom Bridge's discovery, Loftjohn and Goomba looked into Bowser's Castle. And thanks to exploiting a specific game mechanic, they figured out how to use the balcony to their advantage. This is the A-Tech Hop. As mentioned before, A-Tech is when you release the A button between mini-turbos to keep a straighter line. However, there's a side effect of A-Tech. Your kart's nose gets slightly lifted in the air. If you do a mini-turbo with A-Tech, then perform a sharp turn after releasing A, and then press R and A while your nose is pointed up, your kart hops into the air. It's called an A-Tech hop, and is the only way to hop in Mario Kart Double Dash. So, after driving half a lap normally, you arrive at the balcony. By performing an A-Tech hop in a precise spot off the ledge, your race completion goes from 40% to 60% as you hit the upper balcony checkpoints, to 99% as you hit the finish line checkpoints, and back to 40% as you respawn. It never jumps up by more than 50% at a time, so your race progression increases by a full lap, and you get checkpoint credits upon respawning. This trick would go on to be nicknamed Flop. For laps 2 and 3, you can flop off the ledge, then lack hop to get checkpoint credits for the full lap, and complete the race having driven hardly any of it. So, Goomba got to work, and managed to hit the shortcut after a few tries on October 10th, 2018. A 2:09 run, ahead of the non-shortcut record by 7 seconds. Over the following few days, he cut down on the number of tries needed to hit it, taking the time down to 1:26. And on the 14th, Goomba would hit the first ever 3 out of 3. A run with 3 flops and 3 lack hops. Final time of 1:06.
Yes, dude! Oh my god. The winner, Tenko.
A month later, a runner named Rick Vick would be the first to cut out a lap hop by hitting the proper checkpoints on the flop. That lowered the record to just over a minute. But just 5 days later, Goomba would return to not only take the record back, but take it under a minute. Mario Kart Double Dash's first ever sub-minute world record.
Yes, dude! Oh my god.
And then, 3 years would pass. Goomba chose to play other courses in the game, and most other runners had little interest in shortcuts or just couldn't compete with them. But then Matthew came along. At first, he struggled to set any records on Bowser's Castle, but in September 2021, he finally came through with a 58-second run. But what Matthew would do just 4 weeks later was far more impressive. He would discover another shortcut, known today simply as the Big Bounce. And this is why. The Big Bounce is essentially a larger version of the A-Tech. Instead of angling your kart's nose up with A-Tech, you want to very precisely maneuver your kart along the edge. By then rotating around, your nose is pointed up much higher than it would be from A-Tech. You can then use a mushroom and do a more extreme version of the A-Tech hop called the Extreme Hop. By using another mushroom when you land, you perform what's called a shroom bounce and get even more air, enough to hit the Lakitu zone and respawn on the balcony. This saves close to 10 seconds to perform optimally, but adds another layer of difficulty. Still, it didn't take long before Matthew was able to hit it in a run, and lower the record by another 6 seconds.
Yeah! Let's go! Nice job.
Goomba didn't take long to respond, taking another 2 seconds off, mostly via a faster Big Bounce at the start. That's That's where the record stood for about 6 months. But in April 2022, Matthew would come back once more and finish off a 49-second world record with one of the most sarcastic celebrations in speedrunning history.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Matthew